Good news, I'm reborn. Bad news, I'm a villain. Reborn as a villain, Chen Qing decided to give up and live his life peacefully, no matter what the fate script was. He would never provoke the protagonist. Who would have thought that he would be accidentally bound to the wife-loving system, and would have to conquer the Destiny Empress and marry her? That was the protagonist's favorite girl, so of course Chen Qing refused. However, he found out that the protagonist still had to stay in seclusion and sign in for another 30 years, and it turned out that he had been reborn first. Faced with the temptation of massive rewards from the system, Chen Qing said, "I'm sorry, protagonist, I made a mistake." Chapter 1, Reborn to pamper his wife? Whose wife? The protagonist's. Chen Qing woke up from the bed and quickly sorted out his thoughts. Was he reborn? No, to be precise, I was reborn 18 years ago, but today, for some reason, the memory of my past life suddenly came back to me. In this life, just like his previous life on Blue Star, he had the same name and surname, but unlike the ordinary life in his previous life, Chen Qing was reborn in a fantasy world called Tianqian Continent. Here, the strong ones can cultivate to the peak and create the world, but with just a flick of their fingers, they can even slaughter tens of millions of people in a moment. Although Chen Qing has a great talent for cultivation, he is a playboy. Born in the family of the Prime Minister of the Dao dynasty, he has been pampered since childhood and is arrogant and domineering. Daddy is second to none in the Great Wu dynasty? No, Qin Xiong is second only to the emperor in public, but in reality he shares the world with Emperor Dao. Many important matters in the court had to be discussed with Qin Xiong first. Most of the powerful officials in the court served under Qin Xiong. Because of this, there is a saying circulating in the Dao dynasty that as long as Qin Xiong is willing, he can change the world at any time. After sorting out all of this, Chen Qing couldn't help but take a deep breath, wondering in his heart, for a protagonist, isn't this background a little too strong? Although this was his first time as the protagonist, Chen Qing had read a lot of novels in his previous life on Blue Star, and was very familiar with the routine of the loser's counterattack. He already has an excellent talent for cultivation, and with this background, it doesn't seem like a scenario where a loser makes a comeback. Could it be that I got the wrong script? Just as Chen Qing was puzzled, a voice with a strong mechanical texture and no emotion rang out in his mind. Name, Qin Qing, age, 18, gender, male identity information is being verified. System. After confirming that it was not an illusion, Chen Qing almost couldn't hold back his own voice after hearing the auditory hallucination. System, that's the standard cheat code for the protagonist of a novel. So he got the lead role. With a good talent, plus the background of a prime minister, and the system, is this unstable? Chen Xingwan never expected that such a great thing would happen to him. Just as I was rejoicing, a voice came from my mind again. Identity information verified. The invincible wife-loving system is binding. Invincible wife-loving system. Of course Chen Qing could understand the word invincible, but what did it mean to pamper his wife? Before he could react, the system's voice rang out again, invincible wife-loving system binding successfully. New task has been released, do you want to check it? Facing the blue virtual panel that popped up in front of him and was visible only to him, Chen Qing raised his hand, hesitated, and finally clicked the view button. Mission 1, within 3 days, marry the protagonist's beloved, the destined heroine, Xia Qingyue. Quest reward, immortal body. Description, after obtaining it, the protagonist will be immortal and live forever between heaven and earth. No force can destroy your existence. Immortality. Just for marrying a heroine who belongs to me, there will be such a huge reward. Chen Qing almost dropped his jaw in shock. I really didn't expect that this system would be so generous. It's stable. It's really stable now. After closing the task interface, Chen Qing clicked on his personal attribute panel to check out basic information such as talent quality. Name, Chen Qing. Age, 18. Gender, male. After glancing over this information that was so basic that it couldn't be more basic, Chen Qing's gaze reached the talent column. Before he had time to read more, his sight immediately returned to the previous level. Identity. It clearly says, villain. Chen Qing. This really made Chen Qing a little overwhelmed. I am a villain, it took him a long time to react. At one point I wondered if I was seeing things. After confirming it several times, it was indeed the villain, without a doubt. On second thought, if that were the case, this talent and background would indeed make sense. Damn it! Why not be reborn as a villain? Even as a passerby, it's fine. Chen Chang was speechless. After reading so many novels, Chen Qing has never seen a villain who can survive under the hands of those powerful protagonists. It's definitely a fatal script. What's even worse is that this system actually wants to marry the protagonist's woman, the Empress of Destiny. Chen Qing seemed to be able to see two figures, black and white, waving at him and asking him to go in under a door called Life and Death. No! I absolutely cannot be the villain. I absolutely cannot follow the script. Chen Qing finally got the chance to be reborn and escape the fate of being a beast of burden, but he didn't want to die again before he could enjoy it for a few days. Who knows if I can get a chance to be reborn next time after dying this time? I thought that I just needed to try to avoid contact with the protagonist, and everyone and everything related to the protagonist. As for system tasks? Don't take them, there's no penalty anyway. Xia Qingyue. When this name was mentioned, Chen Qing couldn't help but think of a stunningly beautiful figure. As the son of the prime minister and a playboy, it was natural for him to have contact with Xia Qingyue, the most beautiful woman in Dao. Before Chen Qing awakened his memories of his past life, he had long coveted Xia Qingyue, and even asked his father, the prime minister, to find a way to get the emperor to marry his daughter to him. It seems it really worked. As his memory became clearer and clearer, his past life memories gradually adapted to this body. Chen Chang recalled that when his father learned of his idea, he agreed immediately. Afterwards, under continuous internal and external pressure, he actually persuaded the Dao Emperor to agree to issue an edict to grant him marriage with Xia Qingyue. It's over. No, I have to find a way to cancel the engagement. Hiss. Or, get married first, obtain the immortal body, and then write a letter of divorce to sever ties with him. On the one hand, Chen Chang wanted the immortal body very much, but on the other hand, he was worried that on the day of his wedding, the protagonist would come and kill him with a sword before he could get the immortal body. I feel very upset and am in a dangerous situation. I feel like it's not right to marry her, and it's not right not to marry her. Moreover, how to convince his father Chen Xiong, who is determined to become an emperor, to give up this marriage is also a big problem. Chen Qing, who was lucky enough to be reborn and get a good script in the previous second, now has a huge headache. So many good things were ruined by his villain identity. Speechless, really speechless. Chen Chang was overwhelmed with emotions, wavering and not knowing what to do. He tentatively asked the system, can you reveal some information about the protagonist of this world? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Chen Chang planned to get to know the other party first and then make a plan. In response, the system quickly opened a panel with information. Name, Yi Feng. Gender, male. Still skip this information of little value and continue reading. Identity, destined protagonist. Goldfinger, 30-year retreat sign-in and exit invincibility system. Retreat check-in system? Retreat? 30 years. Chapter 2 Doting Dad. Although the system did not reveal much personal information about the protagonist due to some restrictions, it was not difficult for Chen Qing to know two key pieces of information based on this long list of system names. The first key information is that the protagonist has awakened the retreat check-in system, and cannot come out before the time comes due to system restrictions, and this limit is 30 years. The second key piece of information was that as a villain, he should have woken up on the day when the protagonist, Woody, came out of seclusion after 30 years of seclusion. However, for some unknown reason, he woke up early. This is undoubtedly good news for Chen Chang. Waking up early is equivalent to giving him an extra 30 years of development time after receiving the death script. These 30 years are more than enough time for Chen Qing to rely on his invincible wife-loving system, starting from the protagonist Hongyan, Princess Dao, Xiao Qingyue, to plan, counterattack, and turn the tide. Thinking of this, Chen Qing immediately made up his mind about this marriage. He would not back out. He had to get married. Get the immortal body first. With this immortal body, Chen Chang no longer has to worry about being killed by anyone, even the protagonist. Chen Xingke clearly remembered that the system said that after possessing an immortal body, no force could destroy his existence. Therefore, the most urgent task at the moment is to marry Xia Qingyue first and obtain an immortal body. Secondly, find someone to investigate Xia Qingyue's life and interpersonal relationships to select the candidate for the protagonist. Regarding this matter, Chen Qing immediately arranged for his spies to go and investigate. For the son of the powerful prime minister, there is no shortage of such people around him. After arranging the spies to go out and investigate the news, Chen Qing immediately found his father Chen Xiong. "Xinger, why don't you go out to the brothel to listen to music today and come to your father?" Seeing Chen Qing show up, Chen Xiong didn't even bother to pay attention to the spy who came to report important matters. He waved his hand and told him to go down and talk about it later. The spy knew very well how much Chen Xiong doted on his only child, Chen Xing, so he said nothing more, agreed, and disappeared in an instant. Chen Xing came to Chen Xiong and sat down on the stone bench. On the other hand, Chen Xiong walked up behind Chen Xing very naturally and started massaging his shoulders. "Which brothel did you go to? Do you know how to massage? Why are your shoulders still so stiff? Your skills are not even as good as your father's. Let's not talk about this. Dad, when do you and the emperor plan to let me marry the princess?" Chen Chang knew his father's temper very well and was no longer surprised by him massaging his shoulders. There is both guilt towards the deceased mother and doting on her. The emperor hasn't made up his mind yet. He's probably stalling for time, trying to find an excuse to postpone this matter. He then raised his hand and patted his chest, vowing, "Don't worry, if you have a crush on a woman, I'll get her for you even if it means risking my life." "Well, I want to marry the princess as soon as possible." Chen Chang knew that Chen Xiong had the ability and was not joking with him, so he proposed immediately. When Chen Xiong stopped what he was doing and asked when he saw Chen Chang's serious expression, "I think Chen Chang is probably tired of playing around and wants to start a family." As a biological father, Chen Xiong certainly hopes that Chen Xing can get married and have children as soon as possible, and have many grandchildren to continue the Chen family line. It's better to be today. In short, the sooner the better. Chen Xing couldn't wait to awaken his immortal body. Even though the protagonist still has decades of seclusion time, Chen Xing is unwilling to waste a single moment. "Okay. I will go to the palace to see the emperor right away and finalize this marriage." After hearing this, Chen Xiong immediately ordered people to change his clothes and prepare a horse. Riding in a carriage was too slow, so he wanted to ride to the palace himself to meet the emperor. During this period, Chen Xing waited patiently at home. Before Chen Xiong returned, he first met the spy he had sent out to investigate Princess Xia Qingyue. From the spy, Chen Xing selected a person from his few interpersonal relationships. When he was young, that person had tried his best to stand in front of Xia Qingyue when she was about to fall into the tiger's mouth. Chen Xing had seen countless of these old-fashioned childhood sweetheart dramas. So he asked the spy, "Is that man called Yi Feng?" The spy was stunned, obviously not expecting that Chen Cheng already knew the answer before he even said it. He nodded and replied with a cupped hand, "Young master, that's right. Okay, thank you for your hard work." After saying that, the space ring on Chen Xing's finger flashed with light, and he took out a Qiankuan bag from it and threw it to the spy. "There are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in it. Here's your reward. 10,000 spirit stones." Hearing this, the spy was shocked. After accepting it with both hands, he quickly knelt down and said, "Thank you, young master." He had known that Chen Chang was generous, but he never thought that he would be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones for such a small thing. He was so excited that his loyalty value skyrocketed. "I have made up my mind that from now on, if Chen Xing gives me any order, I will fight to the death and will not refuse even if it means death. This young master must be served well." "Well, go down." "Yes." The spy disappeared on the spot, leaving no trace. Chen Xing rested his hands on his head, staring at the ceiling, thinking over and over again about what the spy had discovered about Ji Feng. Framed by a traitor, his entire family was almost executed, and his own father was imprisoned. Yifeng inexplicably escaped from the capital that night and has been missing ever since. It's truly the protagonist's scenario. Chen Qing was certain that Yifeng was most likely bound by the system and directly teleported to the place where he was to sign in for retreat. From the day Yifeng disappeared to now, it has been less than half a year. That means I still have 29 years to prepare. After realizing this, Chen Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All we need to do next is to wait patiently for good news from Chen Xiong. Chen Sheng knew very well that as long as it was his request, Chen Xiong would do it even if it cost him his life. It has always been like this since I was a child. If the emperor didn't agree to let Xia Qingyue marry him today, Chen Xiong would probably really rebel. Very good, immortal body, you will be mine soon. Chen Qing's lips curled up into a smile. The fact turned out to be just as he expected. After an incense stick of time, Chen Xiong rode his horse all the way from the palace to the gate of his own mansion. He pushed open the door with both hands, and after noticing Chen Qing lying in the yard basking in the sun and taking a nap, he walked over quickly. Xinger, wake up quickly, your father has good news to tell you. Hearing Chen Xiong's voice, Chen Qing took away the folding fan covering his face, sat up, and asked, did the emperor agree? You must be joking. If he dares to disapprove, I will immediately gather 100,000 soldiers to surround the capital, Chen Xiong said domineeringly. Alright, hurry up and get ready, change your clothes, and hurry to the palace with Dad. The palace is already arranging your marriage. Okay, Chen Qing agreed immediately and stood up from the chair. After having two maids help him change his clothes and wash his face, he and Chen Xiong got into the sedan chair with great pomp and ceremony, preparing to enter the palace to marry Princess Xia Qingyue, who would also be the future empress destined. Chapter 3 Main Quest. At the same time, Chen Shang and Chen Xiong were on their way to the palace. Inside the palace, the imperial study. Princess. His Majesty. Get out of the way. The princess walked up the stairs quickly, pushed open the door of the imperial study with both hands, ignored the dissuasion of the people around her, and rushed into the imperial study. Hearing the noise, he looked up and saw his daughter's face full of anger and unwillingness. Emperor Xia Chang of Da sighed and put down the brush he was using to review the memorials. He asked knowingly, why are you here when you're not busy preparing for your wedding? Father, I won't marry Xia Qingyue said in a resounding voice. Xia Chang was not surprised by this. He had expected Xia Qingyue to say that, so he responded, you must marry. Xia Chang's attitude was even tougher than Xia Qingyue's. Father, are you really so cruel as to let your daughter marry a playboy like Chen Qing? If you really want to force my daughter to marry such a vile and shameless person, I would rather die to preserve my innocence. Although Xia Qingyue didn't have much contact with Chen Qing, most of the time, Chen Qing, who had not recovered his memories of his previous life, would pester her because of his beauty. However, through the opinions of the public and those around her about Chen Qing, Xia Qingyue not only had no good feelings towards Chen Qing, but also deeply hated him. I believe that this kind of parasite that is harmful to the people and the country should be eradicated. Now, hearing Xia Cheng's order for her to marry Chen Qing, Xia Qingyue, who considered herself noble, naturally refused. Of course, the main reason was that Xia Qingyue already had someone in her heart. Okay, come, give the princess a piece of white silk. Xia Qingyue had originally thought that her father, who had always loved her, would revoke his decision after threatening her with death. However, Xia Chengjing nodded and agreed without the slightest hesitation. Before Xia Qingyue could open her mouth to ask, Xia Cheng had already spoken, don't worry. After you leave, the emperor and the entire Xia family will be down to accompany you. After hearing this, Xia Qingyue, who had calmed down, finally understood that the rumors about the Chen family's omnipotence were not fabricated. She believed that it was Chen Xiong, the prime minister, who put pressure on his father and threatened the lives of his clansmen and the fate of the Dada nation, forcing Xia Cheng to compromise and marry her off. After realizing this, Xia Qingyue lowered her head, her eyes empty, and silently chose to accept her fate. He opened his thin lips and said, if my daughter's life can buy the chance for the whole clan to survive and the longevity of the Great Wu imperial power, I will marry you. Seeing Xia Qingyue practically gritting her teeth as she spoke these words, Xia Cheng felt grief-stricken and indignant, hating himself for being unable to stand up to the powerful official. Then he waved his hand, signaling the old eunuch who brought the white silk to leave. In the entire imperial study, only the father and daughter were left. Qingyue, father will definitely do his utmost to prevent you from suffering any injustice in the Chen family. Apart from this, Xia Chang really could not promise Xia Qingyue anything else. Xia Qingyue hummed, then turned around and said, "Then I will take my leave." She knew very well that the Chen father and son were the culprits and there was no point in blaming others. After this incident, the favorability towards Chen Xing and Chen Xiong, which was already zero, dropped directly to negative. She swore that even if Chen Xing got her body, he would never get her heart. Her heart will always belong to that figure. Leaving the imperial study, 2 lines of tears immediately flowed down, thinking, "Brother Feng, Qingyue is not destined to be with you in this life, but if there is an afterlife, Qingyue will never let you down." Although the wedding was held in a hurry, it was a grand occasion with all the civil and military officials present. Even those ministers who usually did not get along with Chen Xiong came for the sake of Emperor Wu. When someone asked Chen Xiong why he didn't see the protagonists Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue, Chen Xiong raised his wine glass and laughed, "That kid is impatient and has already taken her back and is preparing for the bridal chamber." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's impression of Chen Chang as a dandy was further deepened. Chen Xing didn't care about these things at all, and had no intention of changing their stereotypes about him. In Chen Xing's opinion, the sooner he can complete the marriage process recognized by the system, the sooner it will be completed. He must get the immortal body as soon as possible. If he doesn't get this thing, Chen Xing's heart will never be at peace. In a blink of an eye. Chen family. Chen Xing stood outside the bedroom door, took a deep breath, raised his hands, and pushed open the wedding room that had already been decorated in a festive red color. As soon as I entered the door, the system panel popped up in front of me, and at the same time, the system's voice rang in my mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission and obtaining the immortal body +1. Do you want to bind the immortal body immediately? Bind." Seeing the 2 options before him, Chen Xing gave his answer in his heart without hesitation. The immortal body is being bound. The immortal body has been successfully bound. Is that it? Chen Xing didn't feel any real difference between before and after the binding. It feels like this body is still that body. As if to dispel Chen Xing's doubts, the system immediately said, "Please rest assured, the immortal body has been successfully bound and is taking effect." All right. Since the system has said this, Chen Xing also dispelled his doubts and no longer had any doubts. After temporarily hiding the system panel and solving the problem of the immortal body, a new problem was placed before Chen Xing. As for his predecessor's behavior before he recovered his memories, Chen Chang was not naive enough to think that this woman would treat him wholeheartedly based on his memory of Princess Xia Qingyue. Not to mention, she also holds the scripts of the destined heroine and the destined empress. It's like a hot potato. If you throw it away, it's a waste, but if you don't throw it away, it's hot again. Chen Xing had thought about divorcing Xia Qingyue after obtaining the immortal body. But if you really do this, the system will unbind you immediately. Although the immortal body will not be taken back, I always feel that it is too difficult to rely solely on an immortal body to compete with the protagonist and escape the inevitable death script. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Xing finally made up his mind. Since the protagonist still had 29 years to go before coming out, he might as well make use of this woman and get more chips from the system to compete with the protagonist. Wait until you have the strength first, then consider other things. As a fan of novels, Chen Xing believes that he understands better than anyone else that in the fantasy world, the strong are respected. Just as he was daydreaming, the system perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be given a pillow when you feel sleepy. The main quest has been released. Do you want to check it? Main quest? Check it out. Chen Xing was very curious about what the system was going to do to him. Main quest: make Xia Qingyue willingly spend the wedding night with you and complete your marriage. Willingly completing the marriage. It was hard for Chen Chang not to suspect that the system was deliberately setting a trap for him. Given the dual settings of childhood sweethearts and a hero saving a beautiful woman, coupled with the halo of the protagonist, Chen Xing found it difficult to imagine how Xia Qingyue, the destined heroine, would be willing to spend the wedding night with him and consummate their marriage. Fortunately, this is only the main task. Since there is a main task, Chen Sheng believes that there must be a subtask. However, before Chen Sheng could study and think about it, the reward for the main task caught his attention. Reward for completing the main quest: get the Emperor's cultivation. Chapter 4, Is this considered pampering your wife? Looking at the words appearing on the Azure System panel in front of him, Chen Sheng confirmed it several times to make sure it was the reward for the Emperor's cultivation. This reward is truly generous. Chen Sheng, who had already integrated the memories of this life, knew very well that in the Tianxin continent, the levels of cultivation were from low to high: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, spirit severing, fusion, tribulation crossing, Mahayana, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. And each major realm is divided into 9 minor realms. The emperor is the one with the highest combat power in the world, no doubt about it. Not only that, due to the restrictions of the heavenly order, there can only be one great emperor in a world, who can enjoy the fortune of heaven alone. If others want to enjoy this fortune from heaven, there are only 2 ways: either defeat the old emperor, or wait until the other party's lifespan is exhausted and then take his place. However, the fall of the old emperor often means the outbreak of an epic war. After all, there are more than one people who want to sit on the throne of the emperor, but there is only one position of the emperor. Thinking of this, a question arose in Chen Sheng's mind: if I truly complete the mission and spend the wedding night with Xia Qingyue, will I directly replace the old emperor? The system immediately explained, system rewards are not restricted by the heavenly Tao. The host can coexist with it, or kill it and snatch the heavenly Tao's luck. I see. After hearing what the system said, Chen Sheng felt relieved. Why would he challenge the emperor and bring trouble upon himself? If he were to live his life again, he would just want to live leisurely and enjoy life. The reason for completing the system tasks is simply to consolidate strength, reverse the life of the doomed villain, and survive from the protagonist. He had no interest in dynastic struggles, but relying on his immortal body and the emperor's unrivaled cultivation, no one dared to provoke him and disturb his peaceful life, which was very tempting. He turned his head and looked at Princess Xia Qingyue of Dao, who was sitting quietly on the bed in a red wedding dress and covered with a red veil, not moving or saying a word. Gulp. Chen Sheng swallowed his saliva and was very worried. As a villain, was it really okay for him to sleep with the protagonist's woman? I am worried that if I really do that, I will suffer backlash from heaven. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh. I felt that this script was even worse than a loser's counterattack. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. After preparing himself mentally, Chen Sheng walked towards Xia Qingyue. He noticed that after hearing his footsteps approaching, Xia Qingyue's hands immediately clenched into fists. To be honest, Chen Sheng was a little worried now. Could this woman have hidden a knife on her body and planned to stab me when I get close? Fortunately, after coming in front of Xia Qingyue, she did not make any unnecessary movements. Seeing this, Chen Sheng's tense heartstrings couldn't help but relax a little. Then she reached out and picked up the wedding scale that had been placed aside in advance, put it under the red veil, and lifted it up. As their eyes met, Chen Sheng had to admit that this woman was indeed extremely beautiful. She was worthy of the title of the most beautiful woman in the world and even more worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Dao. Her slightly red face showed that she had been crying, but she pretended to be strong, not wanting Chen Sheng to see her vulnerable side, which made people feel even more pitiful. Chen Sheng. Xia Qingyue. No comments. Chen Sheng awkwardly put the wedding scale back to its place. It was his first wedding, and he was a little overwhelmed and didn't know what to do. That's right, this was his first marriage, whether in his previous life or this life. On the other hand, the task given by the system is to make Xia Qingyue willingly spend the wedding night with him. Chen Sheng can't force her, right? If you really force it, you can tell from the cold eyes that once the favorability drops, it will not be easy to get it back up. It is estimated that it will be difficult to achieve in this lifetime. Compared to getting such a beauty, Chen Sheng still felt that the emperor's cultivation was more important. Although Xia Qingyue is the most beautiful woman in the Dao dynasty, there are many dynasties in the Tianxian continent, and it is not impossible to find another woman as beautiful as Xia Qingyue. If Chen Xing really liked beautiful women, why would he give up an entire forest for a single tree? With the cultivation of a great emperor, he could have a try, not to mention the stunning beauties of this world, even the fairies in heaven. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Chen Xing had made a decision. He coughed awkwardly, walked to the table, and poured a cup of tea. Drink a glass first to moisten your throat. He then picked up another brand new cup, poured it in, and then returned to Xia Qingyue, handing it over. Have some water. Xia Qingyue didn't say anything. After confirming that Chen Chang had drunk the water in the kettle and was fine, she took the cup from him and drank it all in one gulp. To be honest, she is still very nervous now. He was afraid that Chen Chang would tear off his disguise at the next moment, pounce on him like a hungry wolf, and eat him up. But Xia Qingyue couldn't refuse. The most powerless thing is that in order to preserve the royal lineage and the future of the entire Dao, she does not even have the power to commit suicide and can only allow herself to be dealt with. Little did she know that Chen Xing's attention at the moment was not on her at all. On the system panel that suddenly popped up and was visible only to Chen Xing. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, plus 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Seeing this text, Chen Xing frowned slightly. Puzzling, pouring a glass of water is considered pampering your wife? 10 medium-grade spirit stones are naturally nothing for Chen Xing, given his background, but for those poor families, they may not be able to earn that much even if they work hard all year round. Looking at it from another angle, you can get 10 medium-grade spirit stones just by pouring a glass of water, which is already a great profit. I just don't know if there are any restrictions. Glancing at the empty cup in Xia Qingyue's hand, Chen Xing came up with a plan. He returned to the table, picked up the kettle, and poured her another cup. You must be thirsty. Have another drink. Xia Qingyue simply glanced at Chen Chang strangely without giving it much thought. She half covered her face with one hand, tilted her head slightly, and drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Strength Attribute +1. Strength Attribute. At first, Chen Xing thought that for something as trivial as pouring tea, the only reward would be spirit stones. Unexpectedly, the system not only has no limit on the number of times, but also the quality of random rewards varies. After gaining the strength attribute points and adding them, he could clearly feel a surge of brute force appearing out of thin air in his body, filling every part of his body. After realizing this, Chen Xing immediately became interested and poured another glass for Xia Qingyue. Although Xia Qingyue was confused, she didn't want to offend or anger Chen Xing, so she drank the tea obediently. Chen Xing fell again. Xia Qingyue drank again. Chen Xing fell again and again. Xia Qingyue drank again and again. Chen Xing continued to fall. Xia Qingyue continued drinking. The more he drank, the more puzzled he became. Did Chen Cheng mistake wine for tea? I couldn't help but think he made a mistake, so should I just let it go? Chapter 5 Drunk. Xia Qingyue also thought of a possibility, thinking that Chen Xing wanted to use this method to test whether she was willing to be loyal to him. Anyway, fate was already determined, and Xia Qingyue convinced herself to accept it. So, after finishing another cup of tea, he raised his hand to his forehead and said with a clumsy acting, I feel dizzy and sleepy. After saying that, he fell directly onto the bed. She didn't want Chen Xing to find an excuse to attack the Xia royal family. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Speed Attribute +1. After closing the system panel, Chen Xing frowned slightly as he looked at Xia Qingyue lying on the bed. He had lived 2 lives and had only heard of people getting drunk on alcohol, but had never heard of anyone getting drunk on water. Afterwards, he noticed Xia Qingyue's slightly trembling eyelids and guessed that she was pretending to be asleep. Chen Xing couldn't understand why she pretended to be asleep. In short, it is impossible that she would willingly want to spend the wedding night with me. Chen Xing, who couldn't figure out Xia Qingyue's intention of pretending to be asleep, simply stopped thinking about it, took off her shoes for her, and straightened her body. Is it coming? Feeling Chen Xing's movements, Xia Qingyue became extremely nervous, even clenching her 10 round, vermilion toes. What Xia Qingyue didn't expect was that not only did Chen Chang not pounce on her like a hungry wolf, but he actually covered her with a blanket. She frowned, not understanding what Chen Chang meant. According to Xia Qingyue's stereotype of Chen Xing, he should have been unable to control himself after she fainted. I really can't understand the reason behind this. On the other hand, Chen Chang was simply gambling on whether taking off Xia Qingyue's shoes and covering her with a blanket could be considered an act of doting on his wife, and whether it could meet the system's random reward standards. The fact is, he made the right bet. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, first grade Qi refining pill plus 2. Qi refining pills. 2 of them. This incidentally verified another idea in Chen Xing's mind. Although the rewards are random, the more you care about pampering your wife, the higher the system rewards you will receive, both in quantity and quality. After confirming this, Chen Xing immediately ordered someone to bring a basin of hot water. Xia Qingyue, who was lying on the bed, secretly opened her eyes a crack, paying attention to Chen Xing's every move, and saw him come back with water. I couldn't help but think more, suspecting that Chen Xing saw that I had been pretending to sleep for too long and regretted that it was boring to play like this, but I didn't want to wake up, so he wanted to splash water on me to wake me up. Or maybe he just wanted to have fun by torturing himself. Abnormal. Just as she cursed in her heart, Chen Chang had already placed the wash basin beside the bed, wrung out the towel, and then sat down next to Xia Qingyue, gently wiping her face, which was covered with a few beads of cold sweat. Touched. Xia Qingyue didn't dare to move. The gentler Chen Xing was, the more abnormal and terrifying he seemed to her. It feels like the calm before the storm. Chen Xing didn't care about her at all. He was busy collecting rewards for pampering his wife and was having a lot of fun. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, first grade Qi refining pill plus 10. After scrubbing once, he dried the towel again and continued washing Xia Qingyue's face. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, second grade nourishing pill plus 1. After receiving the reward, towel dry again, and repeat. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, free attribute plus 5. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, first grade Qi refining pill plus 10. Chen Xing discovered that although the system did not restrict the repetition of the way of pampering his wife, there must be a complete set of actions. For example, after wiping your face once, you must wash the towel and wipe it again to trigger the next wife pampering reward. He wiped Xia Qingyue's face repeatedly for the 12th time. Bang! Xia Qingyue finally couldn't sit still anymore. She raised her hand and grabbed Chen Chang's wrist. She sat up, her eyes filled with vigilance. What on earth do you want to do? I see there is sweat on your face, so I want to wipe it off for you. Chen Chang replied. But the next moment, I realized that this reason was really lame. How can you wash someone's face more than 10 times? I was just busy collecting rewards and didn't think about these things at all. So I quickly explained, I'm a bit of a germaphobe, so I scrub a little more often than others. You call that a little more? Of course, Xia Qingyue could only keep these complaints to herself. One had to admit that when facing Chen Xing, the son of a powerful official with a vast background, Xia Qingyue could experience, even more than when she was with Xia Chang, what it meant to be like living with a tiger when serving the emperor. Then you can continue. Xia Qingyue let go of Chen Xing's hand and lay back on the bed, looking like she was ready to do whatever he wanted. Chen Shang looked at her cheeks that were red from being wiped by him, stretched out his hand, and then retracted it. That's enough, this is clean enough. It felt like if he continued rubbing like this, Xia Qingyue's face would definitely be scratched. Just by using this method of pampering his wife, he also earned dozens of medicinal pills. In addition to a large number of first-grade medicinal pills, there were even some second-grade medicinal pills. It was definitely not a loss. Chen Shang knew very well that it was definitely not easy to obtain the cultivation level of a great emperor. Before that, it would not be a bad idea to use these pills to improve his strength first. Chen Xing didn't intend to waste his talent for cultivation. But before that, he had to get some more wife-loving rewards from Xia Qingyue. Goo. Just as his brain was working rapidly, thinking of new plans to pamper his wife. Suddenly, a faint sound came from my ears. Chen Xing looked in the direction of the sound and his gaze fell on Xia Qingyue's belly. He was certain that the sound came from inside. Taking another look at Xia Qingyue's flushed face, Chen Xing had a flash of inspiration. Go to the round table and get a plate of snacks. Xia Qingyue clutched her stomach tightly, her face flushed with shame, feeling so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So much happened today that she didn't even have time to eat, so she lost face. As a princess, Xia Qingyue has always been strict with herself in this regard since she was a child. I never expected that I would show such an embarrassing side in front of Chen Xing. Get up and eat something, don't starve yourself to death. Hearing Chen Xing's voice ringing in her ears, Xia Qingyue tentatively opened her eyes, and then saw him handing a plate of snacks in front of her. Xia Qingyue supported herself with both hands and sat up on the bed. She looked at Chen Xing, then at the plate of snacks in his hand. She felt indescribably awkward and strange. This is very different from her stereotype of Chen Xing. If it weren't for Chen Xing's notorious reputation in the Dao dynasty and the obscene words he said to her the last time they met, Xia Qingyue would definitely suspect that she had married the wrong person and that Chen Xing was framed. He's pretending. He must be pretending. Xia Qingyue, you can't be fooled by his hypocrisy. Goo. Her stomach growled again, but Xia Qingyue didn't care about anything else. She shook her head, clearing her mind of unnecessary thoughts and decided to eat something first. She didn't want Chen Xing to see her embarrassing side again. But just as she reached out to pick up the pastries from the bowl, Chen Xing took the pastries away first. Before Xia Qingyue could think any further, Chen Xing had already picked up a piece of cake and offered it to her mouth. I'll feed you. Chapter 6 Ambitions. You, don't do this, I'm hurt. Xia Qingyue swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Still not giving Chen Xing any excuse to pick a fight, she slightly opened her lips and took a small bite of the pastry. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, first grade Qi refining pill plus 20. 20? After confirming that the system thought feeding his wife would increase his wife's pampering value, Chen Xing said happily, eat some more. Xia Qingyue nodded, swallowed the last bite of pastry, and took another small bite. She made up her mind that she would never give Chen Xing the chance to lose her temper, so she would do whatever she asked her to do. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, yellow grade, mid-grade mountain shaking palm plus 1. Eat, there's still plenty. If it's not enough, I'll ask the cook at home to make more. Seeing that the secret manual of martial arts had actually been revealed, Chen Xing became even more excited, with a look of anticipation on his face, hoping that Xia Qingyue could eat more. A reward for every bite, it's so cool. Xia Qingyue didn't say anything and just did as she was told. Seeing her finish a piece of cake, Chen Xing picked up another piece. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, second grade nourishing pills plus 5. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, free attribute plus 10. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 5. Gradually, most of the pastries that had been piled up into a small hill had been eaten. The faster Chen Xing fed, the faster Xia Qingyue ate. When Chen Xing picked up another piece of pastry, Xia Qingyue opened her mouth, then closed it again, her eyes looking troubled as she said, I'm sorry, I really can't eat anymore. It's okay. If you can't eat, eat when you're hungry. Chen Xing had no intention of forcing Xia Qingyue. As soon as he put down the cake, he found the right opportunity to hand over a cup of tea. You must have choked. Come, have a drink of water. Worried that Chen Xing would keep pouring water for her like before, Xia Qingyue took the cup and said, just one cup will be fine. Okay. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, yellow rank lower grade martial art flowing cloud step plus 1. Chen Xing didn't care. This kind of thing was more suitable for the long term. He didn't intend to become fat all at once and starve Xia Qingyue to death. After eating and drinking, what else can I do? Chen Qing pondered secretly. While he was racking his brains to get the reward for pampering his wife, thousands of miles away, in the depths of Damong Mountain, in an unnamed cave. Boom! A powerful airwave erupted from the depths of the cave, surging like a torrent, as if carrying the power to destroy the world. However, the moment it reached the cave gate, it was wiped out by an even more powerful energy, revealing a barrier wall. This is the place where the protagonist Yifeng signed in for his retreat. Great! I finally refined the elixir I signed in for during the day. I never thought that a small 5th grade elixir could actually allow me to break through to the out-of-body realm. If I continue like this, I'm afraid that in a few years, I will be able to enter the quasi-emperor realm and try to become a great emperor. By then, no one in this world will be able to match me. Father, little sister, wait for me. When 30 years are up, I will come out and save you. Yifeng clenched his fists, his eyes full of confidence and determination. In addition to his father and younger sister, Yifeng was thinking not only about revenge, but also about a beautiful figure. Xia Qingyue's beautiful face appeared in Yifeng's mind, as if it was right in front of him. Qingyue, you must wait for me. 30 years from now, when I return with my emperor cultivation, I will fulfill our childhood promise and marry you. Yifeng believed in Xia Qingyue's feelings for him and thought that she would be able to hold on until his triumphant return. Thinking that with the love that the dog emperor has for Xia Qingyue, he would definitely not force her to marry someone she doesn't like. After comforting himself in this way, Yifeng chose to continue practicing. Apart from practicing and sleeping, Yifeng has nothing else to do. His only range of activities is this cave, where he is bound by a barrier and cannot leave. The moment the system was bound, it forced him to stay in this cave and sign in for a full 30 years before he could leave. The system is very easy to use. The sign-in opportunity is updated daily. What rewards you can get depends entirely on your luck. You will not be able to get any rewards if you miss the chance. However, what Yifeng could never have imagined was that Xia Qingyue was not only married, but was also lying in the same bed with Chen Sheng. To be precise, Xia Qingyue was sitting cross-legged on the bed, while Chen Sheng was behind her, massaging her back and shoulders. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, yellow grade, top grade weapon, moon-slashing sword +1. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, underground escape talisman +5. It was so satisfying to swipe it hard. On the other hand, Xia Qingyue didn't dare to relax at all, her body was tense at all times, and she couldn't understand what Chen Sheng was trying to achieve with this series of actions. He took off his shoes and covered himself with a blanket, fetched water to wipe his face, fed him with his own hands, and now he is even taking the trouble to massage his shoulders. This led Xia Qingyue to have a bold idea in her mind. Could it be that Chen Sheng is tired of being a playboy and wants to find an honest man to marry and start a family? She wasn't sure and didn't dare ask Chen Sheng. The only option is to continue to cooperate with Chen Sheng's nonsense. Little did he know that he had already become Chen Sheng's tool to get system rewards without realizing it. Chen Sheng had a great time, but Xia Qingyue was under great pressure. She didn't dare to relax her tense heartstrings for even a moment. Let's stop here for now. Chen Sheng only then realized that before he recovered his memory, his previous incarnation was addicted to alcohol and sex every day, which had caused great damage to this body. After just a short while, I was already breathing heavily from exhaustion. I made up my mind that I must not neglect my cultivation in the future and must replenish my damaged body as soon as possible. Take a breath and relax a little. Chen Sheng glanced out the window. It was still early, so he asked Xia Qingyue, "Madam, do you want to go out for a walk?" Relax. Chen Sheng thought about it and realized that even if he and Xia Qingyue were not husband and wife in reality, they were husband and wife in name only. There was nothing wrong with calling her madam. Lady. Hearing Chen Sheng address her like this, Xia Qingyue felt strange and awkward. What about the bridal chamber? She asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. I don't like to force others. Of course, if you are willing to spend the wedding night with me, we can start right away. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyue subconsciously shifted her hips and moved a little further away. Thank you, Master Chen. Please give me a little more time. Chen Sheng was not surprised by this and said, It doesn't matter what you call me in private, but outside, it's best to call me husband. This will save you and me a lot of trouble. Okay, Xiao Qingyue nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether Chen Sheng was telling the truth or not, for Xiao Qingyue, every second she could delay was a second she could save. I look forward to changes in the court as soon as possible, such as the collapse and overthrow of the Chen family. She also hopes that her brother Feng will return on a colorful cloud as he promised and save her from danger. Chapter 7. It's hard to be a good person. Even though Xiao Qingyue's love life was a blank slate, having spent most of the past 18 years living behind bars, this incident wouldn't change her mind about Chen Xing or make her fall in love with him. She knew one thing very well: in this world, people know how scary ghosts are, and ghosts know how vicious people are. She had heard and seen too many treacherous villains. For the sake of power, he would do anything and treat human life as worthless. Yes, the person here refers to Chen Xing's father, Chen Xiong. Compared to Chen Xing's gender change, his repentance and desire to be a good person, Xiao Qingyue was more inclined to believe that he was just acting. As for the purpose? Xiao Qingyue hadn't figured it out yet. I don't intend to spend too much energy on this matter. Since Chen Shang wants to act, I will play along with him, tolerate him, give in to him, coax him, and go along with him. Soon, the two took off their festive red wedding dresses, changed into normal clothes, and left the Chen family mansion. Chen Sheng knew that his father had sent bodyguards to protect him secretly and deal with various emergencies. After all, he had made many enemies in the court, so he did not let servants follow him. I don't want my minions to affect my operations. This is like a date, even if it is fake and without any emotion, there is no need to bring an eye around to ruin the atmosphere. Shortly after leaving the Chen family, Chen Sheng took Xiao Qingyue to a snack street according to his memory. He thought that as a princess, Xiao Qingyue had stayed in the palace since she was young, learning all kinds of etiquette and upbringing, and she should not have had much chance to see the secular side of the world. Turning her head, she saw, as expected, that after arriving at the snack street, Xiao Qingyue's face was filled with excitement and curiosity. Tonghulu, selling tonghulu, sweet and crispy tonghulu. Hearing the hawker's hawking voice, Xiao Qingyue looked over quickly. He couldn't help but recall that 3 years ago, Yifeng sneaked into the wall and brought him the candied haws he had always wanted. That was the first time she had eaten candied haws in her life. The thin and crispy sugar coating, coupled with the sourness of the hawthorn, was wonderful. In a blur, Xiao Qingyue seemed to see Yifeng who brought her candied haws that day. Brother Feng. But when he came to his senses, he realized that the person in front of him was not Yifeng, but Chen Sheng. The candied haws in my hand are exactly the same. Here, try it. Chen Sheng handed the candied haws he had just bought to Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue said thank you and took the candied haws from Chen Sheng, but she felt mixed emotions in her heart. Taking a light bite of the candied haws, the taste was still the same as before, but unfortunately, the person was no longer the same, and Xiao Qingyue could not smile. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, yellow grade, top grade flowing cloud poem +1. After receiving the reward he wanted, seeing that Xiao Qingyue had already finished the string of candied haws, Chen Xing turned back to the vendor and offered to sell all the remaining candied haws. Faced with the abnormal behavior of Chen Xing, this devil, asking for money, the peddler was so anxious that he almost knelt down in front of him, fearing that if he really took the money, his whole family's lives would be in danger the next moment. After saying that he would give the candied haws stick with more than a dozen strings of candied haws to Chen Xing, he took 2 steps at a time and ran away as if his feet were greased. Chen Xing turned around and glanced at Xiao Qingyue awkwardly. He really wanted to say, "You saw it. It's not that I don't want to give the money, it's that he doesn't want it." Worried that this incident would ruin all his previous efforts, he called out for the protector. "Greetings, young master." The protector immediately appeared out of thin air. "Catch up with him and give him the money," Chen Chang ordered. "In front of the destined heroine, you still have to act out what needs to be acted out." "Yes." The protector agreed and disappeared on the spot. A perfect interpretation of what it means to come and go without a trace. Afterwards, Chen Sheng walked up to Xia Qingyue, holding a whole candied Ha's stick. He put the candied Ha's stick in her arms and said arrogantly, "Take as much as you want. I originally wanted to get rewards in a string." However, Chen Xing changed his mind and wanted to give it a try to see if quantitative change could lead to qualitative change. Ignoring Xia Qingyue, who was holding a candied Ha's stick that was almost as tall as a person, with a confused look on her face, Chen Xing's attention was now completely focused on the system panel that popped up, with an expression of anticipation. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Xian level lower grade spiritual treasure Yama needle +5. Ling Bao. Yama needle? Chen Cheng immediately chose to view the detailed introduction. Yanwang needle, anyone who is hit by the needle will feel like being attacked by the king of hell. Just a few words, but concise and to the point. The king of hell has personally sent an invitation. Let me ask, how many people in the world have the strength and courage to refuse? In Chen Cheng's opinion, it is a good life-saving magic weapon. Only after closing the system panel did Chen Xing discover that Xia Qingyue was missing. Run away? That's not the case. Chen Xing quickly found Xia Qingyue. It turned out that she had gone to distribute the candied Ha's to the ragged, disheveled little beggars hiding in the alleys. She truly is the destined heroine, and she truly has a kind heart. Chen Xing sighed. After distributing all the candied Ha's, Xia Qingyue met Chen Xing's gaze and quickly returned to him, explaining, "I can't eat so much by myself." Don't blame them. In short, if Chen Xing wants to blame someone, he should blame himself and not those children. Hearing this, Chen Xing felt bitter. It's really hard to change the stereotype. Fortunately, I woke up early, otherwise, the title of the devil would have been confirmed. Change? There would be no chance to change it by then. All I could do was follow the script and be killed by the protagonist with a single sword, thus completing the villain's mission. Since my wife has said so, I will agree. Chen Xing looked doting. Hearing him address her as Madam, Xia Qingyue reluctantly agreed, "Thank you, my husband, my husband. Successfully spoiled my wife." Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, medium grade spirit stone +100. Chen Xing seriously suspected that this system, like himself, had a blank slate in its emotional life. Thanks to this, he can get huge rewards without much effort and sweat. I hope the system will continue to work hard. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Fireball Talisman +5. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Charm Attribute +10. After that, Chen Xing took Xia Qingyue to try various folk snacks, such as dragon beard candy, sesame cakes, water chestnut cakes, etc. To Xia Qingyue, everything tasted delicious, but deep down, she still wished to do this with her brother Feng. Chen Xing saw through this but didn't point it out. He could only blame Xia Qingyue, as the future empress destined, who was still very immature and had not yet awakened, and her face could not hide her thoughts at all. Urgent? Why was Chen Cheng so anxious? Even a guy who was practicing in seclusion in the mountains wasn't anxious, so why should he, a cuckold, be anxious? Compared to this, there are things that Chen Xing should pay more attention to right now. He sensed that someone was secretly watching him, and the gaze was completely different from that of the Guardian. Chapter 8. You are hiding your abilities. There was more than one gaze at him, and they were obviously hostile to him, which made Chen Xing feel a chill on his back, as if a cold wind was blowing through his clothes. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen masked men in black rushed out from all directions. Seeing them holding knives and dressed like this, passers-by were frightened and screamed and ran away in all directions. Chen Xing reacted quickly, realizing that these people were coming for him. He reached out, grabbed Xia Qingyue's wrist, and naturally pulled her behind him to protect her. Then, he cast a reassuring look at Xia Qingyue and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything." Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Comprehension +20. Insight. Chen Chang was very satisfied with this reward. For cultivators in the fantasy world, the level of comprehension often determines how high a person's future ceiling will be. Comprehension is a part of talent and should be determined at birth. However, Chun Xing, who has a system, can increase his comprehension value by constantly pampering his wife. As long as your comprehension is high enough, it is not impossible to understand the secrets of martial arts at a glance, or even to suddenly realize your own unique martial arts. Therefore, in Chen Xing's opinion, the value of this reward is very high, and the more the better. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. On the other hand, Xiao Qingyue, who was standing behind Chen Xing, received a great deal of shock from just that short sentence. I can't understand why the rumored uneducated and bullying dandy would prioritize protecting himself behind him when facing such a life and death crisis. In Xiao Qingyue's opinion, the moment something like this happened, he, being so selfish, should have just abandoned her and left. After all, the bodyguard that Qin Xiong had arranged for Chen Xing had already been sent out by him to chase the candied house vendor and give him money to buy candies. Complex. Xiao Qingyue's mood right now is very complex. I couldn't help but feel shaken by the stereotype of Chen Xing. Could it be that this guy has been hiding his true abilities? He's deliberately pretending to be a dandy, making people ignore his existence, just to make a splash one day. Not to mention the present, looking back at history, there are many such events and people recorded in history books. The more Xiao Qingyue thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Qin Xiong, a powerful official, was already difficult to contend with for the Dao dynasty. Even Emperor Wu had to look at his face and respect him. Now, with the addition of a prime minister who hides his incompetence and has unknown ambitions, Xiao Qingyue had only one thought in her mind: Dao is in danger. But then Chen Xing's words made Xiao Qingyue waver again. You can deal with me if you want, but can you please not implicate innocent people and let her go? Hearing this, the group of men in black exchanged glances before the leader spoke up. We won't harm her, but we won't let her go and tip her off either. As long as you accept your fate, she'll be fine. Whether they agreed or not was not important to Chen Chang. What matters is how the system sees it. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Xian level top grade magic weapon Shadow Puppet +1. Note, the strength of a shadow puppet is equivalent to that of a peak out-of-body realm cultivator. The peak of the out-of-body state? This person is much stronger than the protector that his father Qin Xiong left by Chen Xing's side. I made money, a lot of money. Add 1 to the whole card. You're killing people in the streets, right under the emperor's feet. Do you still have the law in your eyes? Immediately afterwards, Xiao Qingyue's voice came from his ears, attracting Chen Xing's attention. He waved his hand and disappeared the system panel, feeling a little surprised. She had thought that in such a situation, Xiao Qingyue would remain silent and would even wish these assassins would chop her to death. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qingyue actually brought up the laws of the emperor and Great Xia in an attempt to intimidate these killers. Daxia's laws. Upon hearing this, the killer chuckled. His very existence is a contempt for the law. If we kill him, we will be enforcing justice. Murder is murder, no matter how many reasons there are. His evil should be judged and punished by the law. Looking at Xiao Qingyue's earnest attitude as she argued for her point, Chen Xing found it hard to imagine what she would have to go through on her way to becoming the destined empress. Being so innocent, she can't hold the throne of the empress. Stop talking nonsense, brothers, and get started. Quick and decisive, the killer gave the order. Someone immediately approached Chen Xing with a knife and swung the blade at him. Chen Xing swirled spiritual power in his palm and used the reward he had previously obtained, a mid-grade yellow-level martial art, the mountain-shaking palm. With his current level of understanding, he only needs to cram and read a few more times to easily get started. As he struck out with his palm, the spiritual power transformed into a palm shadow as tall as a person in the air, hitting the killer and knocking him 7 or 8 meters away. He fell to the ground and fainted before he could even struggle. The other killers turned around and looked at their companion, their expressions becoming ugly. Obviously, no one expected that this legendary devil who was devoted to wine and women was actually a cultivator. Although these people have some martial arts skills, they are all ordinary people without exception. They do not have spiritual roots and naturally cannot practice. He knew very well that even if ordinary people practiced their boxing and kicking skills to the extreme, they could not compare to the cultivators who had just entered the chi refining realm. For a moment, I was scared and timid. Originally, he thought that the protector had been sent out by Qin Shang, and only Qin Shang was left. With more than a dozen people on his side, it was more than enough to kill him. It was a godsend opportunity. Unexpectedly, Chen Xing actually practiced secretly. Xia Qingyue, who also witnessed this scene, became even more convinced of her earlier belief that Chen Xing was hiding his incompetence. This guy is indeed not just a simple dandy boy. Immediately afterwards, when the assassins were at a loss as to what to do, a powerful and overbearing voice boomed from afar like thunder, "You bold lunatic, don't hurt my young master." That's right, the protector has returned. Chen Xing turned around, took Xia Qingyue's hand, and said to her, "Let's go." Xia Qingyue followed Chen Shang and turned around, facing away from the group of assassins, subconsciously wanting to turn her head to look. But Chen Xing stopped him. "I advise you not to do that, or you might not be able to sleep at night." Meeting Xia Qingyue's gaze, Chen Xing saw through her thoughts and said, "This world is like this. The strong prey on the weak. In other words, if they have the chance to kill me, they won't let me go." Xia Qingyue did not refute this. She really wanted to refute Chen Xing's words, but she also thought that what he said made sense. Behind them, the protector who came over just raised his hand and waved it, and those people disappeared from the world along with their flesh, blood, and bones. When mortals face superior cultivators, especially those at a high level, they have no chance of resistance at all. The other side. Chen Shang brought Xia Qingyue to a small stall selling sugar figurines. Looking at Chen Xing, who was concentrating on dripping syrup with a spoon and drawing a sugar figure, Xia Qingyue mustered up the courage to ask, "You've been acting this whole time, trying to make others think you're a playboy, but you're actually hiding your abilities in cultivating in secret. Is that how you see me?" Chen Xing said this, but in his heart he thought that this was a very good signal. If he wanted Xia Qingyue to willingly spend the wedding night with him and obtain the great emperor's cultivation, the first step was to get rid of the stereotyped image. "Your performance today is completely different from your previous self," Xia Qingyue pointedly said. Chen Shang said nothing and concentrated on drawing the sugar man. "No matter how much I say, it's better to let Xia Qingyue think about it herself and fill in the blanks in her imagination." Just as Chen Xing expected, seeing that he remained silent, Xia Qingyue concluded that she had hit the mark and didn't even bother to defend herself. "You and Chen Xiong are planning to take over the entire Da dynasty, right? You married me only so that after the rebellion, you could rely on me and appease the people under the name of husband and wife." Xia Qingyue continued her analysis. The sugar figurine vendor had already urinated and didn't dare to listen any further, fearing that he would be killed to silence him. Chen Shang did not rush to answer, but added the final stroke to complete the painting. Immediately, he carefully picked up the drawn sugar man from the paper. "It's the Q version of Xia Qingyue. How is it? Does the painting look like the real thing?" Chen Xing asked. "Answer me. Are you, the Chen family, planning a rebellion?" The answer to this question was extremely important to Xia Qingyue. Seeing Xia Qingyue's determined look for a precise answer, Chen Xing sighed, "Don't worry. At least for now, we don't have that intention. Besides, dynasties change and the capable take over. That's not normal. This land wasn't originally named Xia, was it?" Xia Qingyue was unable to refute Chen Xing's words. Of course she knew that the Da dynasty was also established on the backs of hundreds of thousands of corpses. But at least, in the 100 years since Da was founded, there have been no constant wars, no suffering for the people, and no displacement. Xia Qingyue recounted Da's achievements. Seeing that she was getting more and more excited, Chen Xing said, "And Xin, you are now my wife, Chen Sheng, and the emperor is my father-in-law. Why should I rebel against my own family? Come, ma'am, have some candy." Chen Sheng handed out the candy figure again. Xia Qingyue took the sugar figurine and asked with a hint of doubt between her brows, "Do you really think so? Are you really not planning to rebel? Really? As long as you remain my, Chen Xing's, wife for one day, I promise that the Chen family will never rebel." To dispel Xia Qingyue's suspicions, Chen Qing raised her hand and swore. Xia Qingyue hummed. How could she know that Chen Qing's ambition would not be limited to the small Da dynasty? After calming down, look at the sugar man in your hand again. So beautiful. Xia Qingyue had been paying attention to other things just now, and only now realized that the sugar figure in her hand, which was drawn by Chen Qing himself, was actually herself. It's not lifelike, but it does look very playful. Xia Qingyue really didn't expect that Chen Qing had this skill. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Foundation Establishment Cultivation Gift Pack +1. Note, after using this, you can raise your current strength to the peak of Foundation Establishment with one click. A cultivation gift pack? Boost your strength with just one click. Chen Qing calculated that his current cultivation level was at the second level of the Qi refining realm, which was at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. That was equivalent to an improvement of 16 small realms. Awesome, really awesome. I really put so much effort into this painting. Chen Shang was very satisfied with the reward and couldn't wait to confirm its use. Chapter 9 Shaken. Do you want to use the Foundation Establishment Cultivation Gift Pack? Use. Without hesitation. The Foundation Building Cultivation Gift Pack is in use. The Foundation Establishment Cultivation Gift Pack has been used successfully. The host's current cultivation has broken through to the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. As soon as the system prompted, Chen Qing immediately felt that his Danhai became wider and fuller. A powerful energy spread along the 8 extraordinary meridians to his limbs and bones, filling his whole body. He has indeed broken through to the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. Before joining the sect, his foundation building cultivation was definitely an outstanding achievement. Even the entry requirements of those large sects are nothing more than reaching the second or third level of Qi refining realm. If Chen Qing were to participate in the assessment at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Assessment? There's no need for any assessment at all. You can directly join the inner courtyard, choose a personal master, and enjoy the treatment of a genius. But at the moment, Chen Shang has no plans to join the sect. What can the sect give him? It would be better to make plans early and spend more time on Xia Qingyue, so that she can willingly complete the marriage with him as soon as possible and obtain the cultivation level of a great emperor. By then, with both the immortal body and the great emperor's cultivation in hand, he would be the protagonist? If they didn't actively provoke him, it would be fine. But if they dared to provoke him, he would definitely destroy them. Hiding the system panel, Chen Qing glanced at Xia Qingyue, who was staring blankly at the sugar man, motionless, and said, "Eat it. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. It's so beautiful, I can't bear to eat it." Xia Qingyue couldn't help but speak out her true feelings. Chen Qing found the right opportunity and said, "Well, what's there to be reluctant about? If you want to eat it in the future, I'll draw it for you." Xia Qingyue hesitated as she looked towards Chen Qing's beautiful eyes. A fleeting ripple appeared in them, one that she herself hadn't even noticed. Since Chen Qing had said so much, Xia Qingyue was worried that if she didn't eat, he would misunderstand her. "I can only open my thin lips, hold the candy man in my mouth, feel the candy melt in my mouth, and the sweetness fills my mouth." As they walked, Chen Sheng noticed that Xia Qingyue's walking posture was a little strange. Etc. Chen Qing suddenly spoke, and before Xia Qingyue could react, he had already squatted down, lifted up the hem of Xia Qingyue's skirt, revealing her ankles. What are you doing?" Xia Qingyue asked nervously. "When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Seeing Xia Qingyue's red and bruised ankle, Chen Qing's face was full of blame. "It's okay, it's just a minor injury, don't worry about it." In fact, when they encountered the assassin just now, Chen Sheng pulled Xia Qingyue behind him, and she twisted her foot due to the uneven ground. "How can that be possible?" Chen Qing walked up to Xia Qingyue, squatted down with his back to her, and said, "Come up, I'll carry you back." How could Chen Sheng miss such a rare opportunity to pamper his wife? Xia Qingyue looked hesitant. On the one hand, she didn't want to have too much physical contact with Chen Sheng. On the other hand, this was a busy city, and Xia Qingyue felt very embarrassed in front of so many people and with so many eyes watching her. If you don't come up, I will rebel, Chen Xing said seriously. Don't scare me, I'll listen to you. Although Xia Qingyue knew that Chen Xing was just joking, she didn't dare to take the risk. He took a step forward and lay on Chen Xing's back. Chen Xing lifted Xia Qingyue's thighs with both hands, said hold on steady, and then stood up. Throughout the journey, Xia Qingyue buried her face deeply in Chen Xing's back, not daring to look at the eyes of those around her. Thinking back, the last time I was carried on someone's back like this, it was when I was attacked by a wild beast. I was so scared that I couldn't walk, and Yi Feng stopped the thought in time. The more Xia Qingyue thought about it, the more she felt that she was sorry for Yi Feng. He was clearly in danger of death, yet she was here with another man. Oh! Show your affection. Show your affection. Hearing the cheerful sounds of children, Xia Qingyue's face turned even redder. He could hide his face, but he couldn't hide his equally red ears. When the child's family saw that it was Chen Xing, the devil, who carried the child on his back, they quickly covered their child's mouth, knelt on the ground, and begged for his forgiveness. Chen Xing naturally didn't care about these things. There were things that concerned him more. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 4th grade Tianxian Dan +1. 4th grade elixir. Chen Xing couldn't wait to refine this pill and improve his strength as soon as possible. He thought that if he continued like this, perhaps before he could capture Xia Qingyue, he would be able to achieve the status of Great Emperor ahead of time by relying on the massive rewards from the system. Thinking of this, a question arose in his mind. I asked in my heart, system, if I become a Great Emperor in advance, then this reward will be invalid. Please rest assured, host, the system reward will only be 1 + 1 = 2. That's good. Chen Xing felt relieved when he heard the system say this. The cultivation of 2 great emperors? To him, it is no longer attractive, but rather quite attractive. The strength of a first-level emperor is enough to dominate the entire Tianxian continent. What's so difficult about having a double-level emperor's cultivation and ruling the world for eternity? Not to mention, he also possesses an immortal body, which allows him to live forever in the world, constantly practice and improve his cultivation. Not long after, Chen Xing carried Xia Qingyue all the way back to the Chen mansion, to his and Xia Qingyue's wedding room. After putting Xia Qingyue on the bed, he ordered someone to bring some plaster. He made Xia Qingyue sit on the bed, lifted her feet, and took off her shoes and socks, revealing her fair and delicate jade feet. Seeing Xia Qingyue's shy face, she repeatedly wanted to retract her feet. Chen Shang was now certain that, unlike in his previous life, women in the Tianxian continent cared much more about having their feet seen by others. It might be a little painful, just bear with it. Chen Shang dipped his finger in some ointment and reminded Xia Qingyue. Yes. Xia Qingyue pursed her red lips and nodded in agreement. Seeing that she was mentally prepared, Chen Shang began to apply the ointment with very gentle movements. Apart from the initial pain, Xia Qingyue could clearly feel that the pain was disappearing, and in its place, a warm feeling. Looking at Chen Shang, who was applying the medicine on her seriously and meticulously, Xia Qingyue found it difficult to remain calm. As a princess who had never experienced the world, had a blank slate in her love life, and had grown up in the deep palace, Xia Qingyue couldn't help but think, if it weren't for Brother Feng, then him and I. Xia Qingyue had only thought halfway when she suddenly realized what was happening and was frightened by her own thoughts. He quickly pulled back his little feet and said to Chen Xing, "It's okay now. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Communication Jade Talisman +2. Seeing that the reward was already in hand, Chen Xing didn't care. After some research, I found that this Communication Jade Talisman is similar to the Blue Star mobile phone in my previous life, or in other words, its performance is more powerful and it can communicate without being affected even if it is thousands of miles away. Chen Xing couldn't think of any use for it for the time being, so he put it into the system backpack. In that case, it's getting late, you should rest first. Chen Shang stood up and said. What about you? Xia Qingyue couldn't help but feel nervous as this man and woman were alone in the same room. I want to practice. Chen Sheng found a place, sat down cross-legged, took out the pill, and quickly entered the state of practice. Feeling the powerful and terrifying spiritual power released from Chen Xing, Xiao Qingyue was 100% certain that Chen Sheng was definitely not a simple playboy from an aristocratic family. Lie down, turn over, and close your eyes. Xiao Qingyue tried her best to recall every detail of her past with Yifeng, fearing that she would be confused again like before and develop inappropriate feelings for Chen Xing. Brother Feng, don't worry, Qingyue will never do anything to let you down. Definitely. Qingyue's heart will always belong to you. In a blink of an eye, it was midnight. In Damong Mountain, in an unnamed cave. Yifeng finished his meditation. After being in seclusion for half a year, he had long been accustomed to opening the system panel at this moment and using the number of sign-ins that had just been updated. I wonder what kind of powerful reward I'll get for signing in this time. It would be great if it could help me get out of retreat early. Yifeng fantasized about getting out of retreat as soon as possible, reuniting with his father and younger sister, and finally achieving a happy ending with his childhood sweetheart Xiao Qingyue. Chapter 10, Favorability Increased? Don't think about it anymore. You will see the system panel pop up in front of you, with one sign-in remaining and the option to sign in or not. Yifeng clicked Confirm Sign-in without hesitation. Signing in. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, an army of 100,000 death warriors. 100,000 troops, and they are all loyal warriors who only obey my orders. After seeing the content of the reward clearly and confirming it repeatedly, Yifeng was so happy that he was beaming with joy. With this army of 100,000 death warriors, even if he has no cultivation, he can still compete with the martial emperor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel proud. He wondered if, after coming out of seclusion and knowing that he had reached the highest level of cultivation and had an army of 100,000 death warriors at his disposal, the martial emperor would look down on him as he did before, and would be perfunctory and unwilling to agree to his marriage with Princess Xiao Qingyue. The most important thing is that Yifeng is very sure that this mere army of 100,000 death warriors is by no means the limit of the system. In the next 29 years, let alone 100,000, 1 million, even tens of millions or hundreds of millions, it is not impossible to achieve. Yifeng couldn't help but start fantasizing in his mind that after he came out of seclusion, he would lead an army of hundreds of millions to sweep across the entire Tianxian continent, conquer it, and then declare himself king, return in triumph with a high profile, and marry Xiao Qingyue. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle with pleasure. Raise your arms, wipe the saliva from the corners of your mouth, and make swallowing movements with your throat. Afterwards, Yifeng closed the system panel, adjusted his meditation posture, shook his head to clear unnecessary thoughts, and continued to enter the state of cultivation. Sign in, practice. After half a year, he has long been accustomed to this repetitive rhythm. Although it is boring, it is also a kind of fun to be able to clearly feel the process of becoming stronger. And on the other side, after a whole night of practice, Chen Xing's cultivation has successfully broken through a major realm and reached the Golden Core realm. Afterwards, with the help of other scattered elixirs and his natural understanding, he broke through to the second level of the Golden Core realm when the sun rose in the sky. Opening his eyes, he noticed a ray of sunlight shining through the window paper onto Xiao Qingyue's face. Chen Sheng stood up and walked over. He used his body to block that ray of light for Xiao Qingyue. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Xian level top grade skill, Vajra body protection technique +1. Just as Chen Xing thought, this was considered as pampering his wife, and he got a good reward. He just needed a defensive skill, and then the system delivered it to him. Chen Xing practiced this technique silently. Little did they know that Xiao Qingyue had actually woken up long ago and had been pretending to be asleep. I was surprised that Chen Xing actually practiced for a whole night. At first, she was afraid to sleep because she was worried that Chen Sheng would do something to her after she fell asleep. But I couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell into a dream without knowing when. When I woke up again, I noticed the sunlight shining in from the window, which was very dazzling. Just as Xiao Qingyue decided to open her eyes and sit up, she heard the sound of Chen Xing's footsteps. So, Xiao Qingyue chose to pretend to be asleep, thinking that she would find evidence of Chen Xing's hypocrisy and that he could no longer pretend. Who would have thought that I was judging others by my own standards? Xia Qingyue really didn't expect that Chen Shang would be so gentle and considerate. I would rather delay my cultivation process than shield myself from the glaring sunlight. Little did she know that Chen Shang was simply trying to pamper his wife and reward her, and it wasn't as much as she thought. But this effect is exactly what Chen Shang wants. The unexpected gains don't end there. Chen Shang stood there and practiced for a full hour, and comprehended the third level of the Vajrabody protection technique. Xia Qingyue, who has not yet awakened and is still just an ordinary person, naturally cannot see through this. In her eyes, Chen Xing actually blocked the sunlight for him for 2 hours. Xia Qingyue didn't think she was a heartless person. If you are not a heartless person, how can you not be moved? From what Xia Qingyue knew, Chen Xing's actions over the past 2 days made him the absolute best person to her, bar none, except for Yifeng and her father, Emperor Xia Chang. As a husband, she is a perfect match for the beauty. No. I can't keep thinking about this. After realizing that she had betrayed Yifeng again, Xia Qingyue quickly stopped thinking, opened her eyes, and sat up from the bed. Seeing this, Chen Xing, who had just finished practicing, immediately ordered someone to fetch a basin of warm water so that he could wash Xia Qingyue's face himself. How could I miss this opportunity to get the wife-loving reward? I can do it myself. Hey, Xia Qingyue was about to say this when Chen Xing rejected her. It's better for me to handle this kind of thing. Xia Qingyue couldn't match Chen Xing's dominance. Seeing him soaking through the washcloth, she couldn't control her temper and asked, "Why are you so nice to me?" She didn't remember that she and Chen Xing had an evil relationship at some point in their lives. You are my wife. As your husband, isn't it natural for me to treat you well? Chen Xing asked seriously. This one sentence actually stumped Xia Qingyue. Seeing Chen Xing's serious expression, Xia Qingyue finally reacted. Yes, for a husband to be kind to his wife, isn't that the natural thing to do? He realized that Chen Xing was really fulfilling his responsibilities as a husband, and he was the only one who was wavering. The more she thought about it, the more Xia Qingyue felt guilty towards Chen Xing. Come, ma'am, close your eyes and I'll wash your face. Chen Xing looked forward to what kind of reward he could get for doting on his wife. Xia Qingyue did as she was told. Chen Xing covered it with a warm towel. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 3rd grade red feather pill plus 10. 3rd grade elixirs. 10. Chen Xing clearly remembered that he had washed Xia Qingyue's face before, but the quality and quantity of the reward were not as high as they are now. Why? Chen Xing didn't understand. Afterwards, the system gave an explanation. The target Xia Qingyue's favorability towards you will also affect the quality and quantity of the pamper wife reward. I see. After seeing the detailed explanation given by the system, Chen Xing's doubts were finally resolved. Hiss. Wait. But the next moment, he realized that something was wrong. Favorability is a factor in the level of rewards. Now that the rewards have increased, doesn't that mean her favorability towards me has increased? Reply to host, yes. The system gives a positive response. Interesting. Chen Xing immediately became interested. I feel that if I continue like this, I will be close to becoming an emperor. After scrubbing once, Chen Xing turned around and washed his face with the handkerchief. Although he didn't wash Xia Qingyue more than 10 times like before, once was never enough. Looking at Chen Xing's busy figure, Xia Qingyue felt complicated. He hesitated to speak several times. Seeing him wring out his handkerchief and turn around, Xia Qingyue gritted her teeth and steeled her heart as she asked, "If you have no intention of using me for rebellion, then why did you marry me?" Chapter 11 If There Is an Afterlife. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing scrubbed Xia Qingyue's face while asking, "Does madam think that the only reason I want to marry you is to use you to rebel?" Xia Qingyue was speechless. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 10. Chen Xing seized this opportunity to greatly shorten the distance between him and Xia Qingyue and continued, "Madam, do you believe in love at first sight?" Love at first sight. Xia Qingyue's face was filled with confusion. That's right. Chen Sheng nodded, turned around and went to wash his face with a handkerchief, and continued, the first time I saw you, I had a strong desire to be with you forever. At that moment, I decided on you. I wanted to have you, and you can only be my life. As their eyes met, Chen Sheng brought his acting skills to the extreme. As a reborn person who has lived a new life, he has never eaten pork, but has he never seen pigs run? This kind of cheesy love talk is simply too much. Just pick 2 sentences, and they all feel like a dimensionality reduction attack. From the ripples in Xia Qingyue's eyes, it was not difficult to see that his words had indeed had a significant effect. The subsequent system rewards further proved this point. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 20. On the other hand, after learning about Chen Qing's real thoughts, Xia Qingyue immediately understood him. Because Xia Qingyue has the same feelings towards Yifeng. With just one glance, I was sure it was him, it could only be him. Their eyes met, and Xia Qingyue couldn't help but feel guilty towards the man in front of her who had a face full of affection. I thought to myself, if it were you, you would understand me, right? In this life, I am destined to betray you. If there is an afterlife. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, charm plus 20. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 30. After repeatedly using the wife-loving reward 6 or 7 times, Chen Xing finally let Xia Qingyue off the hook when it came to washing her face. After finishing everything, Chen Xing decided to bring Xia Qingyue with him and go to serve tea to his father, Chen Xiong, as his daughter-in-law. Xia Qingyue did not refuse. Now, she no longer rejected such things. She thought, even if it was just a show, at least she could play the role of the wife well before Yifeng returned, so as to make Chen Xing feel more comfortable and reduce his guilt. Soon, the two arrived at the Chen family lobby. Chen Xiong sat in the patriarch's seat. Seeing Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue arrive, he stroked his beard and laughed heartily. They're a perfect match. Truly a perfect match. Dad, Qingyue is here to serve you tea. Chen Cheng said. Okay, Chen Xiong was so happy. Have some tea. Xia Qingyue walked up to Chen Xiong and handed him the tea she had prepared in advance. At the moment, she still couldn't bring herself to call Chen Xiong, the acknowledged traitor, Dad. Okay, Chen Xiong took the teacup and smiled from ear to ear. Have a sip of tea. Immediately, he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Xia Qingyue. This is a small gift from your father. Please accept it. If it's not enough, ask me for more. Thank you. Xia Qingyue glanced at Chen Shang and saw that he nodded, so she accepted Chen Xiong's kindness. Then, Chen Xiong placed the teacup on the table, walked quickly to Chen Xing, pulled him aside, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, How is it going? How's it going? What progress? Chen Xing asked knowingly. What other progress could it be? Of course it's about the inheritance of my Chen family's incense. Chen Xiong was slightly excited. It won't happen that fast. Be patient. Chen Xing shook off Chen Xiong's hand and walked towards Xia Qingyue, saying to her, Don't you want to go back to the palace? Come on, I'll accompany you. Then Qingyue will take her leave first. When Xia Qingyue faced Chen Xiong, although Chen Xiong behaved very kindly, she still felt frightened. Chen Xiong responded and immediately ordered his men to prepare a carriage to take Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue into the palace. Watching the two departing figures, Chen Xiong suddenly gasped, Why do I suddenly feel that Qinger seems to have become much more handsome than before? His aura is as if he has been banished from heaven. As expected, I am a member of the Chen clan. You are worthy of being my son, Chen Xiong. Ultimately, rationalization is achieved with this reason. On the other side, Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue got into the carriage. Feeling the wheels rolling and setting off, Xia Qingyue handed over the interspatial ring. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. She just took a tentative look and found that there were 100,000 high-grade spirit stones in this space ring. Regardless of Chen Xing's behavior, just based on this space ring and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, it is certain that Chen Xiong is undoubtedly a traitor. After all, even for the contemporary martial emperor, it is definitely not easy to come up with 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Why can't I accept it? You are my wife, Chen Xing, and his daughter-in-law, Chen Xiong. Let alone 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, even 1 billion is natural. Chen Xing said that, but he was thinking in his heart that after things here were dealt with, he would make a lot of money from Chen Xiong. Spirit stones are not only the absolute trading currency between cultivators and the secular world, but also an excellent resource for cultivation. Practitioners can absorb the spiritual energy stored in the spirit stone and refine it to improve their cultivation. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, the more spiritual energy it contains. Of course, if the spiritual energy is completely absorbed, the spirit stone will become a piece of waste stone and no longer have any value. All right. Seeing that Chen Xing had said so much, Xia Qingyue had no choice but to accept it temporarily and decided to keep it for safekeeping. When Yifeng comes back, he will return all the money to Chen Cheng without missing a cent, and he will never owe him anything. Not long. The carriage drove into the gate of the imperial palace. Seeing the Chen family crest on the carriage, the guards didn't dare to speak at all, let alone stop the carriage to check the identity. They knew very well that in Dao, the Chen family carriage was no different from the emperor's dragon chariot. If they tried to stop it, they would lose many heads. Soon, the carriage stopped and Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue got out. Come here, be careful not to fall. Chen Xing naturally would not miss this good opportunity to get the reward for being a wife lover, and reached out to support Xia Qingyue. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, longevity fruit +1. Chen Cheng took a look at the detailed introduction. After taking this longevity fruit, one pill can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. For me who now possesses immortality, it is naturally useless. However, it was not difficult for Chen Xing to imagine that if he was willing to trade the longevity fruit, many people and powerful people would flock to it and try their best to beg him to trade with them. Put it into the system backpack for now. After that, Xia Qingyue played the role of a good host and, at Chen Xing's request, decided to take him on a tour of the imperial palace. My previous life had few memories of the palace and didn't like coming to a place like this where rules had to be followed. As a time traveler, Chen Xing rarely has such an opportunity to broaden his horizons, so he naturally wants to understand the situation inside the imperial palace. After a tour, the two came to the imperial garden. Various rare and exotic sights and the gurgling lake come into view. Chen Shang was about to say something when a discordant, mocking voice came from the side. Oh, you were saying before that you'd rather die than leave your name unturned, but now you're out here enjoying the scenery with the son of a traitor, chatting and laughing. It's simply ridiculous. How pathetic. How lamentable. Chapter 12, Golden Core Realm. The four words son of a traitor reached Xia Qingyue's ears, and they were like thunder in her ears. Turning her head, Xia Qingyue saw Chen Xing's face immediately darken. She panicked and said hastily, "My brothers and sisters are ignorant and outspoken. Don't bother with them. Don't worry, I'm not that irritable." Chen Xing gently patted the back of Xia Qingyue's hand that was gripping his arm. He immediately set off towards the pavilion where several princesses and princes were. Xia Qingyue had no choice but to follow him. Seeing Chen Shang walking towards them, the princes and princesses who were filled with indignation just now showed worry and fear on their faces. They had also heard how arrogant and overbearing Chen Xing was. He knew that just being a prince would not be enough to intimidate him. Just half a month ago, a prince offended Chen Shang and was slapped twice by him in front of many ministers. Although the royal family suffered a great loss of face, Emperor Wu only fined Chen Xiong half a year's salary for failing to discipline him strictly. As for Chen Chang, there was no punishment at all. And for a powerful official of Chen Xiong's level, the salary for that half year was not even a drop in the bucket. This further proves how powerful the Chen family father and son are in the Great Wu dynasty now. Even when the prince was beaten, Emperor Wu could only turn a blind eye and give him a lenient punishment. Back to Chen Xing, when he was about to step onto the steps of the pavilion, a figure suddenly appeared. The princess and the prince are still young and cannot speak. Please show some mercy, sir. Chen Sheng was unfamiliar with the middle-aged man who was speaking with his hands clasped in front of him. He had never seen him before, but he could tell at a glance that he was a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm and should be the guard who was secretly protecting the princess and the prince. A mere Foundation establishment realm cultivator is qualified to block my way? Get out of here! Chen Sheng released his imposing aura of pressure. Golden Core Realm, the guard was horrified. Who would have thought that the legendary devil who was uneducated and unlearned was actually a cultivator? Not only that, at such a young age, his cultivation level surpasses his own who have practiced for decades. The guard was unable to resist Chen Sheng's pressure. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. He bent his knees and knelt in front of Chen Sheng with a thud. Golden Core Realm. After learning from the guards about Chen Sheng's current cultivation level, not only Xia Qingyue, but also the princes and princesses were shocked and frightened. This person is completely different from the treacherous minister's son they know who only relies on his father. Among these princes and princesses, only one has the talent for cultivation. Relying on the support of massive royal resources, he is currently only at the third level of the qi refining realm. But Chen Sheng was only a few years older than him, yet he had already reached a realm of cultivation that was beyond his reach. Thinking about how I just thought Chen Sheng was a loser who relied on his father for support, I felt a burning pain on my cheek, as if I had been slapped hard in the face by someone invisible. Ask yourself, if he is trash, then aren't you even worse than trash? Chen Sheng's figure passed by the guards who were still suppressed by his pressure, and came to the front of several princes and princesses. What did you say about my wife just now? Everyone lowered their heads and dared not answer. Do you think she is pathetic? Ridiculous? Lamentable? But who knows that if she doesn't compromise with me, 100,000 cavalrymen will break through the city gate today, rush into the capital, and annihilate your Xia family. Chen Sheng asked again. Xia Qingyue's heart was shaken when she heard these words. Only then did he realize that Chen Sheng was not angry about being called the son of a traitor, but was angry about his own reputation being slandered, so he wanted to seek an explanation for himself. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 10. 10 shadow puppets with peak out-of-body realm strength. Chen Sheng showed a look of surprise. He really didn't expect that the reward this time would be so generous. That's right, the reason why he did this was because he took into consideration that his wife Xia Qingyue's reputation had been tarnished. As a husband, he stood up to defend her and protect her reputation, which was naturally a way of doting on his wife. As it turned out, his idea was correct. As for his own reputation, that didn't matter. Chen Sheng only wanted to pamper his wife, earn rewards, and quickly achieve the great emperor's cultivation. He firmly believed that as long as he was strong enough, there would be great scholars who would debate for him. After hearing what Chen Sheng said, the princes and princesses finally realized how much their elder sister Xia Qingyue had sacrificed for themselves, the entire Da royal family, and the future of the country. I couldn't help blushing and feeling ashamed. For Qingyue's sake, I won't argue with you this time. Take care of yourself. Chen Sheng saw that his goal was achieved and was no longer interested in fooling around with these little princes and princesses, so he turned and left. At the same time, he restrained his pressure, making the guard kneeling on the ground feel a lot more relaxed. However, he did not dare to stand up in a hurry and knelt willingly. As a cultivator, how could the guard not know that the strong are respected? Madam, there are many beautiful sights in this imperial garden. Let's go explore other places. Chen Sheng came to Xia Qingyue and suggested. Madam, seeing that Xia Qingyue didn't respond, Chen Sheng raised his hand and waved it in front of her. Okay. Xia Qingyue suddenly came to her senses and agreed. He left the pavilion with Chen Sheng and walked away. On the way, she would occasionally use her phoenix eyes to secretly glance at Chen Sheng. Suddenly I felt that the whole world had misunderstood Chen Sheng and was really deceived by his superb acting skills. Not only is he not a playboy, but he is also very sophisticated and knows how to restrain his edge and develop in a low-key manner. Although Xia Qingyue had not been exposed to much about the world of cultivation, she knew that at Chen Sheng's age, to reach the Golden Core realm, both talent and hard work were indispensable. The more I looked, the more I felt I couldn't see through Chen Qing. It was as if I was staring into the abyss, and a feeling of powerlessness permeated my whole body. It is hard to imagine where Dao's future will go if Chen Qing continues to grow like this. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyue hesitated, wondering in her mind whether she should leave Chen Chang when Yifeng returned in the future. She didn't think that Yifeng would be Chen Qing's opponent. At that time, if Xia Qingyue was asked to abandon everything, disregard the life and death of the royal family and Dao, elope with Yifeng, and wander around the world, she would not be able to do it no matter what. Xia Qingyue was weighing the pros and cons based on Chen Qing's attitude towards her in the past few days. If she was willing to stay by his side, she could at least buy more time for the continuation of the Daoxia clan. At least it could persuade Chen Chang not to join Chen Xiong in a rebellion, provoke a war, and create a cruel situation in which the people suffer. As long as she sacrificed herself, she could save so many others. In Xia Qingyue's opinion, this was definitely something worth considering. After a brainstorming session and weighing the pros and cons, Xia Qingyue finally made up her mind to stay by Chen Qing's side, mentally prepared to sacrifice herself to save millions of others. Brother Feng, we are not destined to meet in this life. We are destined to meet again in the next life. Chen Qing couldn't read minds, so naturally he had no way of knowing Xia Qingyue's inner thoughts. He took a quick glance and thought of a new way to pamper his wife and get rewards. Chapter 13 Meeting the Saint. Chen Chang noticed a swing not far away. Let's go and take a look. He very naturally took Xia Qingyue's hand, walked to the swing, and let her sit on it. Hold on tight, be careful not to fall. Chen Chang walked around, came to the back of the chair, held on with both hands, and gently pushed forward. As the swing swung forward, it swung back. Before Chen Qing's eyes, the system panel appeared as expected, and a prompt sounded in his mind: successfully pampered his wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, first grade Qi refining pill plus 50. Although they are only first grade Qi refining pills, fortunately there are enough of them. While checking the reward, Chen Qing kept moving his hands and pushed the swing forward again. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, first grade bone refining pill plus 50. Chen Qing originally thought that this reward was not so easy to get and there should be a cooling time. After getting it once, he would have to wait for a while before triggering the next one. However, he never expected that the system had no limit. Since the system is so generous, why should Chen Chang be polite? Keep pushing. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, escape talisman plus 5. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, medium grade spirit stone plus 10,000. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, first grade Qi refining pill plus 50. Afterwards, Chen Chang had a great time. It took a full hour. During this time, Xia Qingyue persuaded Chen Qing several times that she had had enough fun and was worried that he would be tired. However, Chen Qing told Xia Qingyue not to worry, as if he had endless energy in his body. In fact, this amount of consumption is not a big deal for him who has reached the Golden Core realm. If Xia Qingyue hadn't shown signs of about to faint and vomit, Chen Chang would never have stopped after just 1 hour. He would have even continued for a whole day. On the other side, Xia Chang, the martial emperor, had already learned from the guard who was forced to kneel in the pavilion by Chen Qing's intimidation that Chen Qing had not only already embarked on the path of cultivation, but had also broken through to the Golden Core realm. Golden Core realm. That kid has actually entered the Golden Core realm. Martial Emperor Xia Chang was shocked when he found out. Chen Xiong alone was already enough of a headache for him, and now there was another genius in cultivation. Xia Chang always felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to hold on to the throne. Master Xiao, what do you think about this boy? Xia Chang turned his head to look at Master Xiao beside him and asked. At the age of 18, he has already reached the Golden Core stage. Even though Prime Minister Chen must have invested a lot of cultivation resources in it, this boy's talent is quite rare in the entire Dao. If he is left alone, it will become a big problem. Xiao He gave his own opinion. But Chen Xiang's influence in the court is so great, and with the 100,000 cavalrymen stationed outside the city, it would be extremely difficult to move against him. Not only that, Xia Chang had a premonition that after learning that Chen Qing was a cultivation genius and that he had married his favorite princess, Xia Qingyue, more and more people would turn to Prime Minister Chen Xiong. Xia Chang thought he was very good at playing the game of emperor, but he never expected that this time he would be completely defeated by Chen Cheng and Chen Xiong, the father and son. So, Your Majesty, in my opinion, we should keep things stable with the Chen family father and son, and not provoke them. Once they fall out, it will do more harm than good. Xiao He suggested. Xia Chang sighed and waved his hand. I understand, go down. At this time, the news that Chen Qing had reached the Golden Core realm also reached Chen Xiong's ears. My son is a Jindan realm cultivator? Jindan realm. Jindan realm at the age of 18? What a monster! Chen Xiong muttered a few words and suddenly burst into laughter. This was definitely the happiest thing that happened to him recently, apart from Chen Qing's wedding. To celebrate, he spent a fortune to reward everyone in the Chen family, pretending that he was rich and willful. His gaze returned to Chen Chang. Having strolled around enough, Chen Xing, at Xia Qingyue's suggestion, decided to go to the imperial study to meet his father-in-law, the emperor. Although I had met him a few times before, we never talked much. Chen Xing had another purpose in meeting Xia Chang this time, which was to let Xia Chang not think too much. The Chen family had no intention of rebelling, and the throne would continue to be sat on by their Xia family. Not only that, he would also ask Chen Xiong to help him secure the throne. In a blink of an eye, it was the imperial study. After learning from the eunuch that Chen Qing actually wanted to come and see him, Xia Chang was very puzzled and didn't know what his intentions were. However, he still asked the eunuch to invite Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue into the imperial study. Qingyue greets Emperor Father. Xia Qingyue bowed. Seeing this, Chen Shang had to give Xia Qingyue some face, even if he didn't give Xia Chang any. He bowed and said, Chen Xing greets my father-in-law. No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite, come and sit down. Xia Chang pretended to be calm. Afterwards, the eunuch brought 2 stools, and Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue sat across from each other at the table. I wonder why my dear son-in-law came to see me, Xia Chang asked straight to the point. I came here today to explain the Chen family's attitude to His Majesty. Xia Chang asked directly, and Chen Chang did not beat around the bush. Oh. What is the Chen family's attitude? Xia Chang suddenly became interested. That's right. The Chen family will not rebel, nor will they be enemies with the Xia dynasty. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Chen Xing said firmly. How can I trust you? In other words, Xia Chang was asking how Chen Xing had the right to decide such a matter. Although the entire Dada knew that Chen Xiong, as a father, doted on his son Chen Sheng very much, Xia Changsha really didn't think that Chen Xiong would listen to Chen Xing's opinion on such a big matter. It's very simple. With His Majesty's intelligence, he must have known about my talent for cultivation. If he insists on rebelling and committing heinous acts, I will do my utmost to stop him. I will stand with Qingyue and protect her completely. Rather than saying these words to Xia Chang, it would be more accurate to say that they were specifically said to Xia Qingyue, who was beside him. The effect is significant. Xia Qingyue never imagined that Chen Shang would actually stand against his biological father for her. My mind immediately recalled what Chen Xing had said to me that day about love at first sight. He's serious. Xia Qingyue's heart was touched. Okay, I believe you. Xia Chang chose to believe Chen Shang. On the one hand, it was because there was no better choice, and on the other hand, he was infected by Chen Xing's serious expression and felt that he did not seem to be lying. After that, after a few pleasantries, Chen Xing left the time for Xia Chang and Xia Qingyue, the father and daughter. Chen Xing got up and left the imperial study. I didn't bother to check the rewards for pampering my wife just now, I was concentrating on acting. Now, as soon as he walked out of the door of the imperial study, Chen Xing ignored the eunuch's questions, waved his hand to summon the system panel, and without saying a word, he directly checked the reward prompts. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 100. 100 Shadow Puppets. That means I have 100 out-of-body realm fighters. and they are more than 100 out-of-body realm fighters who are absolutely loyal to me. Chen Qing looked excited. This time, I made a lot of money. Chapter 14 Assassination. At least in the current Dao dynasty, the existence of cultivators in the out-of-body realm is definitely not to be underestimated, not to mention the huge number of more than 100. The more than 100 shadow puppets in Chen Chang's hands are more than enough for him to establish a powerful force. Less than 2 days after the system was linked, over 100 out-of-body realm puppet fighters had already appeared. After that, Chen Qing couldn't help but boldly speculate that as Xia Qingyue's icy heart gradually melted towards him and occupied more and more of his power, would it be possible to produce a puppet of the Quasi-Emperor or even the Great Emperor realm? Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it very much. If one could truly achieve the enormous advantage of having quasi-emperors as numerous as dogs and great emperors everywhere under his command, then what would be the point of being the protagonist? Afterwards, Chen Qing collected his thoughts and planned to find a random place to while away the time, waiting for Xia Qingyue and Xia Chang, father and daughter, to finish their private conversation and come out of the imperial study. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Xia Chang couldn't be as relaxed as usual when he was alone with Xia Qingyue due to guilt. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a word and asked, "Qingyue, how does he treat you? Does he bully you?" Xia Qingyue shook her head. "My husband treats me very well. He always goes along with me and protects me." Husband. Xia Chang was stunned at first, then he reacted, "That's good, that's good." He immediately changed the subject and said, "I didn't expect this kid to be hiding his true abilities the entire time. He lied to me and everyone else. At such a young age, he has already reached the Golden Core realm. His future prospects are limitless. After today, I'm afraid those sects will be vying to invite him to join their ranks." Thinking of this, Xia Chang suddenly felt fortunate to have such a son-in-law. Otherwise, if he really grows up and stands on the opposite side, he will be much more terrifying than a powerful official like Chen Xiong. "Father, please rest assured. I believe in him. Since he said he would not become an enemy of Diwu, he will definitely do it." Xia Qingyue's words meant that she had completely changed her opinion of Chen Chang and had a great deal of trust in him. No matter what the world thinks, in Xia Qingyue's eyes, Chen Chang is no longer the playboy from a wealthy family who only knows how to indulge in wealth and luxury. "Well, I am willing to believe him." Xia Chang always felt that there was a distance between him and Xia Qingyue, and they could no longer be as close as before. Trying to think from Xia Qingyue's perspective, Xia Chang could understand her emotions. As a father, Xia Chang could only try his best to make it up to Xia Qingyue. Not only did he reward Xia Qingyue, but Chen Chang also gave her a mansion named Qingyun, which was of the specifications of a prince, dozens of servants, and enough gold, silver and jewelry for the two of them to live a carefree life, all as a dowry. Xia Qingyue accepted everything without refusing. She knew very well that these things were not only rewards for herself, but also for Chen Chang. Xia Qingyue hesitated to speak. She had thought that she and Xia Chang would have endless things to talk about, just like before. Facts proved that she was wrong. Like Xia Chang, she felt that there was an invisible and intangible barrier between them. He realized that deep down in his heart, he was still more or less blaming his father Xia Chang for why he had so decisively chosen to sacrifice himself to save his family and the country. She realized that she also longed for Xia Chang to stand beyond his status as a monarch and think about her as a daughter from a father's perspective, even if it was selfish for once. Afterwards, Xia Qingyue realized that there was nothing more to say, so she chose to say goodbye and leave, saying that Chen Chang was still waiting for her outside. Watching Xia Qingyue's back as she turned and left, Xia Chang raised his hand and said, "Qingyue, take good care of yourself. If you need anything or feel wronged, you can always come back. Your father will definitely take care of it for you." "Thank you, father." After saying this, Xia Qingyue left the imperial study, and the eunuch quietly closed the door. Xia Qingyue looked at the old eunuch guarding the door and asked, "Eunuchly, have you seen where my husband has gone?" "Princess, I saw the prince consort walking over there." Eunuchly raised his hand and pointed. Xia Qingyue agreed and walked away in the direction Eunuchly pointed. Not long after walking, Xia Qingyue just opened her eyes and saw Chen Qing at the end of the corridor. Xia Qingyue knew it was him at a glance from the back. Just as Xia Qingyue was about to call out to Chen Xing, before she could even finish her words, Chen Xing's cold voice rang out first. "You've been following me for so long, aren't you planning on showing up yet?" Xia Qingyue was slightly stunned. Bang bang bang. Before she could react, a sound of applause rang out. "Young master has good eyesight, he is worthy of the title of genius." Seeing someone walk out from behind the pillar, Xia Qingyue swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Just from this profile, Xia Qingyue had no impression of him, but she could sense an extremely powerful cultivator's aura from him. "Are you here to kill me?" Chen Xing asked straight to the point. "Smart." The man smiled wickedly. "If you give up resistance and accept death, I can let you go more easily and suffer less pain. This is the Imperial Palace. If you kill people here, where will the dignity of Emperor Wu be?" Chen Xing asked again. "Don't worry about this matter, sir." The man took out a sharp sword. Chen Xing's words reminded him that this was the Imperial Palace and he had to fight quickly and decisively. Peak Golden Core? No wonder he dared to attack me. According to Chen Xing's judgment, this man's background should be the same as the group of masked killers who wanted to surround and kill him on the street before. The peak of the Golden Core realm. Hearing these 5 words, Xia Qingyue felt a strong sense of crisis. Although she had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, she knew that even a small gap in realm would be a chasm that was difficult for a cultivator to cross without the assistance of magic weapons or techniques. Not to mention, there is a gap of several small realms. It is clear at a glance which is stronger, the Jindan realm or the peak of the Jindan realm. Xia Qingyue, sensing something was wrong, decided to turn around and inform her father, asking him to send powerful cultivators from the royal family to support Chen Xing. It was completely subconscious, and she never thought about whether it would be beneficial or harmful to her if Chen Xing died at the hands of a man. But then, Chen Xing's words made Xia Qingyue stop in her tracks. The peak of the Golden Core realm is very powerful, but it is not qualified enough to kill me. If these words came from someone else, Xia Qingyue would definitely suspect that the other person was just putting on an act. But when Chen Xing said this, Xia Qingyue didn't even have the slightest doubt in her heart. "I'm curious, what methods will Chen Xing use?" Not qualified. Chen Xing's words made the man laugh, and he couldn't maintain his cold image. "Convince yourself in your heart not to care about the barking of a dying person." Facing the man who came with a sword and a strong murderous aura, Chen Xing calmly opened the system panel and selected Shadow Puppet. Chapter 15, Beauty is in the Eyes of the Beholder? Chen Xing was just worrying about not having the chance to test the actual combat strength of the Shadow Puppet, when the man took the initiative to come to him. Instead of bullying him, he chose a Shadow Puppet and released it. If a man knows that Chen Xingguan has the strength of the out-of-body realm, has crossed 2 major realms, and beats himself in the Golden Core realm, and asks him not to bully him, then he will probably have endless complaints. After confirming the activation of the Shadow Puppet and completing the contract recognition, Chen Xing no longer needs to go through the system when he wants to summon the Shadow Puppet. The Shadow Puppet has been integrated into his shadow and can be released from the shadow at any time. Chen Xing had an idea. The next moment, the man stopped and noticed keenly that the shadow behind Chen Xing was like a stone falling into water, causing ripples. He frowned slightly, having never encountered such a situation before. Immediately afterwards, he was even more surprised to see a figure emerging from Chen Xing's shadow. If you look closely, you will find that the guy is not a human at all, but a monster wearing close-fitting armor, black from head to toe, and without any breath of life. "Go ahead." Chen Xing gave the killing order to Shadow Puppet nonchalantly. The Shadow Puppet couldn't speak, but responded with actions. It quickly passed by Chen Xing and closed the distance between them in an instant. The man's eyes widened, and he wanted to raise his sword to block the attack of the Shadow Puppet, but then a huge pressure like the sea fell from above his head. The man suddenly felt his body and limbs as heavy as a mountain. He was unable to control them and could not move at all. Out of body state, he squeezed out the 3 last words from his mouth with difficulty. The Shadow Puppet's arm surged like ink and transformed into a blade. It cut the throat with one blow and the head flew into the sky. Out of body state? The man's last words, word for word, were clearly heard by Xia Qingyue in the distance. She saw that the monster summoned by Chen Shang was very powerful, but she did not expect that the monster would be so powerful that it could kill a peak-level Jindan realm cultivator with one blow. I would never have thought that the monster had the cultivation level of the out-of-body realm. A cultivator in the out-of-body realm actually willingly accepted his orders. After witnessing this incident with her own eyes, Xia Qingyue suddenly realized that she only knew that Chen Xing was hiding his abilities, but she didn't know that he was hiding his abilities even more deeply than she had imagined. What I have seen and heard before is just the tip of the iceberg. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyue smiled faintly. It's funny that people only know that Chen Xiong is powerful and a treacherous minister, but they don't know that the real scary person in the Chen family is actually Chen Xing, a dandy who they don't even take seriously and sneer at, and who relies entirely on his father for support. Looking at Chen Shang again, after killing the man, eliminating the threat, and making sure there were no other killers around, Chen Xing let the shadow puppet return to his own shadow, continue to lie dormant, and be ready to be ordered at any time. As for Xia Qingyue, Chen Xing could even detect the peak-level Jindan realm cultivator who was following him, let alone Xia Qingyue, an ordinary person who had not yet awakened and entered the path of cultivation. Chen Xing had long been aware of her presence and didn't mind showing Xia Qingyue his powerful side. Know that since ancient times, beautiful women have admired heroes. No matter what era or background, the strong will always be favored by more beauties than others. As their eyes met, Xia Qingyue knew full well that Chen Xing had noticed her. Stop hiding and come out from behind the wall. To be honest, she was extremely nervous now, and was a little worried that Chen Shang would kill her because she discovered his secret. It was not until this moment that Xia Qingyue truly believed that Chen Xing had no intention of rebelling and swallowing up the Dao dynasty, because his vision and ambition were not limited to the tiny Dao. Chen Shang saw through Xia Qingyue's thoughts and said, "Madam, don't worry. This is not a secret between you and me. I will not kill anyone to silence them. Besides, I can't bear to do it." Chen Xing's words, coupled with that affectionate gaze, caused Xia Qingyue's cheeks to turn slightly red. It's a pity that in the eyes of the system, this is not considered as pampering the wife, and there is no reward. "Who was that person hiding in your shadow just now?" Xia Qingyue asked curiously on the way out of the palace. Like the dead killer, she didn't think the shadow puppet was human. "A magic weapon, you can understand it as a puppet that only obeys my orders, and its strength is comparable to that of a cultivator in the out-of-body realm." Chen Shang did not hide it. The purpose was naturally to make Xia Qingyue feel that he did not treat her as an outsider. Magic weapon? Puppet? It's comparable to a cultivator in the out-of-body realm. Xia Qingyue had long known that the world of cultivation was incomparably mysterious. Today, she had truly glimpsed the threshold for the first time. "How many magical treasures like this do you want?" Xia Qingyue asked again. "I want to understand the true strength of my husband." Of course, she was also mentally prepared for Chen Xing to refuse to answer. "A lot." Chen Shang did not give a specific number. This was to prevent more shadow puppets from appearing later, making Xia Qingyue feel that she had deceived her at this moment. "The key is that details are king." "A lot of." Xia Qingyue stopped asking questions. She had already deciphered quite a bit of information from Chen Xing's confident words. She began to believe that if Chen Xiong really planned to rebel and overthrow the rule of the Dao dynasty, Chen Xing really had the power to stop him and avoid a major war. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyue couldn't help but look forward to the day in the future when everyone in the world would know Chen Xing's true side. "Do I need to tell my father about the assassination so that they can track down the murderer?" Xia Qingyue changed the subject. "No need. This matter has probably already reached my father-in-law's ears through the spies." Chen Xing waved his hand and helped Xia Qingyue onto the carriage. "Be careful. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, charm plus 20. Since Chen Shang said so, Xia Qingyue no longer insisted. Sitting firmly, Xia Qingyue frowned slightly when she looked at Chen Shang, who had lifted the door curtain and walked into the carriage. Somehow, I suddenly felt that Chen Shang looked a lot more handsome and elegant than before. Appearance is determined by fate, and Xia Qingyue doesn't believe that a person's appearance can suddenly become handsome. But it is indeed felt that Chen Xing has improved a lot in both appearance and temperament. At this moment, an old saying could not help but emerge in Xia Qingyue's mind: beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This cannot possibly be the case. Xia Qingyue shook her head like a rattle and quickly denied the thought in her mind. I don't think I will fall in love with Chen Sheng or be attracted to him. After all, the time he and I actually spent together was less than 2 days in total. Xia Qingyue didn't want to believe that her 10-year-long feelings for Yi Feng were replaced so easily. Impossible. Absolutely not. Before convincing others, Xia Qingyue first convinced herself. Madam, why is your face so red? Are you sick? Chen Xing reached out his hand, lifted Xia Qingyue's hair, leaned close to her face, and pressed his forehead against hers. The whole movement was smooth and natural, without any clues to be found. Chapter 16: The Second Prince. Looking at Chen Xing's face so close, feeling the distance so close that they could even hear each other's breathing, Xia Qingyue's already rosy face became even redder. He raised his hands, pressed them against Chen Sheng's chest, and gently pushed them forward. Then he turned his head away, not daring to look directly into Chen Xing's eyes, and said nervously, I'm fine, it's just that I saw blood just now, and I'm a little uneasy. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 3rd grade refining pill plus 20. After getting what he wanted, Chen Sheng replied, I was inconsiderate. Next time I will never do something like this to scare my wife again. Yes. Xia Qingyue agreed softly. Chen Xing's meticulous care and tenderness were like a quagmire, dragging her into the abyss bit by bit, trapping her deeply in it. Afterwards, the carriage slowly rolled towards the Chen family residence. By the time the carriage arrived at the gate of the Chen family mansion, it was already noon. Feeling the vibration, Xia Qingyue slowly opened her eyes, only to find that she had fallen asleep without knowing when. As soon as I opened my eyes, Chen Xing's handsome face came into view. Words like face as sharp as a knife, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes unconsciously emerged in Xia Qingyue's mind after seeing this face. She quickly averted her gaze, fearing that the misunderstanding of beauty is in the eyes of the beholder would arise again. But the next moment, what made Xia Qingyue blush even more was that she suddenly realized that she was being held in Chen Xing's arms. There were also many servants of the Chen family looking at them from all around. You, put me down. I can walk on my own. Xia Qingyue buried her head in Chen Xing's arms and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. It's okay. It's just a few steps away. I still have enough strength. Chen Sheng told Xia Qingyue not to worry. Seeing that she couldn't convince Chen Xing, Xia Qingyue stopped talking and let him hold her. Criticism? Xia Qingyue had not forgotten the fact that she had already been married to Chen Sheng. What was there to object to when a husband hugged his wife? After witnessing Chen Xing's powerful side, Xia Qingyue no longer held too much hope for her fate with Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng appeared in front of her right now, for the sake of the Xia royal family and the peace and stability of the entire Da dynasty, Xia Qingyue would never agree to leave with him and betray Chen Sheng. But, I can't let go of this feeling in my heart for the time being. To put it more bluntly, she already belongs to Chen Xing, but her heart still belongs to Yi Feng. But what she herself didn't realize was that Yi Feng's weight in her heart was gradually shifting. Afterwards, Chen Xing carried Xia Qingyue all the way to the bedroom, treating her like a piece of exquisite porcelain, carefully placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Chen Sheng knew that the royal nobles all had the habit of taking naps, so he didn't bother Xia Qingyue too much and left the room. Xia Qingyue grasped the quilt with both hands, her eyes blank. The scene of Chen Sheng pressing his forehead against his own in the sedan chair emerged involuntarily in his mind. Or maybe the image of him holding her in his arms just a moment ago. The more I thought about it, the hotter my cheeks became, and my heartbeat sounded like a drum, pounding in my ears. No! What the hell am I thinking about? Shaking her head violently, Xia Qingyue forced herself to close her eyes, clearing her mind and wanting to fall asleep to prevent any more chaotic thoughts from arising in her mind. Xia Qingyue never imagined that even if she fell asleep, there were some things that she couldn't escape. Perfect proof of what it means to think during the day and dream at night. At this time, Chen Xing, who was outside the door, was summoning the system panel to check the rewards for pampering his wife that he had received in exchange for the previous series of operations. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving +1 Cultivation Experience Pack. Cultivation Experience Pack. With only these 5 short words, it was difficult for Chen Xing to know how much his cultivation level would increase after using this Cultivation Experience package. Whatever happens, just use it first and see how much it can increase in value. With this idea in mind, Chen Xing controlled with his mind, selected the Cultivation Experience package and used it. Using the Cultivation Experience pack. Used successfully. The host's current cultivation has broken through the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. Previously, it was the 2nd level of the golden core realm, and now it's the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm, which is equivalent to an improvement in an entire realm. Chen Sheng showed an ecstatic look on his face. Cultivation and understanding are undoubtedly the rewards he most urgently needs at the moment. After closing the system panel and leaving the yard, Chen Xing felt refreshed, as if basking in the spring breeze. However, as soon as he walked out of the hospital, he noticed the housekeeper guarding outside the door. "What's the matter?" Chen asked. "Young master, the master wants you to come over," the butler reported truthfully. "Lead the way." "Yes." Afterwards, Chen Xing followed the housekeeper to his father Chen Xiong's study, while the housekeeper was guarding outside the door. "Father, are you looking for me?" Chen Xing asked. "As for the 2 groups of people who tried to assassinate you before, I have found out who was behind it," Chen Xiong said as he continued to write. "Who is it?" Chen Sheng asked straight to the point. "The 2nd prince." Chen Xiong looked up at Chen Chang and announced the correct answer. "The 2nd prince? Could it be that he wants to use this method to become the crown prince?" Hearing this, Chen Xiong was overjoyed. "You are indeed my son, Chen Xiong. You are smart and you saw through the crux of the matter at a glance. Yes, he wants to use this method to establish his own achievements and use you and the notoriety of my entire Chen family as a stepping stone for his future ascension to the throne. The 2nd prince has been a disciple of the Tianyu sect since he was young. The cultivator who wanted to assassinate you in the palace came from the inner sect of the Tianyu sect." Hearing Chen Xiong's words, Chen Xing saw through the key point again. Tianyu sect wants to support the 2nd prince to succeed to the throne. Smart. The more Chen Xiong looked at his precious son, the more he admired him. Talent, invincible talent. The mind is invincible. Why worry about not being able to achieve great things in the future? This will definitely not be their last action. In the future, there will be more and more assassinations against you and me, father and son. Chen Xiong's words were indirectly asking Chen Xing whether he should take the initiative. After learning that his son had been restraining himself and pretending to be a playboy, he realized that he could no longer act arbitrarily as before and had to seriously consider his opinions. The 2nd prince? The Tianyu sect. Chen Xing chuckled. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning. Even though Chen Shang is not a match for the entire sect at the moment, relying on his immortal body, the opponent cannot kill him. Chen Xing can still wear down the opponent by wearing him down. After hearing what Chen Xing said, Chen Xiong did not think that he was arrogant and conceited. Instead, he firmly believed that his son must have the confidence to say so. However, Chen Xiong did not ask too many questions. Some things are enough to understand. "Father, let's not talk about the 2nd prince and the Tianyu sect for now. I have something I want to discuss with you." Chen Xing looked serious and decided to make a big profit from the system. Chapter 17, 100,000 for 10,000. "There's nothing else we can discuss between you and me, father and son. Just tell me what you want me to do." Chen Xiong patted his chest, telling Chen Shang not to be so distant and to speak frankly. "Before that, I hope father will tell me first, do you have the intention to rebel?" Chen Xing asked, "or in other words, do you want to be emperor?" "Become the emperor?" Chen Xiong waved his hand. "I'm not interested. The reason my father has reached this point is simply because he is in the officialdom and has no choice. If you don't become a tiger and eat others, others will become tigers and eat you." To put it bluntly, Chen Xiong did all this to protect himself, and now he has no way to retreat. Under the external propaganda and exaggeration of the Daxia royal family, Chen Xiong had long become a powerful minister who brought disaster to Dao, a treacherous prime minister, and the source of all mistakes. Chen Xiong didn't care about it. It was much better to be feared and respected by others than to be looked down upon and have others ride on their necks and make them poop and piss on you. In this case, I have promised the emperor that the Chen family will never rebel. Father, you should withdraw the 100,000 cavalry guarding outside the city, or retreat farther away so as not to put so much psychological pressure on the emperor. Chen Qing suggested. No. If we withdraw those 100,000 cavalry, how can we guarantee your and my safety? Chen Xiong did not want to agree, but he could not agree. He suspected that Chen Shang was bewitched by Emperor Wu. It was not impossible to withdraw the troops, but what Chen Xiong was really worried about was that the royal family would abandon them. We must learn from past mistakes and take precautions. Hearing this, Chen Shang did not rush to continue to persuade Chen Qing verbally. The shadow behind him surged, and a shadow puppet emerged from it. Seeing this, Chen Xiong reacted extremely quickly. He turned around immediately, drew his long sword from the sword rack behind him, and pointed it at the shadow puppet. How dare you? How dare you trespass into the Chen mansion? Chen Shang raised his hand and gently moved away the sword that was hanging beside Chen Xiong's ear. He said, Father, don't panic. This thing is called Shadow Puppet, and it is a puppet controlled by me. Shadow Puppet. After hearing what Chen Qing said, Chen Xiong recalled that he had heard similar news from spies. Is it him who killed the assassin sent by Tianyu sect? Chen Xiong put down his sword and asked without rushing to put it back into the scabbard. That's right. Chen Qing nodded. This shadow puppet is equivalent to the peak of the out-of-body realm. A puppet at the peak of the out-of-body realm. After understanding this, Chen Xiong was surprised and happy. I am very curious about where Chen Qing got such a powerful puppet magic weapon. Logically speaking, any little disturbance in the entire capital should not escape his eyes and ears. Thinking of this, Chen Xiong was not afraid of his son Chen Shang. Instead, he was very pleased that he was better than his father. Fortunately, I gave birth to such an all-round son. I don't have to worry about the continuation of the Chen family lineage anymore. I have over 100 puppets like this. Before Chen Qing finished speaking, Chen Xiong's heart was already filled with shock. More than 100? That's equivalent to having more than 100 peak-level cultivators in the out-of-body realm. And more than 100 absolutely loyal peak-level cultivators in the out-of-body realm who would never betray me. Chen Qing struck while the iron was hot and continued, in my opinion, Father, can these over 100 shadow puppets guarantee the safety of you and me? Yes. That's absolutely possible. The out-of-body realm. If Chen Xiong remembered correctly, the current leader of the Tianyu sect was only at the out-of-body realm, and was not as good as Chen Qing, a puppet. Now, I finally completely understand why Chen Qing has the confidence to call Tianyu sect and the second prince of Dao as chickens and clay dogs. This is by no means conceited, but confidence that comes from strength. Retreat. I will give the order now to let those 100,000 cavalrymen evacuate the capital. Although he didn't know Chen Qing's intention, Chen Xiong believed that he would not let his father down. He was certain that Chen Qing was playing a big game, and as his father he was old, he only needed to cooperate with him and not get involved too much. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 10,000. Although he had expected that the reward this time would be very generous, after actually seeing and reading the text on the system panel, Chen Qing couldn't help but be a little shocked. That's right, those 100,000 soldiers and horses were not meant to allow Emperor Wu or the entire Xia royal family to retreat with peace of mind, but simply to let his wife Xia Qingyue understand his true feelings for her. Repelling 100,000 ion cavalry in exchange for 10,000 shadow puppets equivalent to the peak strength of the out-of-body realm is more than just a good deal, it's a huge profit. As long as Chen Qing is willing, he can summon tens of thousands of shadow puppets in the blink of an eye and sweep across the entire Dao. After learning that the 100,000 cavalry outside the city had retreated, Emperor Wu's heart, which had been hanging for almost 10 years, finally settled down. It seems that Qingyue has really found a good son-in-law for me, Xia Cheng said with relief. The national teacher Xiao He on the side seemed to be hesitant to speak. Master, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. You and I are not outsiders. Xia Chang noticed the change in his expression and gestured. Now that the threat outside the city has been eliminated, Your Majesty, why don't you take advantage of the situation to completely remove Qin Xiong, this thorn in dog? Xiao He was worried that there might be eavesdroppers, so he leaned over and lowered his voice to speak in Xia Cheng's ear. No, there are still many ministers in the court who are in the Chancellor's camp. If we act rashly, it will only have the opposite effect and cause chaos in the court. Secondly, compared to Qin Xiong, Xia Chang is now more afraid of Chen Chang. He thinks he has seen countless people, but he just can't see through Chen Chang. I don't think that with Chen Chang's cunning, he would not realize that once the 100,000 cavalry retreated, he might attack the Chen family. In this case, if Chen Xing dared to ask Qin Xiong to retreat, he must have some bargaining chips that could prevent him from taking action. Therefore, Xia Chang chose to wait and see. Little did they know that this decision directly saved the Xia royal family and avoided the crisis of genocide. The bargaining chips that Chen Chang holds in his hand now are far more than 100,000 cavalrymen. If Xia Chengrua doesn't want to be decent, Chen Xing doesn't mind helping him to be decent in changing Xia to Chen. Of course, if Qin Xiong really didn't want to be the emperor, endure the hardship, and be cursed by the world, Chen Chang wouldn't mind moving up the plot to help his wife Xia Qingyue become the empress. Return to the imperial study. After clarifying Xia Cheng's attitude, Xiao He no longer mentioned the matter of destroying the Chen family. Talking about another matter, regarding the cultivator who previously attempted to assassinate Chen Qing in the palace, I have already found out that he is from the Tianyu sect. Tianyu sect? Is this matter related to the second prince? Xia Chang was stunned and stopped writing. He didn't think that the Tianyu sect was simply trying to eliminate violence and protect the country. Among all the Xia clan members, only his second son was close to the Tianyu sect. Most likely related. Xiao He gave his own judgment. Go, tell someone to throw the body in front of the gate of that rebellious son's mansion. Xia Chang did this to warn the second prince not to mess around again. Whatever I can find out, the Chen family can also find out. If things get out of hand, don't blame anyone for reminding you to collect his body. Yes. Chen Mansion. Xia Qingyue suddenly sat up from the bed, startled awake. She had a very scary dream. Chapter 18. Getting used to it. In the dream, she and Chen Sheng became a loving couple, spending all their time together, which was enviable. This dream spans a long period, from getting to know each other, falling in love, entering the bridal chamber, to getting married and having children, having many grandchildren, and finally growing old together and going to the underworld together. And then? Then Xia Qingyue was awakened. She couldn't understand why she had such a dream. What made Xia Qingyue feel even more terrified was that in the dream world, the brother Feng whom she admired and loved deeply was nowhere to be seen, as if he had never existed. Xia Qingyue really didn't dare to think too much, for fear that not only her body would betray Yifeng, but her heart would also betray him. Patting my chest, I consoled myself, it's just a dream, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Dream? What dream? At this time, Chen Xing's voice came from outside the hanging bead curtain. No, nothing. Xia Qingyue's delicate body trembled with fear, her tone a little guilty as she quickly denied it. How could she possibly tell Chen Xing about something like this? Is that so? Seeing this, Chen Xing stopped questioning and walked forward, squatting in front of the bed. He asked Xia Qingyue to give him her feet and put on her shoes and socks. He said, "The servants have prepared dinner. Let's go quickly." Looking at Chen Xing, who was putting on her shoes and socks with a serious look on his face, Xia Qingyue's eyes were complicated. Actually, you don't have to be like this. The better Chen Xing treated her, the more Xia Qingyue felt she owed him, simply because in Xia Qingyue's heart, there was another man whom she absolutely could not let down. Besides this, Xia Qingyue was even more worried that one day, she would not be able to resist Chen Xing's offensive and would be immersed in his gentle embrace. Not only her body, but even her heart would eventually betray Yifeng. You and I are married couple. As your husband, it's only natural for me to treat you well. Who in the world would dare to disagree? The words are beautiful, and the rewards are beautiful too. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Calligraphy Mastery. Chen Qing personally believed that the reward of calligraphy played a very important role in the fantasy world with an ancient background. As the saying goes, seeing the handwriting reveals the person. Good calligraphy can be very useful at certain critical moments. The main point is that it is always better to have many skills. Just by changing my wife's shoes, I can give her a maximum level of skill. What else is there to complain about? On the other hand, Xia Qingyue, listening to Chen Cheng's heartwarming words, couldn't help but complain in her heart, "Have you ever paid your respects to your parents? When have you ever paid your respects?" Xia Qingyue was half asleep. If she remembered correctly, she had just finished getting dressed and hadn't even seen the guests for the wedding banquet when Chen Qing kidnapped her like a robber. Although her mind was full of thoughts, Xia Qingyue didn't say much. She just agreed and left the bedroom with Chen Qing to enjoy dinner. On the huge dining table, there were more than a dozen delicacies from land and sea, but only Chen Qing, Xia Qingyue, and Chen Xiong were sitting there. Chen Cheng was the first to pick up the bowl and chopsticks, picking up a piece of fried meat for Xia Qingyue. "Come, madam, you've worked hard all day, eat more." Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, speed attribute plus 20. Madam, this is the specialty of our Chen Mansion chef. You must try it. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 30. Madam, I see you look pale. I'm afraid you're not getting enough qi and blood. Come, have some duck blood to replenish your energy. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Xian level top grade armor plus 1. Chen Qing seized the opportunity and made a great effort. His comprehension alone had increased by a full 100 points. If the food in Xia Qingyue's bowl hadn't already piled up like a small mountain and threatened to collapse at any moment, Chen Cheng would have continued to increase it. Madam, you eat first. When you finish eating, I will serve you whatever you want. Chen Cheng looked doting. Yeah. Xia Qingyue nodded gently. Seeing how loving the couple was, Chen Xiong, as a father, felt very relieved. I fantasized that it won't be long before my status will be upgraded. I couldn't help but imagine the beautiful scene of my grandson calling me grandpa. Father, what are you thinking about? Chen Xing couldn't help but ask when he noticed Chen Xiong grinning at that person. Grandsons are good, granddaughters are fine too. It would be best to have one grandson and one granddaughter. The more the better. Listening to Chen Xiong's reply, Chen Xing frowned slightly, puzzled. Did he ask these questions? Xia Qingyue, who had heard that Chen Xiong wanted her to bear a son and a daughter for their Chen family, lowered her head and remained silent. Of course she knew that this was inevitable, but at the moment, Xia Qingyue was not mentally prepared. Ahem. Chen Xiong, realizing his loss of composure, clenched his fist before his lips and coughed. He regained his composure and changed the subject, saying, "Xinger, I have withdrawn all the 100,000 cavalrymen guarding the city as you requested." He then turned to the shocked Xia Qingyue and said, "No matter what outsiders have said about our Chen family in the past, Xinger's decision is now my decision. The Chen family will never commit treason or rebellion." Xia Qingyue did not reply for a long time. She was still in shock and looked at Chen Chang with disbelief. She couldn't believe that Chen Xing actually persuaded Chen Xiong to express his position and remove the thorn that had been stuck in her father's heart. Without those 100,000 cavalry, the possibility of the Chen family plotting rebellion would naturally be greatly reduced. Xia Qingyue didn't understand why Chen Xing did this. Could it be for me? Just because I'm his wife? At this moment, Chen Xing seized the opportunity, reached out, and grasped Xia Qingyue's hand, which was as white as jade and as soft and smooth as silk. "I will never go back on my word to you." "Thank you, my husband." Xia Qingyue did not struggle. Her husband heard these words with a little more sincerity than before. Chen Chang was no fool. He could tell from Xia Qingyue's eyes that this move was quite powerful. It's a pity that the reward for pampering your wife has been obtained once and cannot be obtained again. But for Chen Xing, the deeper Xia Qingyue's feelings for him, the greater the quality and quantity of the rewards would be, so it was worth it. My husband, my hand hurts a little, can you? Xia Qingyue lowered her gaze and looked at Chen Sheng's hand that was tightly grasping hers. Sorry, I was reckless. Chen Sheng let go of his hand. Afterwards, the three of them continued to enjoy their dinner. Whenever there was less food in Xia Qingyue's bowl, Chen Sheng would immediately replenish it and look for an opportunity to get another wave of rewards. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Yama Needle plus 20. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 3rd grade Tianyang pill plus 100. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 5. Xia Qingyue also found the right opportunity to hand over the gold, silver and jewelry given to her by her father as a dowry to Chen Qing through the space ring. Plus a royal-level mansion and dozens of servants and maids. Chen Qing said that there was no need to move in a hurry, so as to prevent Chen Xiong from being alone and lonely in the huge Chen mansion. I'll do whatever my husband says. For Xia Qingyue, it didn't matter where she lived, it was all up to Chen Qing. Not long after, the family finished dinner. Chen Qing learned from his servants that there would be a lantern festival in the capital tonight. He suggested that he and Xia Qingyue go to see it together, looking for an opportunity to pamper his wife. Xia Qingyue nodded. Before I knew it, I had gotten used to doing things with Chen Qing that only couples do. Chapter 19. Can spiritual power be used like this? The task of clearing the dishes was left to the servants. After putting down the dishes, Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue said goodbye to Chen Xiong and left the Chen family mansion together. The Chen family residence was not far from the venue of the Lantern Festival, so the two chose to walk there. If you feel tired, madam, I can carry you on my back, or even hold you in my arms. Hearing Chen Xing's words, Xia Qingyue hurriedly said, although I'm a princess, I'm not that delicate. I won't be tired after walking just a few steps. Chen Shang did not force anything. If Xia Qingyue agreed, he would make a lot of money. If Xia Qingyue did not agree, he would not lose anything either. Afraid Chen Shang would overthink things, Xia Qingyue added, of course, I don't mean to dislike you. I just want to tell you that I'm not that fragile. I see. Keep walking forward, the more people you see. I didn't expect that there would be so many people attending the Lantern Festival outside the palace. Xia Qingyue knew it would be lively, but she never imagined it would be this lively. At first glance, the crowd was like a swarm of carp crossing the river, moving densely and swarmingly. Then, her hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Xia Qingyue was startled, her delicate body trembling slightly. Look down and see the sight. Just as she was about to shake it off, she looked up in the direction of the hand. When she saw that the person holding her hand was Chen Xing, she stopped thinking. Chen Xing spoke up in time, there are so many people here, I don't want to lose my wife. Xia Qingyue softly hummed him and let Chen Xing grab her hand without struggling. Since Chen Shang had such good intentions, how could she let him down? Xia Qingyue didn't want to be an ungrateful person. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, my cultivation increased by 5 minor realms. Although we did not ascend to a higher realm directly like last time, being able to break through from the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm to the 7th level is also a very good reward for Chen Xing. After walking for a while, we could see the bright lights of lanterns not far away. What comes with it is an increasingly crowded crowd. Sensing that someone was about to bump into Xia Qingyue, Chen Xing reached out, grasped her slender waist, and domineeringly pulled her into his arms, pressing his chest against hers. Xia Qingyue lay on Chen Xing's chest, her fists slightly clenched. Knowing the reason why Chen Xing did this, she did not resist or blame Chen Shang. Instead of blaming Chen Xing, she scolded herself in her heart as her heartbeat grew louder and louder. It was so loud that it filled my ears and almost drowned out the laughter of hundreds of people around me. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 100. 100 insights. Chen Shang almost couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. The amount of this reward was much more generous than he had imagined. I decided to wait until the Lantern Festival was over, then find a set of exercises and try them out to see how advanced my current level of understanding was. Just looking at the numbers is not enough. It seems there's no way to go any further. Xia Qingyue felt a little regretful. The best place to enjoy the lanterns was still quite a distance away. These folk lanterns were no less impressive than the ones she had seen in the palace, and were even larger in scale. Catching the disappointment on Xia Qingyue's face, Chen Shang once again reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, gently reminding her, "Hold me." Oh. Although she didn't know what Chen Xing intended to do, Xia Qingyue subconsciously did as he said, leaning forward and hugging Chen Xing tightly with both hands. The next moment, Chen Xing took a step forward and flew up with Xia Qingyue. After a few leaps, they climbed onto the tallest building nearby. "Madam, hold on tight, be careful not to fall down," Chen Chang reminded. Xia Qingyue didn't have time to reply. At a glance, countless lanterns came into view, a dazzling array of colors and a breathtaking beauty. Looking at it from this angle, it's 100 times more shocking than just now. "So beautiful," Xia Qingyue exclaimed. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, longevity fruit plus 20. Chen Sheng had the same idea about this reward. He planned to use it to exchange for magic weapons from powerful cultivators or to build some connections in the future. The closer you are to death, the more precious life is. Chen Xing clearly understood what the ancients meant when they said that time is money and money cannot buy time. Immortal. It's an immortal. Look at them, why can't you do something like this? I would like to do it, will you give me spiritual roots? Hey, why don't I have such an excellent partner? Although I can't see the faces of those two people clearly, their temperament is definitely that of an ordinary person. Everyone was talking about it. Seeing that she had become the object of everyone's envy because of Chen Xing, Xia Qingyue couldn't help but feel secretly happy and a little proud. Then, after confirming that Xia Qingyue was standing firmly, Chen Xing decided to turn a brilliant move in his mind into reality. He swirled his hands and condensed a ball of azure spiritual power. After the ball of spiritual power turned into the size of a tangerine, Chen Xing shot it hundreds of feet into the sky. Immediately, with a loud bang, the spirit ball exploded into hundreds of flames that scattered in all directions, turning into a ball of dazzling fireworks. It adds a lot of color to the Lantern Festival. Looking up, Xia Qingyue gazed at the dazzling fireworks, her thin lips slightly parted, watching intently, with waves of light surging in her eyes. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Earth Grade Lower Grade Moonslashing Sword +1. After confirming that the plan was feasible, Chen Xing condensed more spirit power balls, and each of them was different in color. They shot up into the sky one after another, and the next moment, red, yellow, blue, green, indigo, purple fireworks of various colors exploded one after another, filling the night sky. So beautiful. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 5th grade strengthening spirit pill +50. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension +200. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, free attribute points +100. Note, free attribute points can be added to any attribute it will by the host. The fireworks were a delight to watch, and Chen Chang was also very happy to receive the reward for pampering his wife. Some Qi refining realm cultivators exclaimed, "Can spiritual power be used like this? Otherwise, others can find fairy companions, but you and I can only come to the Lantern Festival alone." I learned it. This time I really learned it. Got it? With our current cultivation level, it's difficult for us to create a single firework like this. He can create so many, so his cultivation level must be at least at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Oh my god. Peak of the Golden Core realm. Both powerful and thoughtful. Such a Taoist partner is truly enviable. Seeing the little junior sister's admiration for Chen Xing, the senior brothers around her couldn't help but want to become Chen Xing's disciples. How could they not admire such a capable master who knew how to win the hearts of beautiful women? If Chen Shang knew what they were thinking, he would just reply, "I won't accept any disciples." As for the next period of time, Chen Shang stopped what he was doing. It's not that I don't want to continue brushing, nor is it because all the spiritual power has been used up, but that the remaining spiritual power has a new use. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Eyes as sharp as a knife. Chapter 20, like coercion? Yes, that's right, Chen Xing sensed the murderous intent directed at him again. After reaching the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, his perception range became larger and more acute. After a little thought, Chen Xing could easily guess the other party's identity. He was most likely the second prince, or the Tianyu sect behind him. In Chen Sheng's opinion, after the assassination was exposed, the second prince would not only not restrain himself, but would instead go to extremes and commit suicide for fear of being sued and retaliated by the Chen family. As for the Tianyu sect, they would probably not be able to accept the murder of their inner disciples as they considered themselves a powerful sect. Of course, Chen Xing did not rule out the possibility that some great heroes wanted to get rid of him, the son of a powerful official, for the sake of the country and the people, in exchange for the good reputation of the world and a name after his death. However, this possibility was soon denied by Chen Shang. The reason is simple. It is not easy for ordinary forces to gather so many monks. Within the range of perception, Chen Xing clearly saw that there were no less than 30 people coming. The weakest among them was at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, and there were even some at the peak of the Nascent Soul realm. These people really went to great lengths to kill me. Chen Shang didn't think the other party could kill him. The reason was simple. With his background and talent, even without the system, he would definitely be a villain with considerable threat. What's more, he was engaged to the female protagonist. The protagonist hasn't even come out of isolation yet, so how could the villain be finished early? In Chen Xing's eyes, the only person who could kill him was the protagonist, or the destined heroine like Xia Qingyue. Someone wants to kill you again. Looking up, Xia Qingyue deciphered a lot of information from Chen Xing's sharp eyes. Oh. Madam has noticed all this, Chen Xing asked in surprise. Don't you think about your reputation throughout the Dao dynasty? The number of people who want your life is so high that even the entire imperial palace can't accommodate them all. Xia Qingyue rolled her eyes at him. What about you? Do you want to kill me? Chen Xing asked jokingly. Xia Qingyue hesitated. If it were before she married Chen Xing, she would have given an affirmative answer without hesitation. But after marrying Chen Shang and learning his true side, Xia Qingyue was unable to give an answer. If my life is what you desire, madam, I can give it to you at any time. Chen Shang took Xia Qingyue's hand and placed it against his heart. I'm not a murderer, why would I want your life? Xia Qingyue withdrew her hand and turned her back. Madam, are you reluctant to kill me? Seeing Xia Qingyue's expression, Chen Xing couldn't help but want to tease her. Unfortunately, such empty words that cannot be put into action cannot trigger the wife-loving reward in the eyes of the system. Xia Qingyue felt like she couldn't agree, and she couldn't refuse either. She twisted her body and said, someone wants to kill you, and you're being so frivolous. I'm ignoring you. They are just a bunch of scoundrels. I will get rid of them right away. As soon as Chen Xing finished speaking, dozens of shadows spread out from his shadow under the moonlight and merged into the night. The other side. Elderly, when should we take action? There are too many people here. How about we wait until the Lantern Festival is over and then ambush them on their way back? A disciple asked. No. The longer the night, the more trouble we have. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Elderly immediately rejected his disciple's proposal. He knew very well that the people above him did not have such patience. The elders had said so much, and the disciples could not say anything more. They took out their swords and knives, and murderous intent appeared on their faces. He didn't notice anything wrong with the shadow under his feet. The next moment, before the disciples of Tianyu sect could take any action, shadow puppets jumped out from the shadows, their palms turned into blades, and pressed against the throats of all the disciples. Before they could react in surprise, their throats were cut, and streams of blood spurted out. Died of horror. Watching the dozens of disciples he brought with him being slaughtered by these inhuman creatures in an instant, Elder Li was filled with not only anger but also fear. "You, who are you?" "I am an inner sect elder of the Tianyu sect. If anything happens to me, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will be hunted down endlessly by the Tianyu sect and you will never have peace." Elder Li tried to use this to intimidate the shadow puppets and make them understand the interests involved. They are just puppets. What's the point of telling them these things immediately afterwards? Chen Qing's voice came from above his head. Elder Li quickly looked up and noticed Chen Qing's presence. His realm was indeed higher than Chen Qing's, but he was too nervous to perceive so much. "Puppets? You made all of these?" Elder Li originally thought that the sect had gone too far in sending him so many accompanying disciples, but now it seemed that it was too few. They were all wiped out after just one encounter. "Do it!" Chen Qing had learned from Elder Li that the mastermind behind all this was indeed closely related to the Tianyu sect, so he was naturally no longer of any use. "Want to kill me? Not that easy. Do you really think I'm the same kind as them?" After Elder Li said this, he burst out with the pressure of the peak nascent soul realm cultivation. In terms of cultivation, it is undeniable that Chen Shang is indeed not as good as him, but Chen Qing has shadow puppets, each of which has reached the peak of the out-of-body realm, crushing Elder Li by an entire realm. Like coercion? As soon as Chen Qing thought about it, dozens of shadow puppets present released their pressure at the same time. Boom boom boom. Dozens of pressures from the peak of the out-of-body realm, like mountains, fell from the sky one after another and landed on Elder Li's head. The knee couldn't hold on for even a moment before it bent and hit the ground hard, shattering the bluestone bricks. This is the out-of-body realm. The peak. Elder Li prostrated himself on the ground, feeling extremely heavy, and uttered these few words with difficulty. When he reacted, he lost all his will to fight. He never imagined that Chen Qing had dozens of puppets with the strength of the peak of the out-of-body realm in his hands. This level of combat power is enough to wipe out the entire Tianyu sect, let alone a mere inner sect elder like him. Little did they know that these shadow puppets were just the tip of the iceberg compared to the number of shadow puppets Chen Qing actually controlled, and were not worth mentioning at all. "No, don't kill me, please, I surrender, I admit defeat, I am willing to swear an oath to the heaven, and will be loyal to you from now on, even if it means sacrifice for your life, and I will never betray you." Faced with Chen Qing's strength that was definitely stronger than his own, Elder Li simply admitted defeat and wanted to serve him as his master. "I refuse." Chen Qing stated his attitude without hesitation. He has not yet fallen to the point of accepting anyone under his command. Elder Li's potential is obvious and he is of no use at all. Secondly, Chen Qing knew the direction of Tianyu sect and there was no need for him to lead the way. As soon as he said this, and with a thought in his mind, the shadow puppets increased their pressure. With a bang, Elder Li's body was pressed to the point of explosion and shattered into pieces. Chapter 21. Why has he become handsome again? After doing all this, Chen Qing ordered Ing Kuei to cut off the heads of all the Tianyu sect disciples present, take them away, and escape into the dark world that accommodated them. As for those headless bodies, Chen Qing chose to stay where they were as a warning to someone. Afterwards, Chen Qing looked relaxed, having killed dozens of people, yet his body was not stained with blood as he returned to the side of Xiao Qingyue, who was filled with worry. A smiling face popped out from the side. "Ma'am, it's okay, it's all resolved." So fast during this time, Xiao Qingyue had been following Chen Qing's instructions and facing away from the battlefield. It was because Chen Qing was worried that she would see too many bloody scenes and would be scared to have nightmares and unable to sleep. The destined empress? That was a matter for the future. Xiao Qingyue, currently still not awakened, was a delicate, weak, and easily pushed down pitiful creature in Chen Qing's eyes. The most important thing is that there are rewards to be gained. How can this not be considered pampering your wife? Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, charm plus 50. Charm value? This is the most useless reward for Chen Qing. Rather than appearance, he hopes to improve his strength. Of course, it cannot be said that good looks have no benefits at all. At least most of the time, a good-looking appearance can make people feel closer. At the same time, when 50 points of charm are received, it will have an impact on Chen Qing's temperament, image, and other aspects. Xia Qingyue looked at him again, and was stunned for a moment. Xia Qingyue frowned slightly. For some reason, she felt that Chen Qing seemed to have become much more handsome compared to before. Close your eyes, shake your head slightly, and then open your eyes to look. It's confirmed, it's not an illusion, I really have become more handsome. Regarding this, Xia Qingyue still held the same thought as at the beginning. A person's appearance would basically not change much after adulthood. No matter how much the skin changed, the bone structure would not change, let alone improve several times in just a few days. Could it be that I really have feelings for him? Apart from the possibility that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, Xia Qingyue really couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation than this. Chen Qing didn't notice this and said, "Madam, I'm afraid today's Lantern Festival will have to end early." When encountering problems, Chen Qing doesn't like to procrastinate. If it can be solved today, he will never leave it overnight. Since the Tianyu sect doesn't want to be decent, Chen Qing doesn't mind helping them to be decent. Those dozens of heads must be returned the same way they came. Are you planning to attack the Tianyu sect? After a moment's thought, Xia Qingyue could easily guess what Chen Qing was planning to do. Madam has seen what happened today. I have given them a chance to repent, but instead of restraining themselves, they have become even more aggressive and sent more and stronger killers to take my life. If I continue to tolerate them, am I still a man? Chen Qing expressed his opinion. Although the Tianyu sect is not among the top 10 powerful sects, its strength should not be underestimated. Isn't it too risky to do this? How about tomorrow? I will go to the Imperial Palace early tomorrow morning and inform Father about this matter. I will let Father make the decision for you. Xia Qingyue was worried that Chen Qing would act on impulse and hurt herself. No matter what, she and Xia Qingyue was now married to Chen Qing in name only. As his wife, how could she watch him die? Madam, are you worried about me? Chen Qing changed the subject. What? Can't I worry about you? Xia Qingyue puffed up her cheeks slightly and asked angrily. Chen Qing always maintained a nonchalant attitude, feeling that he was the only one worrying about this and that it was a waste of effort. Of course. You are my wife. Apart from my father, no one is more qualified than you to worry about me. Chen Qing said seriously. Xia Qingyue snorted softly. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Qing spoke first. Since Madam is so worried about me, why don't you come with me to the Tianyu sect? If anything goes wrong, they won't dare to act rashly with your princess status around, right? Chen Qing's idea was very simple. No matter how much he said, it was not as good as seeing it with his own eyes. He wanted Xia Qingyue to see who was stronger, him or the Tianyu sect. Okay, Xia Qingyue felt that what Chen Qing said made sense. She plans to use her identity as a princess to intimidate the Tianyu sect. If they dare to attack Chen Qing again in the future, she will hold them accountable. If you can't even save your own face, then bring up the current emperor. If the Tianyu sect really wants to break off relations, the Xia royal family is not easy to bully. Thank you, madam. I will be relying entirely on you to protect me during this trip to the Tianyu sect. Chen Qing hugged Xia Qingyue's arm and leaned forward, pretending to be weak. Looking at Chen Qing like this, Xia Qingyue really couldn't associate him with the devil in everyone's eyes. I even thought, what's the matter with being a little well-behaved? Okay, leave it to me. Xia Qingyue nodded heavily and agreed while thinking in her heart. After reaching a consensus, Chen Qing quickly took action and picked up Xia Qingyue from the ground. You, what are you doing? Xia Qingyue was startled. The mountains are high and the roads are long. Madam, do you want to walk there? Chen Qing asked. Isn't there a carriage? Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed. Even if we ride at full speed, it would take at least 2 days to reach Tianyu sect from the capital. But with my speed, it would take no more than half an hour. Chen Qing made an analysis and presented Xia Qingyue with a choice. 2 days. Rather than wasting time, Xia Qingyue was more worried that if time dragged on, the Tianyu sect would be filled with hatred and their desire for revenge would become even more intense after learning that all the disciples they sent out had died at Chen Qing's hands. To prevent the situation from becoming irreversible, Xia Qingyue responded with actions instead of words. She raised her hands and hooked them around the back of Chen Xing's neck. A wise choice. Chen Xing raised his lips into a faint smile. Immediately, his feet were enveloped in spiritual energy, and he began to leap rapidly between the eaves of the houses, as light as a swallow, like a streak of flowing light. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Chen Sheng brought Xia Qingyue all the way, using his body skills, from the capital of Da to Xianfeng Mountain, where he saw the Tianyu sect, which was built above the clouds with only half of the building visible. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Tianyu sect?" The guards at the foot of the mountain saw that Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue were unfamiliar faces, and immediately raised their spears and shouted. During this time, his eyes kept looking up and down at Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue. He glanced at Chen Sheng briefly before moving away, lingering on Xia Qingyue for a longer moment. Without waiting for Chen Sheng to speak, Xia Qingyue stated her purpose. The guard then said, "Are you planning to join the Tianyu sect? It's not the right time yet. However, if you can show sufficient sincerity, I might be flexible and let you two go up the mountain." "How much sincerity do you want?" Xia Qingyue came to Tianyu sect this time mainly for peace talks. Although she was unhappy about being blackmailed by the guards, she still patiently asked tentatively. "As for him, just give him some spirit stones." "As for you," the guard stopped talking when his eyes became obscene. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 5th grade Swift Wind Pill plus 30. Chen Xing had just received the reward for carrying Xia Qingyue all the way. Hearing the guard's words and looking at his obscene face, he immediately hid the system panel, summoned the previously exploded Earth-grade, low-grade moon-slashing sword with one hand, and simultaneously reached out with the other, grasping Xia Qingyue's shoulders and pulling her into his arms. While her back was facing the guard, he slashed out a vast sword light that could rival the bright moon. Chapter 22, Never Give Up. The guard at the mountain gate exploded and died under the sword light of Chen Sheng, which was several meters long. His flesh and blood were shattered into pieces, and his bones turned into blood, staining a large area of the ground beneath his feet bright red. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Earth-grade, top-grade Dragon Trapping Formation plus 1. On the one hand, he dotes on his wife, but on the other hand, Chen Xing considers himself to be a very selfish person in certain matters. No matter what, Xia Qingyue is now his wife in name only. In a world where the strong are respected, the mountain gate guard is obviously weaker than himself, but he dares to covet his legally married wife. How can Chen Xing tolerate this? Must kill. Just for the sake of clarity of thought. Living this life over again, Chen Sheng was unwilling to suffer any grievance at all, as he had suffered enough in his previous life. "It's okay." Chen Sheng loosened his arms that were tightly holding Xia Qingyue and said softly. "Okay," Xia Qingyue agreed softly and turned her head to look. Although she didn't see any broken limbs, from the blood on the ground, it was not difficult to guess what happened to the mountain gate guard. "Do you think Chen Sheng is violent?" No, Xia Qingyue didn't think so at all. She knew very well that the reason Chen Xing drew his sword and killed people was entirely because of her. No matter how innocent Xia Qingyue was, she would have seen and understood that the mountain gate guard was clearly coveting her beauty and wanted her to trade her body for the opportunity to go up the mountain. That was why Chen Xing had taken such a bold move to wipe him out. Just ask yourself, with such a domineering and protective husband, how many women in the world can resist? Anyway, Xia Qingyue didn't have any thoughts of blaming Chen Xing at the moment. Instead, she felt a strange, indescribable throbbing in her heart. However, before Xia Qingyue could think about it, a majestic voice came from the mountain. "You bold lunatic, how dare you start a massacre in the Tianyu sect and kill my disciples? You are seeking death." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of disciples quickly fell from the mountain like meteors to the sides of Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue, surrounding them layer by layer. The man dressed as an elder who spoke stood with his hands behind his back on a flight of stairs dozens of steps high, looking up at Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue. "You are the ones who are bold. I am the eldest princess of the Xia royal family. Your people are disrespectful to the royal family. My husband wiped them out and was already a light mercy. I advise you not to persist in your wrongdoing. Xia Qingyue stood out, unafraid of the cold light of the sword blades, and stood firmly with Chun Cheng. The eldest princess of the royal family? Xia Qingyue. So it's her. She's worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Dao. No wonder she's so captivating. One is the eldest princess, and the other is the royal consort. Should we take action? After learning of Chun Cheng and Xia Qingyue's identities, the disciples of Tianyu sect were obviously hesitant, not knowing what to do. They all turned their gazes to Elder Lin Tianlin, asking him to make the decision. The eldest princess Xia Qingyue. Through Xia Qingyue, Lin Tian quickly determined that Chun Cheng was the enemy that Tianyu sect and the second prince wanted to eliminate. I didn't expect this guy to come to me on his own initiative. Lin Tian raised his lips to an evil smile, thinking that this was a good opportunity to make achievements and join the core camp of the second prince. Then, Lin Tian suddenly had an idea and raised his voice. The princess is being held hostage by a traitor. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill that thief right here. Rescue the princess. It was dark and he couldn't see clearly. Besides, all the people present were his own people, and he had the support of the Tianyu sect. Even if the royal family really investigated, he could get away with it by saying that he was eager to save the princess and didn't recognize the prince consort. In addition, with the second prince colluding with the outside world, Lin Tian didn't think that he would be punished for killing the son of a notorious and ruthless traitor. He wants to take a gamble. What do you want to do? He is this princess' husband. If you dare to hurt even a hair on his head, this princess will never let you off easily, and the Dao imperial family will not let your Tianyu sect off either, Xia Qingyue said anxiously, blurting out subconsciously without giving it too much thought. Upon hearing this, the Tianyu sect disciple who was about to take action was in trouble and retreated. Lin Tian was also puzzled. Isn't it said that the princess was forced to marry this dandy boy? Why is she now actively protecting him? On second thought, no matter how you look at it, Chun Cheng is still Xia Qingyue's husband. As a princess, Xia Qingyue should simply feel embarrassed. I'm afraid I just wish Chun Cheng would die. Who would like a guy who has no reputation other than bad reputation? Didn't you hear what this elder said? Go ahead. Kill the traitor and save the princess, Lin Tian emphasized again and again, just to make this matter clear. He was acting out of justice and caring only about the safety of the royal family. As for the Chen family? What a joke! Why would a dignified immortal sect fear a mortal family? So what if he is extremely powerful? In Lin Tian's eyes, he is nothing but a straw dog or an ant. Who dares to attack? You can't hurt him. Seeing the Tianyu sect disciples surrounding and attacking them step by step, Xia Qingyue opened her arms and tightly protected Chun Cheng behind her. Seeing Xia Qingyue being so ungrateful, Lin Tian acted wisely and said, "The princess is visiting so late at night. I'm afraid she hasn't informed anyone else. It's so far away from here. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid no one will know." His words could no longer be considered a hint, but a clear warning to Xia Qingyue. If she dared to disobey him again, he would kill her as well to silence her. Chen Xing, who was just about to take action, didn't expect that Lin Tian would give him a wave of benefits before his death. As soon as he said this, the nature of the words changed. Today, I swear to never retreat even a single step. If you have the guts, kill me too, Xia Qingyue said firmly, vowing to fight to the death. Okay. Then I will be merciful and help you two desperate lovers get together. Go, Lin Tian ordered. The elders had given the order, and coupled with what he had just said, the disciples knew that they could not get off this pirate ship, and they were determined to rise and fall together. Seeing them approaching with swords in hand, Xia Qingyue, who knew no martial arts or cultivation techniques, closed her eyes tightly in fear. However, his feet did not retreat even a single step, and he still protected Chun Cheng tightly behind him. She wanted to protect him with her status as a princess, and she didn't believe these people would really dare to kill members of the royal family. Madam, you can open your eyes now. Just as Xia Qingyue was overwhelmed with emotions and her heartbeat was like the beating of a drum, Chun Cheng's gentle voice sounded in her ears. Xia Qingyue slowly opened her eyes, only then realizing that the dozens of Tianyu sect disciples who should have been in front of her had vanished into thin air. Only Elder Lin Tian was left in the distance, sitting on the steps, his face full of fear, trembling all over, as if he had witnessed the sky falling. From this, it was not difficult for Xia Qingyue to guess what had happened. Only. Turn your head left and right. Why is there no shadow puppet? Based on Xia Qingyue's understanding of Chen Xing's cultivation at the Jindan realm, it should be impossible for him to kill so many sect disciples in an instant. Chapter 23. He is still hiding his abilities. Then, Xia Qingyue noticed the long sword dripping with blood in Chen Xing's hand. A bold thought came to his mind: could it be that he had killed all those Tianyu sect disciples? Is this the strength a Jindan cultivator should have? The next moment, the frightened words coming from Lin Tian's mouth immediately answered Xia Qingyue's confusion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you, at such a young age, have reached the nascent soul stage? Lin Tian tried his best to deny this. Nascent soul realm. Hearing this, Xia Qingyue was both surprised and delighted. It is unbelievable that Chen Shang, who was only at the golden core stage not long ago, broke through to the nascent soul stage in such a short time. It was determined that Chen Shang was a rare cultivation genius that only appeared once in a century. If he worked a little harder, his cultivation level would immediately increase. Or maybe, he is still hiding his abilities. A pair of big watery eyes stared at Chen Xing, curious about how much her cheap husband was hiding. Madam, the scene below may be a little bloody. If you are afraid, close your eyes first. Chen Shang released the hand that was supporting Xia Qingyue and walked towards Lin Tian. Wait. Don't come over here. What do you want to do? Are you trying to kill me? How dare you? I am an inner sect elder of the Tianyu sect. If you kill me, there will be no room for maneuver between you and the Tianyu sect. Lin Tian was only at the peak of the golden core realm, and knew that he was no match for Chen Shang. He had no choice but to bring up the Tianyu sect behind him and try to intimidate Chen Shang. Anyone who dares to kill my wife must die. Chen Xing raised the sword in his hand. Hearing this, Xia Qingyue opened her eyes and looked at Chen Xing's tall and majestic back, holding the long sword high in his hand. Her heart was touched. Spare his life. Chen Sheng ignored the voice and chopped down with a sharp sword. The head rolled down the steps and bounced up. Lin Tian's headless body fell to the ground immediately afterwards, blood gushing out from his broken neck, flowing down the steps and spreading out. Seeing that scene, Xia Qingyue's heartstrings tightened, and she swallowed frequently. You, how dare you? The leading old man looked at Lin Tian, whose head was chopped off by Chen Xing, and was extremely sad. His name is Lin Wei, and he is Lin Tian's elder brother. He is the grand elder of Tianyu sect, and the dozen or so people following him are all inner sect elders of Tianyu sect. Why not? Chen Shang was not afraid at all. He swung the long sword in his hand, and the blood beads on the sword flew out powerfully, splashing into gorgeous blood flowers on the ground. This boy's behavior is brutal and he seems to be possessed by a demon. Today, we, the elders of Tianyu sect, will eliminate this evil for the people. Eliminate the demon and defend the way. Lin Wei took out a long sword and pointed it at Chen Shang. Seeing this, the other inner sect elders followed suit. All I can say is that he and Lin Tian are worthy of being brothers. Before doing evil, they never forget to raise the banner first, and use the slogan of being upright to do despicable things. As a great elder of a sect, Lin Wei's strength is naturally not comparable to that of a small elder like Lin Tian. Chen Xing can see that his strength has reached the out-of-body realm, which is above his own. Chen Shang, knowing that he was no match for Lin Wei, did not intend to confront him head-on. He was not the protagonist, so there was no need to gamble on whether he could explode. With a big leap, he retreated to Xia Qingyue's side. Seeing the situation, Lin Wei chuckled. Are you scared now? Want to escape? Too late. Go. After saying that, Lin Wei reminded the elders, don't hurt the princess, otherwise it will be hard to explain to the royal family. All the elders nodded in unison, and then, with a step of their feet, more than a dozen figures flew towards Chen Xing, the weapons in their hands shining with cold light, each one more dazzling and cold than the other. Chen Shang was waiting for them to fall into his trap. Kill! As soon as the word was uttered, a shadow puppet leaped out from the dark world, its arm transformed into a broadsword, and it swung out fiercely. Boom! The dozen or so elders were chopped into hundreds and thousands of pieces under the powerful force of the sword. The wind from the sword did not stop, but became stronger and stronger, breaking the bodies of the elders into smaller pieces and turning them into blood mist. Killed more than a dozen inner sect elders of Tianyu sect with one sword. This scene shocked Lin Wei greatly. The body shook. What the hell is this? Lin Wei tried to see through the shadow puppet, but could not detect any trace of life. Puppet? Lin Wei was unsure, and he couldn't see through shadow puppet's specific cultivation level. The only thing he could be sure of was that he, like himself, was most likely in the out-of-body realm. Do you think that you can challenge my Tianyu sect with just such a half-human, half-ghost thing? Wishful thinking. After Lin Wei finished speaking, he didn't hesitate and killed the shadow puppet with a sword. More than a dozen inner sect elders died because of him. If he didn't do something, Lin Wei would be blamed and would not be able to explain to the sect leader. He raised the sword with both hands, activated his skills, and unleashed his strongest attack, the Tianshui sword technique. Spiritual power turned into waves, and as Lin Wei thrust out with his sword, it surged towards the shadow puppet. Faced with this attack, shadow puppet simply slashed down with a single blow. This strike not only completely destroyed Lin Wei's proud martial arts technique, but also turned the sword in his hand into ashes. Then, Lin Wei opened his eyes wide again, watching in horror as his hands exploded inch by inch under the invisible powerful force. His flesh and blood turned into mist, and his bones turned into powder, spreading out. Lin Wei wanted to hide, but he couldn't. Before he could move, his entire body turned into a ball of blood mist, floating in the air. As for Chen Chang? Instead of appreciating how Lin Wei and the others died, his attention at the moment was all on the system panel. Before the arrival of the great elder Lin Wei, based on Lin Tian's words directed at Xia Qingyue before his death, the system concluded that killing one person was considered as pampering his wife. However, Chen Chang only found the opportunity to check the rewards now. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Earth level mid-grade skill, Great God Destroying Palm +1. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 5th grade Tianyu Dan +50. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Comprehension +200. 200 points of understanding. Without the system's explanation, Chen Qing knew that these 200 points of understanding were definitely contributed by Lin Tian. The conclusion is that not only can Xia Qingyue's feelings towards him affect the quality and quantity of rewards, but the stronger the opponent, the higher the quality and quantity of rewards. Good, very good. It's a pity that the reward ended when it reached Lin Tian. After all the people who came later, without exception, were coming for him. Therefore, no matter how many shadow puppets are killed, the system's reward standard cannot be triggered. Close the system panel. As soon as Chen Xing thought about it, dozens of shadow puppets were released from the dark world, each holding the heads of Tianyu sect disciples in their hands. Today, he is going to destroy the entire Tianyu sect to warn those who want to target him openly or secretly. Let them think carefully before taking action whether they are qualified. Chapter 24. You are worthy. Tianyu sect, the main hall of the sect. No, it's bad. A disciple staggered and crawled in, kneeling in the hall. What's wrong? You're so flustered, how can you be so unruly? Sect leader Lu Wuyan said dissatisfiedly. I thought, with me as the sect leader, no matter how big the problem is, can the sky still fall? Reporting to the sect master, the great elders and the others who went to support Elder Lin Tian have all been slaughtered. When the disciple said this, Lu Wuyan, who had been calm and composed just a moment ago, suddenly changed his expression and stood up from the sect leader's throne in shock. What did you say? Elder Lin and the others are all dead. Master, I saw this with my own eyes, and there is absolutely no falsehood. Then, the disciple briefly explained the whole story. That puppet actually has the cultivation level of the out-of-body realm. Lu Wuyan had indeed heard that as long as the refiner's realm is high enough, the puppet refined will not necessarily be worse than that of a human cultivator. But this puppet has strength comparable to that of a puppet at the out-of-body realm, and it can also unilaterally slaughter more than a dozen sect elders. This is the first time in Lu Wuyan's life that he has encountered such a puppet. Well, it seems that I have no choice but to take action myself. They are just a puppet with strength comparable to that of the out-of-body realm. Today, I will make sure that they never return. Life for life. Lu Wuyan stood up from the chair with a determined look. Master, there are not just one but dozens of them, and they are holding the heads of our disciples who were previously sent to the capital. The disciple quickly added. How much did you say? Lu Wuyan's body swayed, suspecting that he had misheard. After killing the great elder and the others, that brat summoned out dozens of identical puppets. The disciple did not dare to hide anything and confessed everything. Dozens of puppets in the out-of-body state. Lu Wuyan held the armrest of the chair and sat back on the sect leader's throne. He was in a dilemma and found himself in a dilemma. Master, they are coming in at this time. Another disciple of Tianyu sect ran in quickly. Okay, I understand. Lu Wuyan knew that if it is a blessing, there will be no disaster, and if it is a disaster, there is no way to avoid it. Now, in Lu Wuyan's opinion, the best option is to reconcile with Chen Cheng. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is not that big. At least, it is not like what he initially thought, that Tianyu sect can crush Chen Cheng. In addition, he also made preparations for both scenarios, and instructed his disciples, inform all disciples, be ready and obey my orders at any time to activate the sect protection formation. The sect protection formation can be said to be the strongest trump card of the Tianyu sect, without a doubt, and it can only be activated by the combined strength of the entire sect. If Chen Cheng was unwilling to reconcile, Lu Wuyan planned that with the help of the sect's formation and his own strength, it should not be difficult to get rid of Chen Cheng and the dozens of puppets he brought with him, although the cost would be a bit high. Yes, the disciple agreed and quickly left the sect hall. Lu Wuyan followed closely behind, intending to meet Chen Cheng. Soon, the two sides met. Listening is listening, seeing is seeing. When Lu Wuyan really saw those dozens of shadow puppets floating in the air with his own eyes, he couldn't calm down. The oppressive feeling brought by this appearance is much greater than that of human cultivators at the same level. Then, Lu Wuyan's eyes quickly locked onto Chen Cheng, who was standing on a flying sword and holding Xiao Qingyue in his arms. The two of them rode on the sword together. Mr. Chen, no matter what misunderstandings exist between us, now that you have killed this man, it's time to let go of your resentment. I have some fine tea in my house. How about we sit down and have a good talk? Lu Wuyan said in a humble tone. Xiao Qingyue was speechless. I can't help but sigh that this world really respects the strong. If Chen Cheng didn't lack sufficient strength, how could he force Lu Wuyan to bow his head? I'm afraid he has already ordered all the disciples of Tianyu sect to rush up with swords in hand and cut Chen Cheng into pieces. I couldn't help but feel the urge to practice cultivation, thinking, I can't hide behind others all my life, right? On Chen Cheng's side, after hearing Lu Wuyan's request to invite him for tea and sit down to talk, Chen Cheng said with a cold face, drink tea with me? Are you worthy? You deserve it. You deserve it. These three words kept echoing in Lu Wuyan's mind. The smile froze and disappeared. He could no longer remember who had dared to speak to him like that last time, but what was certain was that the grass on the grave must be much taller than is now. Mr. Chen, I admit that you are indeed very talented, but being arrogant and conceited is not a good habit. You have to understand that there is a saying in this world that there are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you. Lu Wuyan was trying to persuade Chen Cheng to think carefully about whether he really wanted to go to war with the Tianyu sect. Kill. Chen Cheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Wuyan anymore. He didn't come here to reconcile with Lu Wuyan, he came here to destroy the sect. Why waste your breath on a dying person? Shame on you. Seeing Chen Cheng being so ungrateful, Lu Wuyan also became angry. Do you really think the Tianyu sect is afraid of you? Activate the formation. As Lu Wuyan shouted the word formation activated, which resounded throughout the heavens and earth, tens of thousands of Tianyu sect disciples simultaneously injected their spiritual power into the formation casting stone. The next moment, the formation stones were lit up one after another, and the stones were connected to each other, forming a huge formation diagram. When the formation diagram was fully lit, beams of light shot up into the sky, carving out a larger formation diagram above the 9 heavens, covering the entire Tianyu sect. This formation is called the Dragon Formation, a mid-grade Xian-level formation. It is more than enough to destroy you. As soon as Lu Wuyan finished speaking, countless spiritual energy condensed in the air and transformed into a phantom of a dragon dozens of feet high. The Dragon Formation. If Qin Shang remembered correctly, he seemed to have just created a top-grade Earth-level formation called Dragon Trapping Formation not long ago. I wonder if I can comprehend the formation with my current level of understanding. Chen Shang did not rush to order the shadow puppet to take action. The Dragon Formation had not yet been fully activated. With the idea of giving it a try, Chen Shang opened the system backpack, selected the Dragon Trapping Formation, and began to comprehend it. The eyes closed for a short while before opening immediately. It was not for any other reason, but simply because he had already comprehended most of the Dragon Trapping Formation, which had reached the Earth grade and was infinitely close to the Heaven grade. Chen Shang had thought that his current speed of comprehension was terrifying, but he had never imagined it would be this terrifying. A top-grade Earth-level formation can be comprehended in a blink of an eye. If this were to be made public, those formation masters who claim to be geniuses would probably feel ashamed of themselves and lose the confidence to practice this art, and would never recover from it. If you have a high level of understanding, you can really do whatever you want. The Dragon Formation is complete. Today is the day you two will die. At this point, Lu Wuyan could no longer remove Xiao Qingyue from this matter. Killing the current prince consort is already an offense to the royal family, so why are you afraid of having one more princess? By then, De Wu really wants to investigate, but since the person is dead, it's all up to him to decide what to do. Little did he know that this decision would bring Chen Sheng a great gift, and the system was ready to take action. Chapter 25. The Ancestor comes out of seclusion. When the dragon was completely transformed, Lu Wuyan, the sect leader, flew up and stood above the dragon's head. He made a seal with both hands, then put 2 fingers together and pointed forward, "Destroy." As soon as the word was uttered, the dragon opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar that resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and rushed towards Chen Shang and Xiao Qingyue. Looking at such an astonishing scene, and the dragon's body that was so huge that it was difficult to take in at a glance, as huge as a mountain, Xiao Qingyue had never seen such a grand scene before, and she only felt small and powerless. In contrast, Chen Shang was calm and composed, with the confidence that he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. After all, this mere sect protection formation was more than 1 level lower than the dragon trapping formation he mastered. Even though Chen Shang has not yet comprehended the dragon trapping formation to the highest level of perfection, it is more than enough to destroy the dragon that is protecting the sect. The spiritual power was released, and the dragon trapping formation lit up in an instant, spread out, and turned into a cylindrical cage, trapping the dragon inside. Afterwards, thick chains shot out from the void and tightly wrapped around the dragon's body. With a sudden exertion of force, he tore the Tianyu sect's guardian dragon into pieces, turning it into scattered spiritual energy and returning to heaven and earth. Earth-level formation. You are actually an Earth-level formation master. The formation was broken, and Lu Wuyan and others suffered backlash. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces full of disbelief. Earth-level formation master. Seeing Chen Xing use the formation to dismember the dragon and break the formation with such tyranny, Xiao Qingyue was already surprised and shocked. She had never expected that Chen Xing, besides being a genius in cultivation, also understood formations. When Xiao Qingyue heard the words Earth-grade formation master coming out of Lu Wuyan's mouth, her heart became even more unsettled. The level distribution of formation masters is not as complicated as that of martial artists. There are only 4 realms in total: Tiandi, Xianhuang. In addition, formation masters are far more scarce than martial artists of the same level. Talent is hard to come by, and a formation master is often the target of various forces vying to win over. Not to mention, he is a dual cultivation genius like Chen Shang, who has an extraordinary talent in martial arts and an equally amazing talent in formation. Xiao Qingyue firmly believed that once this matter was exposed, those top-level powerful sects would definitely fight for Chen Shang and fight to the point of bloodshed. I am even more convinced that with Chen Shang's talent, brains, and cunning he will definitely become an unrivaled overlord in the future. Xiao Qingyue had never been so confident about anything. Surrender. We admit defeat. From now on, the Tianyu sect is willing to completely submit to Master Chen and serve you wholeheartedly. We only ask that you give us a way out. Lu Wuyan, who knew that he was no match for the Earth-level formation master, compromised with his hand on his chest. It's too late. Chen Qing uttered two words lightly. When he came here today, he never thought of letting Lu Wuyan or the Tianyu sect go. As I said, Chen Qing gave them a chance, but they were unwilling to cherish it. Then it's no wonder that Chen Shang is so cruel and ruthless and wants to wipe out the whole clan. Mr. Chen, please leave a way out for yourself so that we can meet again in the future. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heaven that I will never betray you. Why do you have to kill me? Lu Wuyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. If you had the chance to kill me, would you let me go just because I begged for mercy? Chen Qing's words stumped Lu Wuyan, and the answer was naturally no. There was no other way. Lu Wuyan could only steel his will and give it a try. He raised his voice and shouted, Lu Wuyan, the 18th generation leader of the Tianyu sect, please come out and save our Tianyu sect. This kind of drama is very familiar to Chen Qing, who was reborn. It is normal for a sect to have an ancestor who was a strong person with a solid foundation. A bunch of trash. Sure enough, immediately afterwards, a voice that sounded old but full of confidence broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, a figure in a long robe suddenly appeared beside Lu Wuyan, with white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard. Lu Wuyan pays homage to the ancestor. Seeing that the ancestor really appeared, Lu Wuyan knelt down hurriedly. Seeing this, the other Tianyu sect disciples followed suit and said, Greetings, old ancestor. Seeing the ancestor appear, they were ecstatic. Great! The ancestor has come out of seclusion, we are saved. It turns out that the ancestor hasn't passed away yet. I always thought. With the ancestor taking action, no matter whether that kid is a formation master or not, he will be easily destroyed. After thinking that he had a backer. The speed at which they turned against each other was extremely fast. With the support of the ancestor, he did not take Shadow Puppet and Chen Qing's identity as a formation master seriously at all. Madam, do you see this? If you embark on this path in the future, you must never have mercy on your enemies. Remember, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Chen Qing used this example to remind Xia Qingyue. Thank you, husband, for reminding me. I understand. Xia Qingyue had no way of refuting the vivid example before her. She believed Chen Shang was also well-intentioned and accepted it with an open mind. His Chen Qing sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at Xia Qingyue intently. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Xia Qingyue asked in confusion as their eyes met. No. Chen Qing shook his head. I just feel that the more Madame calls her husband, the more proficient she seems to be. Xia Qingyue was stunned at first when he said this. The next moment, her face flushed red as if she had drunk alcohol. She turned her head away and said softly, You are not serious. Ancestor Tianyu. Lu Wuyan. Not only did these two not expect this, the disciples of Tianyu sect also did not expect that their own ancestor had come out of seclusion, but Chen Qing did not even look at him straight in the eye, and even had time to flirt with Xia Qingyue and show his affection. This guy is too presumptuous. How dare he disregard our Tianyu sect's ancestors? Who said it wasn't? Arrogant. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone this arrogant. They are so bold. They will be in big trouble soon. Please, ancestor, take action and quickly kill these two ignorant guys. The cries of please kill are endless. There is a reason why the disciples of Tianyu sect have such a strong desire to kill Chen Shang. When Chen Shang had just used the dragon trapping formation to kill the guardian dragon, they had suffered a backlash, falling 2 small realms at the lightest. How could they not feel resentment? How could they not hate him? As long as Chen Qing doesn't die, this resentment will be difficult to eliminate. Okay, good boy. Today I will meet you and see how capable you are. Ancestor Tianyu was already unhappy with Chen Qing's attitude of ignoring him, and when he was coaxed by everyone like this, he became murderous. His power exploded quickly, and his peak strength in the out-of-body realm was displayed without reservation. He's just a mere peak-level out-of-body realm cultivator, yet he's shouting so loudly. If you don't know him, you might think he's an emperor. Chen Qing sneered. A tiny person at the peak of the out-of-body realm. You are looking for death. The corner of Tianyu Patriarch's mouth twitched, and his murderous intent was boiling. Chen Shang was too lazy to speak anymore. A shadow surged out from under his feet like a tide, covering the sky and the moon. Visibility dropped sharply. In a single thought, he released tens of thousands of shadow puppets that were comparable to the peak of the out-of-body realm. Chapter 26, Destroying the Sect. Tens of thousands of shadow puppets appeared in the blink of an eye, standing above the heads of the Tianyu sect disciples. The scene was solemn and dignified. Witnessing this scene, the group of disciples who had been clamoring and shouting for Patriarch Tianyu to take action and execute Chen Chang and Xiao Qingyue on the spot suddenly quieted down. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths opened wide, but not a single word came out. It was quiet as a cemetery, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Even though he is the ancestor and the sect leader, his expression is exactly the same as that of his disciples, without any difference. What are these? Patriarch Tianyu had no specific understanding of the shadow puppets. After he reacted, he turned his head to look at Tianyu sect master Lu Wuyan beside him and asked. Ancestor, these seem to be puppets, and each puppet is equivalent to. Lu Wuyan hesitated to speak. What is it equivalent to? Tell me quickly. Seeing that Lu Wuyan was still keeping it in suspense at this time, Patriarch Tianyu urged him unhappily. The cultivation level of this puppet is equivalent to that of a person in the out-of-body realm. Can the cultivation level of this puppet be compared to that of a cultivator in the out-of-body realm? Before Lu Wuyan could finish his words, Patriarch Tianyu spoke hurriedly. Lu Wuyan shook his head and corrected himself. It's comparable to the peak of the out-of-body realm. The peak of the out-of-body realm. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Tianyu's body swayed and he almost fell from midair. He had not forgotten that his cultivation level was only at the peak of the out-of-body realm, but Chen Qing summoned tens of thousands of puppets with the same cultivation level as himself in a blink of an eye. Even if Patriarch Tianyu used up all the spiritual power in his body until the last moment, he might not be able to destroy the two shadow puppets. A strong feeling of powerlessness and fear quickly filled the entire body and mind of Ancestor Tianyu. It's hard to put into words. Looking at Xiao Qingyue again, even though Chen Qing had told her in advance that he had many shadow puppets. However, what Xiao Qingyue would never have imagined was that the many here meant that she could easily summon tens of thousands of them. Now, Xiao Qingyue's heart finally settled down. She finally understood why Qin Shang was not afraid of the strength of the Tianyu sect at all and dared to talk about destroying the sect. If these 10,000 shadow puppets were given to Xiao Qingyue, she would still have this confidence. At the same time, he also understood one thing. For Da, the real threat has never been the powerful minister Chen Xiong, nor the 100,000 cavalry outside the city, but Chen Qing. Compared with these tens of thousands of shadow puppets, it is no exaggeration to say that they are not even a drop in the bucket. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyue suddenly felt fortunate that she had agreed to marry Chen Qing. Otherwise, if he got angry, who in the entire Da dynasty could bear his wrath? She was even more certain that with a husband like Chen Shang around, as long as he didn't rebel, it wouldn't be difficult for the Da dynasty's grand ambitions to last for thousands of years. After realizing this, the last bit of grievance and resentment in Xiao Qingyue's heart for being forced to marry disappeared. Sacrificing one person can make the Xiao royal family's hegemony last forever. It is worth it, absolutely worth it. Furthermore, Xiao Qingyue no longer considered marrying Chen Qing to be a sacrifice. Just as she was thinking about it, the voice of Tianyu Patriarch suddenly came from not far away. Zhang Heng is willing to lead the entire Tianyu sect to submit to Senior. I hope Senior will show mercy and let us go. Seeing that the ancestor had knelt down and surrendered, those fence-sitting disciples who followed the wind naturally followed suit. Senior, please show some mercy and let us go. Senior, please show some mercy and let us go. Chen Qing hated this kind of fence-sitter's behavior and was too lazy to respond. He gave the order to kill in his heart. 10,000 shadow puppets sneaked in the darkness like ghosts, and appeared behind 10,000 Tianyu sect disciples in an instant, with their palms turning into blades. Lift the long hair with one hand, wipe the throat with the other hand, and pull hard, and the head and body will be separated immediately. Tens of thousands of Tianyu sect disciples, including the sect master and elders, died collectively in just a moment. From then on, the name of Tianyu sect no longer existed. Chen Qing did not take any action to destroy the bodies. He let the shadow puppet leave all the bodies where they were and then escaped into the dark world. He wanted to let everyone in the world know the consequences of being his enemy. Hide? Why hide? The protagonist is still in seclusion and signing in. He has an immortal body and a system in his hands. He should be less arrogant and live up to his identity. I don't want to live my life again just to be a coward. Who exhaling a breath of foul air, Chen Chang hugged Xia Qingyue's waist and said, "Madam, now that the Tianyu sect has been destroyed, we can return home and rest in peace." Yeah. Xia Qingyue was already accustomed to such close contact with Chen Chang. She did not resist the behavior. Instead, she took the initiative to reach out and hug him to prevent him from falling. Everything looked so natural. The reason why Chen Qing sighed was because he was looking forward to what kind of reward the system would give him after killing so many people. From the time he used the dragon trapping formation until now, he had not had time to look at the system panel, and the red dot prompt kept flashing. With great excitement, Chen Qing summoned the system panel. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Heavenly rank lower grade 7-star flying knife +1. Heavenly stairs. Chen Qing looked surprised. The dragon was actually worthy of a heavenly grade weapon. Out of curiosity, Chen Qing clicked to view the details. 7-star flying knife, use telekinesis to control the flying knife. The stronger your mental power, the longer the attack range. Kill enemies thousands of miles away with just a thought. Note, the 7-star flying knife can be upgraded by absorbing blood. Each time a knife star is lit, it can split and control an additional flying knife. Elevate by devouring blood? After making sure that he was not mistaken, Chen Qing hurriedly took out the 7-star flying knife and flew towards the direction of the Tianyu sect behind him. Although Xia Qingyue was curious, she tactfully didn't ask any further questions. She just needs to know that Chen Chang will not harm her. Even though they hadn't been together for long, Xia Qingyue was exceptionally confident about this. The next moment, the 7-star flying knife arrived at the ruins of the Tianyu sect, with the blade vertical. Immediately afterwards, countless streams of blood and energy gathered towards it, like floating red silk gauze, and were all swallowed up by the 7-star flying knife. The blood on the ground evaporated completely, and the corpses withered and became skin and bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the 7-star flying knife, which had completed absorbing the blood and energy, returned to Chen Qing's hands. Chen Qing grabbed the hilt and glanced at the blade. 2 knife stars had already lit up. Including the one he already had, it was equivalent to Chen Qing being able to control 2 7-star flying knives at the same time with his telekinesis. He was so satisfied with this reward that he let go of it and put it into the system backpack for the time being. Now is not the time to waste time on the 7-star flying knife. Chen Qing still has a big prize that has not been announced yet. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of rewards an ancestor, a sect leader, and 10,000 disciples of the Tianyu sect could trigger. Chapter 27 Holy Body. To be honest, Chen Chang probably had to thank Lu Woyan, Ancestor Tianyu, and others for coming up with the idea of killing Xia Qingyue as well to silence her. Otherwise, Chen Chang would just kill these people and there would be no reward for pampering his wife. Chen Qing clicked to view the next system prompt. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 10,000 swords holy body +1. Eucharist? If Chen Qing remembered correctly, there were 3,000 physiques in this world. Possessing one of them made one the most gifted of all. Not only was one's physique stronger than others, but one's cultivation speed was also increased, granting one powerful talent. The holy body is the most powerful physique among the 3,000 physiques, ranking among the top 100. Chen Qing couldn't help but ask, "System, where does this 10,000 sword saint body rank among the 3,000 physiques?" The system immediately responded, replying to the host, the 10,000 sword saint body ranks 17th among the 3,000 physical constitutions. It is considered the number 1 saint body for sword cultivators. Ranked 17th. The first holy body of sword cultivator. Hearing the system's answer, Chen Qing's throat moved and he swallowed, feeling extremely happy. Now, he has one more bargaining chip to fight against the protagonist. He couldn't wait to use the holy body of 10,000 swords to enhance his cultivation, and believed that with his current terrifying comprehension, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. With this in mind, Chen Qing closed the system panel and rushed to Chen Mansion at a faster speed. Xia Qingyue felt Chen Qing speed up, so she hugged him tighter and buried her head deep in his arms. Chen Qing raised his arm to shield Xia Qingyue's head from the strong wind. Xia Qingyue, noticing this, smiled. Chen Qing got what he wanted, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 5th grade Tianyuan pill plus 50. At the same time, the news that the Tianyu sect was destroyed by an unknown powerful person or force was spread to various people through spies from all sides. Among them is the Dao dynasty and Emperor Wu Xiaochang. What did you say? The Tianyu sect was massacred. After hearing this, Xiaochang was shocked and stood up from the dragon throne in shock. Your Majesty, the entire sect, more than 10,000 people, from servants to elders and sect leaders, and even ancestor Tianyu, without exception, all died tragically. Their heads were separated from their bodies, the spy said in more detail. Xiaochang wanted to say something but stopped himself, raised his hand and then dropped it again, and slowly sat back on the dragon throne. With a little thought, it was not difficult for him to figure out who was behind this. It can only be him. Noticing the spy's strange look, Xiaochang waved his hand. I'll take my leave. The spy disappeared immediately. It seems that we all underestimated him. Xiaochang said this to the national teacher Xiaohe beside him. Xiaohe was still in a daze, and it took him a long time to react. Yes, to be able to destroy an entire sect overnight, this method is truly astonishing. Xiaohe was very glad that Xiaochang did not adopt his advice before and was anxious to take action against Chen Qing to eliminate the root of the problem. Otherwise, the Dao dynasty would no longer be called Xia, and the fate of me, who had given such advice, would be easy to predict. From now on, we must not be enemies with him. Xiaochang was firm on this point. I will obey your Majesty's order. Xiaohe bowed. Couldn't agree more with this. Afterwards, Xiaochang ordered someone to call the second Prince Xia Su to the imperial study. At this time, Xia Su had just learned from his confidant that the entire Tianyu sect had been brutally massacred. How could this happen? Xia Su paced back and forth in the room, puzzled. Where is the ancestor? Where is the ancestor of our Tianyu sect? Xia Su stepped forward, grabbed the man's collar, and asked anxiously. Replying to the second prince, the body of ancestor Tianyu is also among them. Upon hearing this, Xia Su was so frightened that his body went limp and he fell into his chair. He seemed to have aged several years in an instant. He knew very well that without the support of the Tianyu sect, his chances of competing for the throne would be greatly reduced. Then, a voice came from outside the room. Second Prince, His Highness orders you to go to the imperial study. Xia Su agreed and followed the eunuch who delivered the message to the imperial study in a dull manner. Soon, the eunuchs were guarding the door, and Xia Su pushed open the door of the imperial study and walked in. I saw Xiaochang correcting papers all night long. Your son greets the emperor, father. Xia Su bowed. Don't send anyone to cause trouble for Chen Qing in the future. Xiaochang didn't even bother to look at Xia Su. I don't understand what your majesty means. Xia Su was already very upset because of the destruction of the Tianyu sect. He was even more upset when Xiaochang called him to the imperial study late at night and asked him not to target the son of a traitor. Bang! Seeing that Xia Su not only didn't know how to restrain himself but also dared to question him, Xiaochang slammed the brush in his hand on the table. You rebellious son, are you not satisfied with killing the entire Tianyu sect? You want to put my royal family of Xia to death to make you happy. Tianyu sect. Xia Su's mind raced, and then he widened his eyes and asked tentatively, Father, you were saying that the destruction of the Tianyu sect is related to the Chen family. Without waiting for Xia Cheng to answer, Xia Su quickly denied it. How is this possible? Although the Chen family has some influence in the Dao dynasty, it is not strong enough to be an enemy of an entire sect, let alone destroy the Tianyu sect. What if I tell you that the person who destroyed this sect was Chen Chang? Xia Cheng's words stumped Xia Su. He didn't think Xia Cheng would joke with him about such a thing. Okay, from now on, you will be punished to reflect on your mistakes in seclusion for a year and you are not allowed to leave the palace. If you dare to mess around again, don't blame me for not considering family ties and removing you from the family tree. Xia Cheng held his forehead with one hand and waved the other hand, asking Xia Su to leave quickly and not to provoke him here. Xia Su hesitated to speak, knowing that if he continued to resist Xia Cheng at this time, he would only be deposed, so he replied, "Yes, I will obey your command." He turned around, his eyes blank as he left, his mouth repeating in a voice only he could hear, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" After seeing Xia Su leave, Xia Cheng was still worried and ordered people to keep a close watch on him. If anything went wrong, all 9 generations of his family would be punished. Return to Chen Mansion. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 50. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, divine travel talisman plus 10. Chen Sheng had already finished washing up for Xia Qingyue and covered her with the quilt. He also collected some rewards for loving his wife, which would provide him with more resources and chips for his future cultivation. Where are you going? Xia Qingyue asked when she saw Chen Xing turning around to leave. I'll go practice over there. Chen Cheng replied. Xia Qingyue said oh. Then he saw Chen Xing walk to a distance, sit down cross-legged, and start to gather energy to practice. Xia Qingyue closed her eyes and prepared to rest. His eyelids trembled slightly. After a while, she opened her thin lips again and whispered, "If you're sleepy, then come to bed and sleep." Chapter 28, Coming from Behind. Okay. Chen Sheng agreed but did not stand up. He knew very well that Xia Qingyue's words "go to bed" did not have any hidden meaning. Continue to sit cross-legged on the ground and focus on practicing. As for Xia Qingyue, she turned over, her face flushed red. She had never expected that she would take the initiative to say such shameful words. Chen Chang was indeed right. The going to bed mentioned by Xia Qingyue was indeed just going to bed, without any other deep meaning. There is only one bed in the huge bedroom. She can't let Chen Xing sleep outside, right? If outsiders knew about this, it would definitely cause a lot of gossip. But if Chen Xing really couldn't hold back and wanted to do something, Xia Qingyue wouldn't resist too much. Although she still had Ji Feng in her heart, she knew better than anyone else that she and him were destined to have no fate in this life. As she was thinking, Xia Qingyue fell asleep. She was no longer like when she first entered the Chen mansion. She was always nervous because she was afraid that Chen Sheng would attack her, and it took a long time for her to fall asleep. Chen Sheng didn't say much, and began to use the 10,000 sword saint body and his understanding to gather energy and refine it, improving his cultivation. After a while, his cultivation level broke through from the 7th level of nascent soul to the 8th level of nascent soul. You have to know that this is without the help of elixirs, relying only on his own talent and the not-so-abundant spiritual energy around him. Under such conditions, Chen Xing couldn't help but smile at the rapid improvement speed. So he waved his hand and took out all the pills in the system backpack and placed them around him. As he consumed pills bottle after bottle, his cultivation level also climbed rapidly. At the same time, Damong Mountain, Nameless Cave. Yifeng finished his training and suddenly opened his eyes. Huh, I practiced for a whole day and only just broke through 3 small realms? That's a bit slow. It would be great if I could sign a peerless martial arts book, or if my physique could increase my training speed. With this idea in mind, Yifeng summoned the system panel and saw that the number of sign-ins had been updated. He clicked the sign-in option with anticipation. Signing in. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lower grade Heavenly Rank Technique, Sunflower Manual. Heavenly Rank Technique. After seeing these 4 words and confirming that he was not mistaken, Yifeng stood up from the stone bed with a look of ecstasy on his face. Great, great, with this heavenly technique, my training speed will definitely increase significantly. He immediately switched to the system backpack and took out the sunflower manual. Hiss, the Book of the Sunflower. This name is not as domineering as Yi Feng imagined. Well, why think so much? If it's a heavenly level technique, how can it be weak? Yi Feng opened the first page with great anticipation, and was shocked to see a line of large characters. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. Yi Feng frowned and was stunned for a long time. Suspecting he had misread, he rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to confirm. If you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. Yi Feng is not a fool, he knows what castration means. System, are you kidding me? After being stunned for a long time, Yi Feng slowly uttered those words and asked very seriously. In response to this, the system, which only has a sign-in function, did not respond at all and was very quiet. It wasn't the first day he'd bound the system, and Yi Feng had so much to say that he wanted to curse that he finally turned it into a complaint. I bound myself to you to become stronger, and you actually want to ruin my sexual happiness for the rest of my life. He threw the sunflower manual aside mercilessly. He felt that such a thing would take up too much space in the system backpack. Xingyue is still waiting for me, how could I castrate myself? Yi Feng was unwilling to be greedy for temporary cultivation speed and let down the beautiful woman. The future is still long, and it's just a waste of one sign-in opportunity. For Yi Feng, it is not unacceptable. Forget it, let's continue practicing. Yi Feng, who was full of anger, resumed his meditation posture and stopped thinking about the sunflower manual. He decided to turn his anger into motivation, practice hard, and improve his cultivation. It's also to quickly get through this boring day and get on to the next sign-in. Chen Chang was naturally unaware of what had happened in the cave in Damong Mountain. However, compared to Yi Feng, Chen Chang made rapid progress. Relying on the blessing of the holy body and talent, after refining the last pill, he had raised his cultivation from the 8th level of the nascent soul to the 7th level of the out-of-body realm. That's right, as a villain, his cultivation has surpassed that of the protagonist Yi Feng, and he has surpassed him and left him behind. Not only that, after the pills were used up, Chen Xing also practiced all the skills that had been revealed previously to the state of great perfection. If you don't practice, you won't know. Only through practice can you appreciate the horror of high comprehension. It hardly requires much effort. Just take a look and you will learn it without a teacher. It is so simple that it cannot be simpler. Hu Chunchang exhaled a breath, calmed the boiling danhai, and stood up from the ground. I looked out the window and it was still dark. Chen Shang, recalling Xia Qingyue's words before she went to bed, took off his coat and climbed onto the bed. Xia Qingyue was not sleeping soundly. When she noticed someone climbing onto the bed, she slowly opened her eyes, but her body did not move at all. She knew that Chen Xing had finished his training and wanted to rest. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, sleeping in the same bed, and covered with the same quilt. It would be a lie to say that Xia Qingyue wasn't nervous. The heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and the jade cheeks were getting hotter and hotter. However, as time passed, there was no sound behind him. Adding to that Chen Xing's even breathing, Xia Qingyue finally realized that she was being too sentimental. Instead of cooling down, his face became even redder. The guilt I felt towards Yi Feng increased dramatically. If I continue to think about this, not only my body, but also my heart, will eventually. She decisively stopped thinking, closed her eyes tightly, and tried to clear her mind of all distracting thoughts. The more you think, the more confused you become. In a blink of an eye. The sky was pale as a ray of sunlight shone in from the window. Xia Qingyue gently opened her beautiful eyes, which were still a little sleepy. Just as I was about to get up, I found something pressing on me. I quickly realized that it was a hand. It's obvious whose hand it is. Xia Qingyue reacted and found herself being held in Chen Chang's arms. He wanted to break free, but considering that Chen Xing had practiced all night and must have been very tired, he couldn't bear to disturb him. There was no choice but to stay still and sleep a little longer. She had to sleep even if she couldn't. Otherwise, being held like this by someone, and a man at that, even if he was the husband she was going to marry, Xia Qingyue couldn't help but think too much. However, what Xia Qingyue didn't know was that for cultivators, especially those in the out-of-body realm, sleep was actually not that important and was dispensable. However, in order to complete the main mission as soon as possible and obtain the Great Emperor's cultivation, Chen Xing did not mind sleeping with Xia Qingyue and having more physical contact with her. If the physical distance is close, can the heart still be far away? Chapter 29, Starting the Road to Becoming the Empress Ahead of Time? Madam, you smell so good. Which perfume sachet do you use? Chen Xing put his nose close to Xia Qingyue's neck and suddenly asked. Did I wake you up? Xia Qingyue asked back. Madam, don't blame yourself. Chen Xing explained, I sleep more deeply than ordinary people, so I can't sleep for long. Hearing this, Xia Qingyue felt relieved. She had thought that she had woken up Chen Xing by making too many small movements. Madam hasn't answered my question yet. Chen Xing continued the previous topic. I don't need any scent sachet at all. Xia Qingyue denied. No sachet? That's body odor. No wonder it smells so good. It's so itchy, please stop smelling it. Xia Qingyue felt something was wrong and squirmed. Chen Xing stopped there and continued, Madam, with your body fragrance, I'm afraid that when the butterfly season comes, those butterflies won't have time to collect nectar. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Just as she had said that, Xia Qingyue thought carefully and realized that when the season came, there would indeed be butterflies flying around her and staying nearby. After chatting for a while, Xia Qingyue turned around and faced Chen Xing. As their eyes met at close range, Xia Qingyue hesitated to speak, feeling shy when Chen Xing looked at her. What's wrong, madam? Chen Xing asked knowingly. Xia Qingyue calmed down a bit, forcing herself to calm down. Then she changed the subject and said seriously, Husband, I have something I want to discuss with you. Madam, please feel free to speak. As long as it is your business, I will do my best. Chen Xing was firm. Hearing this, Xia Qingyue's heart was inevitably touched. She truly felt how good Chen Xing was to her. To be honest, my husband, I also want to practice. After experiencing the events of the past few days, Xia Qingyue's determination to practice has become stronger and more determined. Especially after witnessing the battle between Chen Xing and the Tianyu sect, Xia Qingyue clearly realized that if one wants to have a say in this era where the strong are respected, it is not enough to rely on background and brains alone. The iron must be strong itself. Xia Qingyue had been pampered since she was a child, and the martial emperor doted on her particularly. He did not want Xia Qingyue to get involved in fighting and killing, so naturally she had no contact with anything related to cultivation. Let alone cultivation, Xia Qingyue hadn't even tested her talent, and had no idea whether she had spiritual roots or not. So, she wanted Chen Xing to take her to test her spiritual root talent. Is this paving the way for your future ascension to the throne and becoming the destined empress? Chen Xing had something in mind, but he agreed immediately, no problem. Thank you, my husband. Xia Qingyue smiled happily. It's just Chen Xing hesitated to speak, deliberately keeping the topic in suspense. Just what Xia Qingyue's smile disappeared as she asked doubtfully. If my wife is a rare genius in cultivation, and surpasses me in cultivation in the future, you won't be so cruel as to abandon me, right? Seeing Chen Xing's pitiful and aggrieved look, Xia Qingyue knew he was pretending and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The main thing is that I just saw with my own eyes last night how Chen Xing, with just one word, domineeringly destroyed an entire sect. The contrast was really too great. Those who don't know would probably really think that Chen Xing is a harmless little poor guy. If you don't believe me, Qingyue can swear that if I ever do anything to offend you in the future, I will be struck by lightning. Hey, upon saying this, Chen Xing gently placed his finger on Xia Qingyue's thin lips and said with a smile, as long as my wife has this intention, I am fully satisfied. There is no need for you to swear a poisonous oath. Afterwards, Chen Xing and Xia Qingyue got up one after another. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 4th grade beauty pill plus 50. Chen Xing naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to earn rewards, and he helped Xia Qingyue change her clothes step by step. Xia Qingyue also changed Chen Xing's clothes in turn. The difference was that she didn't have the system and couldn't get the reward for doting on her husband. "Madam, I suddenly remembered that I accidentally got a bottle of beauty pills before. I wonder if you are interested," Chen Sheng asked. Beauty pill. Xia Qingyue was well aware of how precious this elixir was. It was a treasure that the concubines in the palace fought so hard for and were willing to spend huge sums of money to obtain. It was priceless. If Xia Qingyue remembered correctly, a first-grade beauty pill could guarantee a year of youth. If it were put on the auction block, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. The second-grade beauty pill is even rarer. It not only tests the alchemist's alchemy skills, but the ingredients are also scarce and hard to come by. After taking it, it can keep you young for 5 years. Even the skin of an 80 or 90-year-old can be rejuvenated. If my husband has any extra beauty pills, Xia Qingyue left her words unfinished, too embarrassed to speak. As a woman, she certainly hopes to stay young forever. Chen Xing immediately took out the bottle of beauty pill he had just obtained from the system backpack. It was still fresh and placed in a white jade medicine bottle. All of them were given to Xia Qingyue. Chen Sheng's immortality includes eternal youth, so he doesn't need this elixir. It's better to get some rewards for pampering your wife and exchange them for more and stronger magic weapons. Xia Qingyue carefully took the bottle of beauty pills with both hands. She opened it and saw at least 30 or 40 pills inside. She exclaimed in surprise, "So many. Husband, may I ask what grade these beauty pills are?" Xia Qingyue raised her eyes and looked at Chen Sheng. "4th grade. Chen Sheng replied. Fourth grade. Xia Qingyue's hands trembled in shock, and the medicine bottle almost slipped out of her hand and fell. Fortunately, she caught it in time. Xia Qingyue roughly calculated in her mind that each of these 4th grade beauty pills was worth at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and could preserve one's youth for 100 years. Even in the auction houses in Beijing, it may not be easy to find. Looking at Chen Sheng again, he could easily take out dozens of them. It turns out that everything that happened last night was just the tip of the iceberg. Xia Qingyue didn't dare to think about how strong Chen Sheng was, because it was beyond her imagination. Qingyue only needs one, the rest. Before Xia Qingyue could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Sheng. "If madam truly treats me as your husband and is part of your family, then accept me as everything." "Are you kidding? This reward for doting on his wife is about to be obtained. How can Chen Sheng just watch it slip away?" Well then. Chen Sheng had said this much, so Xia Qingyue had no choice but to accept it. "First take out a beauty pill and swallow it to keep your youthful appearance for 100 years. Then he asked Chen Sheng, "Would you like one, my husband?" "No need, these beauty pills are all for madam." Chen Sheng declined. If one is missing, the quality of the wife-loving reward he will receive next moment may be reduced by 1 point, and the quantity may be reduced by 1 point. Xia Qingyue didn't force it, thinking that Chen Sheng should have taken it before. Seeing Xia Qingyue putting the beauty pill into the space ring, Chen Sheng followed closely behind, and couldn't wait to open the system panel, wanting to take a good look at what quality of wife-loving reward he could get by giving away these 54th grade pills. The system panel opens before your eyes. A line of text automatically appears. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Thunder Spiritual Root +1. Chapter 30, Master Zhang. A Supreme Heavenly Spiritual Root. And one that's known for its domineering power, the Thunder Spiritual Root." The moment he saw the reward, Chen Sheng couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The reason is simple. Chen Sheng's current spiritual root talent is Water Spiritual Root, which is of middle grade earth level. Heaven grade spiritual roots are extremely rare in the entire Dai dynasty. It is a top grade heavenly item. Based on the information Chen Sheng has learned, he is afraid that there is not even a second one left. The only top-grade spiritual root of heavenly grade, this is so cool. Chen Sheng immediately opened the system backpack, selected the heavenly grade top-grade thunder spirit root, and confirmed the binding. Binding the heavenly grade supreme thunder spiritual root. The heavenly grade supreme thunder spiritual root has been successfully bound. It is worth mentioning that after the binding of the heaven-grade top-grade thunder spirit root was completed, the earth-grade medium-grade water spirit root that Chen Sheng originally possessed did not disappear, and the two coexisted perfectly. Chen Sheng was both surprised and delighted. He had dual spiritual roots, one at the earth level and the other at the heaven level. It was hard to imagine how fast his cultivation speed must be. 54th grade beauty pills in exchange for such a reward is a great deal for Chen Sheng, a great deal. He was looking forward to the reward that Xia Qingyue would give him after she truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Not only will the things you give away bring high-quality rebates, but after completely winning over Xia Qingyue's heart, you will also have the support of the wife of the Empress of Destiny, killing two birds with one stone. Husband seeing Chen Sheng standing there in a daze, looking as if he had lost his soul, Xia Qingyue called out. "It's okay, let's go." Chen Sheng came back to his senses, waved the system panel away, and left the Chen mansion with Xia Qingyue. If it was earlier, Chen Sheng would naturally not miss the opportunity to get the reward for pampering his wife. No matter how small the mosquito leg is, it is still meat. What if you get lucky and win a big prize by chance? I bought some cakes. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension value plus 30. Not bad. Chen Sheng felt that if his comprehension value continued to increase like this, sooner or later, even if a heaven-level martial arts technique was placed in front of him, he would be able to understand it at a glance. When it really came to this, Chen Sheng couldn't help but have a great idea of stealing the skills. He found a reason to go to the martial arts pavilions of the major sects to take a look, not too long, just a quick look. As for why I only got the wife-loving reward once? Chen Sheng wanted to do it more often, such as feeding Xia Qingyue cakes with her own hands, but there were too many people on the road and she felt embarrassed. "Husband, where are we going?" Xia Qingyue asked curiously when she saw that Chen Sheng hadn't mentioned the destination. "The leader of the Qingcheng sect has a very good personal relationship with my father. It's just right that I can lend you their land to test your talent." Chen Sheng replied. "I see." Xia Qingyue responded and didn't ask any more questions. Afterwards, the two rented a carriage and got in. Although Qingcheng sect is not far from the capital, it still takes at least half a day to walk there. Chen Sheng originally wanted to fly directly over on his sword, but Xia Qingyue was immortal and he was worried that he would hurt her. In addition, Chen Sheng has other plans. "Madam, we are the only two of us in this carriage now. You won't be shy, will you? Come, let me feed you." Chen Sheng picked up a piece of water chestnut cake and brought it to Xia Qingyue's mouth. At this point, Xia Qingyue no longer refused. She opened her cherry-like mouth and ate the cake that Chen Sheng handed to her. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, free attribute points plus 20. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 3rd grade nourishing pill plus 100. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 4th grade herb, cold moon grass plus 10. A reward for every bite. This surprised Chen Sheng. Unfortunately, Xia Qingyue was not a big eater. She shook her head to indicate that she was full after just a few bites. There was no other way. Chen Sheng could only quit while he was ahead and buy out all the remaining pastries to fill his stomach. The carriage had been traveling for an unknown amount of time when it suddenly shook. Chen Sheng was quick and swift, reaching out to protect Xia Qingyue's head from hitting the window frame. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Immortal Brew plus 1. Just as Xia Qingyue was about to ask what happened, she heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside the carriage. After the sighs, several rough voices were heard. "Everyone in the car, get out of here quickly. Either leave money for the passage or you will die. Hurry up! Hurry up! If you delay me, you will lose both your money and your life." Hearing this, Xia Qingyue knew that she had encountered bandits. However, she was not worried at all. She glanced at Chen Sheng who was sitting next to her, as if as long as he was there, even if the sky fell, there was nothing to be afraid of. "Madam, please sit here. I'll go out and take a look." Chen Shang stood up and said, "My husband, please be careful. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry." Xia Qingyue did not forget to remind him. She did not ask to go with him, because she knew that even if she went out, she would not be able to help Chen Shang at all, and would only make things worse. Chen Shang lifted the door curtain and walked out. Glancing sideways, I saw the driver kneeling on the ground, not daring to say a word. "Boss, look at the way this kid is dressed. He must be rich or noble. He must be a wealthy man. We must make a lot of money from him," the bandit said without any concealment. The bandit leader did not speak for a long time. He squinted his eyes and carefully identified Chen Shang's face. Immediately, his eyes widened. You are Chen Xiang's son, Chen Shang." "Wow, am I so famous?" Chen Shang said in surprise. "Since you are Mr. Chen, please forgive us for disturbing you, but please get out of the way. The bandit leader is not stupid. There is no need for him to make an enemy of the Prime Minister for a little money." Living in Da, everyone knows that the two words Chen Xiong occupy half of Da. Who doesn't know that Chen Xiong has only one precious son, Chen Shang, and he dotes on him to the extreme? If he hurts even a hair on his head, it will probably not take long for the Da Iron Cavalry to flatten the entire Black Wind Mountain. Chen Shang said nothing more and summoned a shadow puppet. Although they didn't know what the shadow puppet was, the bandit leader and dozens of bandits felt tremendous pressure from it. "Mr. Chen, it was just a misunderstanding. Let him go when you can. Why do you have to kill him?" The bandit leader had heard that Chen Xing was a ruthless man who regarded human life as worthless. He didn't expect that even after he had surrendered on his own initiative, he would still want to kill him. Seeing that Chen Shang was indifferent to his words, the bandit leader said anxiously, "Mr. Chen, our Black Wind village has been able to survive until now because we have masters guarding it. If the situation in this deep mountain forest really becomes a fight to the death, it will not benefit you. Please come in, Master Zhang," the bandit leader shouted. "Please call in Master Zhang," the bandits said in unison. The next moment, a white smoke rose out of thin air, and an old man in a long robe walked out with a whisk in one hand. "Who dares to disturb my practice?" asked Master Zhang with a cold face. "Master Zhang, we have no choice but to trouble you to help us." Don't blame me," the bandit leader said humbly with a smile. The appearance scene was quite grand, and when Chen Qing opened his eyes, he saw that he was just at the foundation establishment stage. "This is the fish I caught." Chapter 31. One-click third-rank alchemist. Thanks to his hobby of reading novels in his previous life, Chen Shang is familiar with all kinds of routines, especially the plot where the younger one comes after the older one is defeated. Thinking about it again, Black Wind Mountain is neither far nor near from the capital. Since this group of bandits dared to rob people on the road here, they must have something to rely on. This is what Chen Xingdiao relies on. Anyway, he has to get the reward for pampering his wife, so naturally he has to bet bigger so that he can gain more. Look, the so-called Master Zhang was lured out by him. Even though he is just a small cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, the reward standard is many levels higher than that of dozens of bandits. Worried that the system wouldn't acknowledge his mistake, Chen Xing even shouted at the top of his voice, "Madam, please rest assured. I'm here today. They won't be able to hurt you at all." Listening to Chen Xing's words, and then looking through the gap in the door curtain at Chen Xing's towering figure, who stood alone against 10,000 enemies, Xia Qingyue couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in her heart. "You are just a rat, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? You are looking for death." After saying this, Master Zhang swung the whisk in his hand violently. Suddenly, a strong wind and waves arose, causing sand and rocks to fly. Then, accompanied by a loud bang, a tree as thick as a man's waist was broken and snapped. Seeing this, the bandit leader was overjoyed and quickly said, "Master, please calm down. Master, please calm down." Then he looked at Chen Shang again, with an expression that showed he was sure of victory. "Mr. Chen, in my opinion, we should all take a step back to avoid damaging the relationship." Master Zhang snorted lightly, looking down on others and acting superior. The next moment, Chen Xing had a thought in his mind, and the shadow puppet raised his foot and stepped down. Immediately afterwards, a vast divine power fell on the heads of Master Zhang and a group of bandits. The horses' legs were broken and they fell to the ground, neighing sharply, and the bandits rolled off them one by one. Before the bandit leader could figure out what was going on, he saw Immortal Master Zhang lying on the ground like him, prostrating himself. He said with a look of fear on his face, "Out-of-body realm? Immortal Master, please spare me. Immortal Master, please spare me." There was no need to calculate how many realms higher the out-of-body realm was than the Foundation Establishment realm. Just from hearing the title of Immortal Lord, the bandit leader knew that he was in big trouble. Chen Sheng didn't want to waste time talking to them. Take a look at the shadow puppet. The shadow puppet raised its arm and dropped it heavily. "Please spare my life, Immortal Venerable, I am willing to offer." Bang! Boom! After a series of earthquakes, Master Zhang and dozens of bandits were all crushed to death, with blood splattering everywhere. Shadow Puppet moved quickly, found a storage bag from the plasma, cleaned the bloodstains on the surface of the bag with his spiritual power, then came to Chen Xing, knelt on one knee, and offered it with both hands. Chen Xing took the storage bag and teased, "Do I need you to offer it? Even if you die, these things will still be mine." And then Chen Xing signaled the driver to continue driving along the original route. He returned to the carriage and sent the shadow puppet up the mountain quickly to wipe out all the remaining bandits. Of course, the most important thing is to plunder all the treasures they have accumulated over the years for yourself. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Chen Xing has the patience to accumulate little by little. What if there is a hidden opportunity? Is everything resolved? Xia Qingyue asked as she carefully observed Chen Xing from head to toe to make sure he was not injured. Although he knew that those people combined were no match for one of Chen Xing's fingers, it never hurts to be cautious. Fortunately, Chen Chang was not injured. "Ah, a bunch of ordinary people, not worth mentioning." Chen Chang waved his hand, telling Xia Qingyue not to worry. Then, with the driver's shout of "Gee" and the sound of the whip waving, the carriage resumed its movement. "Is this a storage bag?" Xia Qingyue recognized what Chen Xing was holding. "Yeah." Chen Sheng nodded, "I picked it up from a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment realm. I wonder what treasures it might contain." "Madam, you open it." Chen Sheng handed the storage bag to Xia Qingyue. Compared to this storage bag, Chen Sheng was more interested in the reward of killing the group of bandits and getting a wife who was at the Foundation Establishment stage. Xia Qingyue said "Oh" and took the storage bag from Chen Sheng. Chen Xing summoned the system panel and checked the reward prompts. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 3rd Grade Alchemist Experience Pack +1. Chen Xing took a look and used this experience pack. Similar to the cultivation experience, he would become a 3rd Grade Alchemist with just one click. After the martial arts practitioner and formation master, here comes the identity of an alchemy master. Chen Xing's main skill is that it is always better to have many skills. Select it and use it. Using the 3rd Grade Alchemist Experience Pack. Successful use. The next moment, Chen Xing clearly felt that a strange alchemy memory that did not belong to him flooded into his mind, which recorded various alchemy recipes, alchemy methods, methods of identifying herbs, etc. Soon it became one with this body. I wonder how long it will take me to become a 9th grade alchemist with my current level of understanding. The promotion standards for alchemists are different from those for martial artists. As long as one can refine 9th grade elixirs, he or she can become a 9th grade alchemist without having to move up one level at a time. Chen Shang plans to find an opportunity to try it. Continue to look down and you will be shocked. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 3rd grade moisturizing pill recipe +1. Having just become a 3rd grade alchemist, he immediately gave me a 3rd grade pill recipe. Chen Xing didn't know whether to call it a coincidence or praise the system for being so thoughtful. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension +150. Killing a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment realm can gain 150 points of enlightenment. For Chen Shang, it is definitely a huge profit. This added a lot of chips to help him reach the 9th grade alchemist realm. Ah! Chen Xing had just closed the system panel when he heard Xia Qingyue's scream. "Madam, what's wrong?" Chen Xing almost drew his sword. What's in here?" Xia Qingyue threw the storage bag away in disgust. Chen Xing looked puzzled. He bent down, reached out to pick up the storage bag, opened it, and injected his spiritual sense into it to take a look. You don't know until you see it. Once you see it, you can't help but curse. You really can't judge a person by his appearance, this old pervert. This storage bag only contained a few spirit stones and pills, and the rest were women's underwear. Xia Qingyue didn't possess spiritual awareness, so she could only reach out and pick up the items one by one. When she discovered that it was something like this, one could imagine how she felt. He left the spirit stones and pills behind, then created a fire in his palm and burned the entire storage bag to ashes. You haven't seen what's inside beforehand and are deliberately teasing me, right?" Xia Qingyue glared at him coquettishly. "Madam, I am innocent. If you don't believe me, the driver witnessed the whole process and he can testify. I really haven't seen anything in here," Chen Xing explained. "If you don't believe me, madam, I swear to heaven that if I tell you even a single word of falsehood, I will be struck by 5 thunderbolts." "Hey! That's not necessary." Xia Qingyue raised her hand and gently pressed Chen Xing's lips, not wanting him to swear such a vicious oath. Chen Xing smiled knowingly, raised his hand, and grasped Xia Qingyue's. "Madam, don't you think this scene looks familiar?" After hearing what Chen Xing said, Xia Qingyue recalled that when she wanted to swear a poisonous oath before, Chen Xing had done the same to her. "It seems that my wife and I are becoming more and more in tune with each other," Chen Xing joked. Chapter 32 Heavenly Grade Spiritual Root. Who is becoming more and more in tune with you?" Xia Qingyue said this, but she felt a different feeling in her heart. Chen Xing smiled knowingly and said nothing more. The carriage continued to move towards Qingqing's sect. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had passed. With the driver's whoosh, the carriage slowly stopped. The driver's voice came from outside the door curtain. "Sir, miss, we're here." Chen Xing opened the door curtain. "Madam, please." He got off first, then helped Xia Qingyue get off the carriage. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 3rd grade moon spirit pill plus 50. A small action can bring a lot of rewards and feedback." Nowadays, Chen Xing is very skilled in pampering his wife, paying attention to every detail, and he does not miss a single detail. Seeing Xia Qingyue pull out her purse, the driver quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, if it weren't for your righteous intervention, I would have died in Black Wind Mountain long ago. How could I possibly accept money from you 2-inch? Since the driver had said so much, Xia Qingyue did not force him. She said thank you and went up the mountain with Chen Xing. Unlike the Tianyu sect, in the Qingqing sect, after Chen Xing confessed his identity, he had a smooth journey and no one dared to stop him. No one wants to challenge the authority of the sect leader. It is rumored that the sect leader and Chen Xiong have a life and death friendship. I can't afford to gamble, let alone dare to gamble. The two had just climbed the mountain and before entering the outer courtyard when they saw an old man dressed as an elder guarding the gate. When the old man saw Chen Xing appear, he immediately walked forward and bowed. "Greetings, Master Chen. Let me introduce myself. I am the Grand Elder of the Qingqing sect's inner court. My name is Li Sifan." "Elder Li." Chen Xing responded and then explained his purpose, which was to test Xia Qingyue's spiritual root talent. Then he asked, "Could you please help me?" "No problem." Of course, Li Sifan had thought that Chen Xing would come in person to make some difficult request, but after hearing that it was just to test Xia Qingyue's spiritual root talent, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had also heard about Chen Xing's bad reputation in the Dao dynasty. "Mr. Chen, Your Highness the Princess, please come this way." Li Sifan turned sideways and raised his hand, making a gesture of invitation. The two looked at each other, nodded, and followed Li Sifan to the training ground for testing talent. On the stone platform in the center of the training ground, there is a huge crystal. Through Li Sifan's introduction, the two learned that they could find out the attributes and quality of their spiritual roots talents by simply going on stage and touching the crystal with their hands. Xia Qingyue glanced at Chen Xing. Chen Cheng nodded. Xia Qingyue quickly made up her mind, clenched her fists, and walked onto the testing platform. Your Highness, please. Li Sifan raised his hand. Okay. Xia Qingyue agreed, and as she raised her hand, her long sleeve slid down, revealing her fair arms. She stretched them out to touch the cold crystal. After a burst of light flashed and the crystal was covered with white frost, a line of words appeared on the crystal: Heavenly Grade Top Grade Ice Spirit Root. Heavenly Grade Supreme. Not to mention that Li Sifan was stunned when he saw the result. Chen Xing also opened his eyes slightly. Sighing, as expected of the female protagonist of Destiny, she possesses a supreme spiritual root of heavenly rank. Fortunately, Chen Xing had obtained the more domineering Heaven Grade Thunder Spirit root in advance, so he did not feel ashamed of himself. What's more, Xia Qingyue's current identity is his wife, not an enemy. She is just enjoying the luck of being the destined heroine. The stronger she is, the better it is for Chen Sheng. Oh my god! Oh my god, a supreme spiritual root of heavenly rank. Looking across the entire Da dynasty, I'm afraid there's no other like it. Who is this woman? Is she here to join our Qingcheng sect? With his joining, our Qingcheng sect will surely become an everlasting and immortal force. After hearing that someone had tested and awakened a heavenly grade, top grade spiritual root, more and more disciples of the Qingcheng sect came to watch. Among them are even some geniuses who rank high in combat power. Xia Qingyue's heavenly rank, top-tier talent was already astonishing enough, coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, which made many male geniuses want to become her Taoist partner as soon as they arrived. In their opinion, having such a Taoist partner means they have no regrets in their life. Chen Xing saw through their thoughts, walked up to the stage, and asked Li Sifan, elderly, may I borrow the test stone? Of course, if Li Sifan remembered correctly, Chen Xing should have tested his talent a long time ago, and it seemed to be at the earth level. Although the earth rank is excellent, it is still inferior to the heaven rank. Of course, even if Li Sifan had 100 or 1,000 courages, he would never dare to say such words. Madam, let me show you my husband's performance. As they passed each other, Chen Xing smiled confidently at Xia Qingyue. Okay. Xia Qingyue agreed, her tone still a little stiff. After all, she had never imagined that she actually possessed the world's top-level spiritual roots. At the same time, the word madam from Chen Xing's mouth was clearly heard by all the disciples present. As practitioners, their senses are much sharper than those of ordinary people. Did you hear what he called her? If I heard correctly, it seems to be madam. Madam? How could he marry such a beautiful lady who not only has stunning beauty but also possesses top-notch talent? Judging from her expression, this must be her first time testing her talent. Now that she knows she possesses top-tier talent, she probably won't be content with a mediocre partner. She must be killed. Yes, the moment the results came out, they were destined to be from different worlds. Hearing these mixed voices, each one more certain than the other, he knew that the first thing he would do after awakening his supreme heavenly spiritual root was to cut off his past with Chen Xing. The first thing that came to Xia Qingyue's mind was not agreement, but disgust. She didn't think that she was such an ungrateful person, and she had never thought about severing her marital relationship with Chen Sheng. A cold glance. The group of people felt the pressure in Xia Qingyue's eyes and immediately shut their mouths, knowing that they were talking too much and had made her unhappy. How dare they offend such a person who possesses top-level talent and will definitely be fought over by major forces in the future and will become the supreme leader? It's almost the same as keeping it in your heart and worshipping it like an ancestor. Be firm. You can only respect and fear Xia Qingyue. You must never offend her or stand against her. Otherwise, one word from her could put your life in jeopardy. I can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you. Seeing that they had all shut up, Xia Qingyue felt much calmer. Coming back to her senses, she turned her head to look at the test stone, wanting to know what Chen Xing's talent was. On Chen Xing's side, he had already arrived in front of the talent stone and raised his hand to touch the crystal. Boom! When a powerful wave of energy dissipated and rushed out, hundreds of lightning patterns could be clearly seen flashing around, and a line of words slowly emerged on the crystal: Heavenly Grade Top Grade Thunder Spirit Root. Chapter 33 Top Comprehension. Looking at the column of words that appeared on the test stone. Some people opened their mouths wide but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Some people rub their eyes and blink repeatedly to confirm whether they are hallucinating. Is this true? Am I hallucinating? Another heavenly grade, top grade spiritual root. Hallucination? We can't all be hallucinating, right? This two heavenly grade, top grade spiritual roots appeared at once. When did heavenly grade, top grade spiritual roots become so cheap? Thunder spiritual root. This is a thunder spiritual root known for its dominance. It is already a top grade spiritual root, and coupled with its heavenly grade supreme quality, his future is bound to be limitless. What about the guy who just said he wasn't worthy of that lady? Do you have the guts to come out and walk a few steps? After learning that not only Xia Qingyue but also Chun Cheng possessed supreme heavenly grade spiritual roots and possessed top-tier talent, those who had been speaking without thinking just a moment ago immediately lowered their heads and retreated outside the crowd. As for those geniuses who once had fantasies about Xia Qingyue, they quickly suppressed the unbudding feelings in their hearts. They knew very well that they were not worthy of such a Taoist partner. They don't even have the courage to provoke a genius who possesses the best heavenly grade thunder spirit root. No, from their point of view, Chen Xing should be described as a genius among geniuses. Hearing these words, Xia Qingyue, the wife, felt secretly pleased and puffed out her chest with pride. Those who knew were praising Chen Xing, while those who didn't thought were praising her. Looking at the great elder Li Sifan who was in charge of the awakening ceremony, he had lived for hundreds of years and had never seen such a scene. The moment he recovered from his shock, he immediately invited Chun Cheng and Xia Qingyue. Would you both consider joining our Qingqing sect? As the Grand Elder, I guarantee that I will. Li Sifan swallowed the words back when he was about to speak. Knowing that with the current influence and resources of Qingqing sect, it is not qualified to have such a genius. One is already in such a state, let alone two with top-notch heavenly talents. Even if Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue were really willing to join the Qingqing sect, the Qingqing sect would have to have the strength to protect them. Once the fact that these two possess top-level talent is exposed, all the major sects and forces will inevitably rush to snatch them up. Such a big thing, we definitely can't defend it. Thinking of this, Li Sifan decisively changed his tone. Now that my talent has been tested, I wonder if Master Chen has any further instructions. I've heard that the Qingqing sect's Kung Fu Pavilion has countless treasures. Could you please let us too broaden our horizons? Chen Xing decided to let his top-level understanding shine at this moment. No problem, this way please. Li Sifan's idea was very simple. Even if there was no relationship between the sect master and Chen Xiong, based on Chun Cheng and Xia Qingyue's talents, what would be wrong with giving them one or two martial arts techniques? If Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue become overlords in the future and recall the kindness they showed today, a casual word from them could potentially cause the entire Qingqing sect to undergo earth-shaking changes and become a top-tier powerful sect. Afterwards, Chen Cheng and the other two followed Li Sifan to the Qingqing sect's Kung Fu Pavilion. According to Li Sifan's introduction, this martial arts pavilion is divided into 4 floors, arranged according to the order of heaven, earth, and yellow. The first floor has 4,000 yellow-level martial arts, the second floor has 500 black-level martial arts, the third floor has 48 earth-level martial arts, and the fourth floor has 3 heaven-level martial arts. Master Chen and Her Royal Highness the Princess can freely choose a technique from the 3 floors, earth, xian, and yellow. It's not that Li Sifan is unwilling to give the heavenly-level martial arts technique, but as an elder of the sect, he is not qualified. The heavenly grade martial arts could be said to be one of the sect's foundational skills, and only the sect leader had the authority to decide who could learn it. Even though he was the head of the elders, he had no authority to decide such matters. Thank you, Elder Li. Chen Xing turned sideways and looked at Xia Qingyue again. Madam, let's go in. Yeah. Xia Qingyue nodded gently. He was very grateful to Chun Cheng. Not only did he bring him all the way here to awaken his spiritual talent, but he also gave him, an outsider, the opportunity to enter the Kung Fu Pavilion and choose a Kung Fu technique. The 3 of them entered the Gongfa Pavilion together. Chen Xing skipped the first and second floors and came to the third floor with Xia Qingyue. Compared with the first and second floors, the third floor is obviously much more spacious, and the bookshelves are sparsely arranged. Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue each chose a technique that suited them. Said to choose one. However, Chen Sheng relied on his top-level comprehension. After flipping through 2 pages, he memorized all the earth-level skills and comprehended most of them. Li Sifan, who was watching from the side, was very puzzled. What could Chen Sheng understand at this reading speed? Little did they know that in just a short while, Chen Sheng had already mastered all the 48 earth-level skills. He was only a step away from achieving perfection, and it was only a matter of time. Seeing Chen Sheng put the last manual back to its original place, Li Sifan stepped forward and asked, "Why? Are none of these manuals to your liking, Master Chen? These skills are good, but they are still different from my way of practicing." Chen Sheng wanted to test whether he could go to the third floor and take a look at the 3 heavenly level skills. "Don't look too much, just take a look." This Li Sifan heard the implicit meaning of Chen Sheng's words and didn't know what to do for a moment. Then, a voice broke through the air and entered his mind, "Let him go to the 4th floor." "Yes." Li Sifan responded in his heart, knowing very well that the owner of this voice was none other than the leader of Qingqing sect. "Mr. Chen, the sect master has ordered me to take you to the 4th floor." Li Sifan turned sideways and raised his hand, "Please." "Thank you." Chen Sheng responded with a smile. Seeing the two of them go up to the 4th floor, Xia Qingyue did not follow them. She felt that this earth-level technique was already extremely profound and would take her some time to comprehend. He believed that Chen Sheng could reach the 4th floor because his talent was stronger than his. Xia Qingyue didn't intend to become fat all at once, and decided to cultivate step by step. Not long. Chen Sheng went to the 4th floor under the guidance of Li Sifan. There are 3 desks in total, and on each desk is placed a set of exercises, wrapped in a powerful Taoist rhyme. They are Ice Sky Mysterious Art, 9 Heavens Thunder Art and Golden Bell Hegemony Body Art. One is ice, one is thunder, and the other is a technique that focuses on defense, all of which are lower-grade heavenly levels. Chen Sheng was not disappointed. For a sect like Qingqing sect, it was not easy to possess 3 heavenly level skills. After Chen Sheng confirmed with Li Sifan whether he could go forward to take a look, he walked over. "Read them one by one." Even if it was a powerful lower-grade heavenly rank technique, with Chen Sheng's current level of comprehension, he could still easily memorize it and comprehend a lot of its contents. Chen Sheng already had a plan in mind. He would wait for Xia Qingyue to choose a ground-level technique and then receive a reward for pampering his wife. Then teach her the Ice and Sky Mysterious Art and get the reward again. "I want to know what kind of rewards I can get for doting on my wife by obtaining this Earth-level martial arts technique and this Heaven-level martial arts technique." Chapter 34-9 Nether Immortal Dragon. Even if the probability is very low, the Heaven grade is here. If Chen Sheng thinks about it, the possibility of getting a treasure will not be too low. "Mr. Chen, I wonder which of these 3 martial arts techniques you like." Li Sifan saw Chen Sheng put down the Golden Bell body technique and walked up to ask. "Just choose this 9 Heavens Thunder Art, which is consistent with the innate attributes of my spiritual roots." In order to avoid Li Sifan's suspicion, Chen Sheng reached out and picked up the 9 Heavens Thunder Art. As for the matter of passing on the Ice Sky Mysterious Art to Xia Qingyue later, the world is so big, and this art is not created by the Qingqing sect alone. Who can guarantee that there are no other copies out there? The most important thing is that I just picked it up and took a look at it, so where would I have the time to learn from others? Chen Sheng is willing to confess, but not everyone is willing to believe him. "Well then, please come into the training room to practice, Mr. Chen." Li Sifan's meaning was very simple. Chen Sheng could not take the 9 Heavens Thunder Art away with him. He could only practice it in the training room and the Kung Fu Pavilion, and he could practice for as long as he wanted. "Okay, thank you elderly for leading the way." Chen Sheng nodded. It was just right for him to use the training room of Qingqing sect to integrate the dozens of earth-level skills with the 3 heaven-level skills and make full use of them for his own benefit. Noticing Chen Sheng and the other 2 coming down from the 4th floor, Xia Qingyue quickly stepped forward. He picked up a mid-grade earth-level technique called Proud 9 Lotuses and said to Li Sifan, "Elderly, this is the technique I chose." Your Highness, Princess, and Mr. Chen, please follow me to the training room to practice. Li Sifan raised his hand and invited. Good. On the way. Proud 9 Lotus Art. Chen Qing glanced at the technique in Xia Qingyue's hand and remembered clearly that this technique belonged to the ice system and had a total of 9 levels. It could transform one's own spiritual power into a huge ice lotus. With each level of improvement, the size of the ice lotus would increase exponentially. When one cultivates to the 9th level of great perfection, an ice lotus falls, instantly freezing 1,000 miles and burying billions of lives alive. It is indeed a technique that is very suitable for Xia Qingyue to practice. My wife has good taste. Chen Cheng admired it very much. However, compared to the ice and sky mysterious art in his hands, the proud 9 Lotus art is still far inferior. Then, under the guidance of Li Sifan, the two of them entered the training room respectively. He just stood outside the door, not moving a step. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, the 100,000-year-old spirit pet, the 9 Nether Immortal Dragon. Note, the spirit pet is 100% loyal to the host, locked in for life, and cannot betray. Absolute obedience. How much? Chen Cheng was just about to regret that he and his wife were not in the same training room, so he couldn't immediately pass on the ice sky mysterious art to Xia Qingyue and get the pampering wife reward. Who would have thought that he would be immediately captivated by the wife-loving reward of obtaining a mid-grade earth-level martial art for Xia Qingyue? 100,000-year-old spiritual pet. Chen Xing confirmed it several times and was sure that he was not mistaken. It was indeed a 100,000-year-old spiritual pet. If I remember correctly, a 1,000-year-old monster beast is already capable of massacring a city, and a 10,000-year-old monster beast is even capable of destroying a nation. This 100,000-year-old spirit pet is from the Immortal Dragon clan. Even though Chen Qing is a hack, his imagination is inevitably limited. The 4 words "destroy the world" popped out of my mind. This system can really create surprises for me. Chen Sheng was ecstatic as his chips increased by a large amount. Hu take a deep breath and calm down. Chen Xing sat down cross-legged and decided that without further delay, he would quickly comprehend dozens of earth-level skills and 3 heaven-level skills to the state of great perfection. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyue was also diligently practicing the proud 9 Lotus art according to the instructions. As time goes by bit, the news about Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue awakening their top talents spread like wildfire. Through the mouths of people like Tianji Pavilion and Jianghu Baixiaoxing, the news spread to the Da dynasty and various forces. Among them naturally include Emperor Wu and Xia Chang. You, tell me again, what kind of spiritual roots and talents does Qingyue have? Xia Cheng widened his eyes, looked at the spy in front of the desk, and asked again and again to confirm. Your Majesty, Her Royal Highness the Princess went to Qingqing's sect to participate in the talent awakening. The test stone shows that she has a top-grade heavenly ice spirit root. This was the 4th time the spy repeated the same answer. A heavenly grade top-grade ice spirit root, great. I didn't expect that my precious daughter is a peerless genius that only appears once in 100 years, no, 1,000 years. Xia Cheng's happiness was written all over his face. Turning his gaze to Imperial Master Xiao he asked, is it not right for me to agree to the marriage between the Chen family and Qingyue so soon? It is indeed amazing that Chen Qing could wipe out the Tianyu sect in one night, but this heavenly grade top-grade spiritual root represents the potential to become the supreme being. This before Xiao He could figure out how to answer so as not to offend either side. The spy kneeling in front of the palace spoke again. Your Majesty, Prince Consort Chen has also come on stage to participate in the awakening of his talent. Hasn't his talent been tested a long time ago? I remember it seemed to be Earth-level. Xia Chang looked at Xiao He with some uncertainty. He still remembered it vividly and scolded Chen Xing more than once for wasting his talent and indulging in luxury. Upon hearing this, Xiao He bowed and said, Your Majesty is right. Prince Consort Chen does indeed have a mid-grade Earth-level water spirit root. Your Majesty, after Prince Consort Chen came to power, the test stone showed that he had a heavenly grade, top-grade thunder spirit root. The spy reported truthfully. Thunder spiritual root. Top-grade heavenly grade. Xia Chang stood up from the dragon throne. Xiaoyi's expression also changed drastically, he was in disbelief. Are you sure the news is correct? Xia Chang confirmed repeatedly. I am willing to guarantee with my life that every word I say is true. The spy stated his attitude. Okay, you go down first. Xia Chang waved his hand. Yes, I'll take my leave. After the spy left, Xia Chang's gaze returned to Xiaoyi. Master, tell me, this is clearly a mid-grade earth-rank spiritual root. How did it suddenly become a top-grade heaven-rank spiritual root, and even more so, a more powerful thunder-type spiritual root? Xia Chang couldn't understand the reason behind this. Your Majesty, I once saw in an ancient book a genius with dual spiritual root talents who could cultivate two spiritual root talents at the same time. Xiaoyi recalled. Dual spiritual root talent. You mean, he not only possesses the middle-grade earth-level water spiritual root, but also the top-grade heaven-level thunder spiritual root? Xia Chang, who understood the meaning of Xiaoyi's words, opened his mouth unconsciously. Even though he considered himself knowledgeable, he still found it hard to imagine how terrifying the future achievements of Chen Xing, who possessed two top-level cultivation talents, would be. It seems that I underestimated him. It's not that he is marrying above Qingyue, but Qingyue is marrying above him. Xia Chang had to accept this fact. I no longer dared to have even the slightest thought of separating the two of them. I have to admit that I'm getting old. Sigh, this young generation is really becoming more and more evil. Return to Qincheng sect. At this moment, whether it was the disciples fighting fiercely in the martial arts arena, the disciples wandering around with nothing to do, or the disciples enjoying the romantic moments in the bamboo forest while their master wasn't paying attention. Without exception, everyone put down what they were doing and looked up at the sky. I witnessed giant flying boats sailing overhead, blocking out the sky and the sun. Chapter 35 The Emperor's Appearance. Where are all these flying boats coming from? Is a sect planning to declare war on us? If a war really breaks out, the ones that come are warships equipped with artillery. Looking at the totem on the hull, it seems to be the Tianjian sect. The Heavenly Sword sect. Isn't that one of the 10 most powerful sects in Dao? We in Xincheng have always kept to ourselves, right? Stupid, is there any need to explain? The Tianjian sect must be targeting the young couple with top talent. As soon as these words were spoken, the others suddenly understood and decided that this was the correct answer. The Tianjian sect is here, why is no one welcoming us? A middle-aged man's roar was heard from the flying boat, echoing throughout the mountains and forests. Although the disciples of Qincheng sect were unhappy, they were one of the 10 most powerful sections. No matter how much they were unwilling, they had to suppress it and swallow it back. I can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you. Upon hearing this, Li Sifan, the great elder, had no choice but to order someone to guard the door of the training room on his behalf. He immediately moved quickly and appeared in the air above Qincheng sect in a blink of an eye, only a few feet away from the person who was shouting. I am Li Sifan, the grand elder of Qincheng sect. Nice to meet you, fellow Taoists. Li Sifan bowed. The 10 most powerful sects must be given due respect. As the Grand Elder, he did not want to go to war with the Tianjian sect. He knew very well that if a war really broke out, the Qincheng sect would most likely be removed from the list and exit the stage of history. Stop talking nonsense and hand the person over immediately. Even though he was facing a great elder of a sect, the middle-aged man was not polite at all and spoke in an imperative tone. In an era where the strong are respected, he considered himself a strong man, so naturally there was no need for him to be polite to Li Sifan, who was weaker than him. People? I wonder what kind of people you want, Li Sifan asked knowingly, pretending to be stupid. I don't want to repeat the same thing to those 2 geniuses with supreme heavenly spiritual roots. The middle-aged man emphasized his tone, your Qincheng sect is not qualified to keep such a genius. Fellow Taoist, you don't know that these 2 people have not joined our Qincheng sect. They are just temporarily borrowing our sect's training room to practice. As for whether they agree to leave with you, we will have to wait until they come out of seclusion to know. Li Sifan responded truthfully. What he was most worried about finally happened, faster than he had imagined. It is expected that there are definitely more than just the Tianjin sect who are targeting Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue's talents. They just came faster than others. I don't know how many forces there are on the road. Take me there. If Li Sifan could think of it, how could the middle-aged man not think of it? The purpose of his trip was to get ahead of other sects and bring the two geniuses back to Tianjin sect for training, so that they could become the hope for Tianjin sect to rise in the future and become the strongest sect. Please come this way, fellow Taoist. Li Sifan didn't want to cause trouble for himself or the Qingqing sect, so he stepped aside. Seeing that Li Sifan was sensible, the middle-aged man did not make things difficult for him. On the way, Li Sifan learned that the middle-aged man was named Zhao Tianyu, and was an inner sect elder of the Tianjin sect. Soon, Zhao Tianyu, led by Li Sifan, entered the training room of the Kung Fu Pavilion. Fellow Taoist Zhao, those two are practicing in there. Li Sifan pointed to two adjacent practice rooms. Open it. Zhao Tianyu was still high and mighty. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you don't know that once the door of our sect's training room is closed, it can only be opened from the inside. Li Sifan explained. In that case, brotherly, you don't mind if I use some tough measures, right? Zhao Tianyu said, with a long green sword in his hand. Without waiting for Li Sifan to speak, Zhao Tianyu continued, don't worry, we will compensate you in full. Our Tianjin sect is a reputable and upright sect. These words made the decision for Li Sifan without giving him a chance to speak. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu had drawn his sword, Li Sifan had to swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee whether the sword would fall on himself first or on the stone gate. Seeing that Li Sifan had no objection, Zhao Tianyu felt proud. Arrived at the door of Xia Qingyue's training room. He raised his sword and poured his spiritual energy into it, intending to force his way through the door and take the genius away. As for Xia Qingyue and Chen Chang's wishes? It doesn't matter. At least now, Zhao Tianyu doesn't think that with their abilities, they can resist him and the Tianjin sect. Without waiting for him to strike with his sword. Rumble. The stone door on the side slowly opened. No one was there, and Chen Xing's voice was heard first. Who dares to come and disturb my wife's practice? Chen Xing raised his hand lightly and waved it, and the powerful spiritual power rushed towards Zhao Tianyu like a tsunami. Naive. The same words again. In Zhao Tianyu's eyes, Chen Xing's wings are not yet fully grown, and he is not qualified to compete with him. He slashed down with a sharp sword, ready to break Chen Xing's moves and give him a warning. However, the sword in his hand had only fallen halfway, and no matter how hard Zhao Tianyu tried, he couldn't move it any further. What shocked Zhao Tianyu even more was that the sword made of black iron in his hand was covered with dense cracks like spider webs. Even if Zhao Tianyu tried his best, he still couldn't change the fate of the sword blade breaking. Iron pieces flew everywhere, scratching his face, and only the hilt was left in his hand. The next moment, the force of Chen Xing's wave of his hand turned into a flood and a beast in Zhao Tianyu's eyes, which instantly knocked him away more than 10 meters, smashing the supporting stone pillars in the lobby and creating a big pit. Although Chen Sheng's retreat was not long and his main focus was on martial arts, he managed to improve his cultivation by a small level and reach the 8th level of the out-of-body realm. On the other hand, Zhao Tianyu's strength is at the 5th level of the out-of-body realm, which is 3 small realms lower than Chen Xing. Without the help of magic weapons, he is naturally no match for him. The 8th level of the out-of-body realm, the great elder Li Sifan, who witnessed all this, was shocked. He knew that Chen Xing had top-notch talent, but he never expected that at such a young age, his cultivation was so much higher than his. With such talent, given time, he will become a strong candidate to compete for the title of emperor. Li Sifan thinks Chen Xing has the demeanor of an emperor. The 8th level of the out-of-body realm, Zhao Tianyu held his chest and climbed up from the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, he pretended to be calm and said, "Yes, you are indeed a good candidate for cultivation. Boy, join my Tianjin sect. I promise that the sect will do everything in its power to train you into a peerless genius. A future overlord. One who will dominate the world." This is not just empty promises to Chen Xing. Zhao Tianyu really thinks that the Tianjin sect can do this, and Chen Xing has no reason to refuse. He spoke sincerely and with a completely different attitude from when he faced Li Sifan, the great elder of the sect. There's nothing he can do, since Chen Shang is stronger than him. Thinking of Chen Shang's status and influence after joining the Tianjin sect, Zhao Tianyu had even less reason to become his enemy. He knew clearly which was more important, himself as an elder or Chen Shang as a genius. In contrast, Chen Shang didn't take Zhao Tianyu's words to heart at all. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the system panel that popped up, ready to accept the wife protecting reward. Chapter 36. You can submit to me. How can protecting your wife from being disturbed by outsiders while she practices not be considered pampering her? Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. My cultivation increased by 5 minor realms. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint Chen Shang's expectations. This allowed his cultivation to reach the 4th level of the spiritual severing realm. Even though you have only improved 5 small realms, the higher your cultivation level, the higher the value of each small realm. As time goes by, the cultivation level of a small realm is completely equivalent to the cultivation level of a large realm in the early stage. Just a casual action can bring such a huge improvement. For Chen Shang, he is naturally satisfied and cannot find any fault with the system. I wonder what Chen Tianjia thinks seeing that Chen Shang's mind seemed not on him and he completely ignored him, Zhao Tianyu asked. The small Tianjin sect is not worthy of my ambition. There is no connection or affection between the Tianjin sect and his father. In addition to Zhao Tianyu's previous attitude, Chen Shang naturally could not give him a good face. Not worthy of. Hearing this, the corner of Zhao Tianyu's mouth twitched. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen anyone as arrogant as Chen Shang. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, Chen Shang is a monster with top talent. If he is not arrogant, how can he be worthy of such talent? Chen Tianjiu is wrong. In terms of strength, our Tianjin sect ranks among the top 3 of the 10 strongest in Dao. We have produced countless sword geniuses and are definitely the most suitable for you. No matter how bad Chen Shang's attitude was, Zhao Tianyu could only be humble and put his warm face in front of his cold butt. There is no way. A disciple with the best heavenly spiritual roots is too important to the Tianjin sect. I'm not interested. Get out of here now. Don't stay here and disturb my wife's practice. Chen Shang waved his hand. Chen Tianjiao. Zhao Tianyu wanted to say something, but Chen Shang gave him a sharp look, which scared him so much that he swallowed the words back. This was the first time I felt such terrifying pressure from a young person. Seeing this scene, Li Sifan, who was standing by, raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Seeing Zhao Tianyu being so humiliated, he felt like he had let out a huge sigh of relief. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was suddenly applause from behind. Li Sifan turned his head and his pupils shrank immediately. He had a strong impression of this person. His surname was Sun and his name was Ji. He was the leader of the Tianjin sect. Why is the leader of the Tianjin sect here too? Li Sifan really didn't expect that such a big shot would actually come to Qingqing sect for a disciple. Master. Seeing the master's arrival, Zhao Tianyu behaved even more humbly, and quickly knelt on one knee and saluted with his fists clasped. Sun Ji ignored Zhao Tianyu and didn't even look at him, as if he was blaming him for his poor performance and for not getting the job done for so long. Zhao Tianyu didn't dare to say anything and remained kneeling on one knee. Since Sun Ji didn't speak, he dared not move. Soon, Sun Ji came to Chen Shang, speaking in a dignified manner. Young friend Chen, if you are willing to join my Tianjin sect, I can promise you as the sect master that you will not have to participate in any assessments and will directly enjoy the treatment of a holy son and be my personal disciple. Tianjin sect will spare no expense to train you into the future supreme. No need to participate in any assessment, you can directly enjoy the treatment of the Son of God. Even Li Sifan, an outer sect elder, couldn't help but feel moved by these words. The cultivation resources that the inner court disciples of the 10 most powerful sects can enjoy are beyond the imagination of ordinary people, let alone the highest level disciples, the holy sons. In addition to his status as the sect leader's personal disciple, it can be said that he is second only to the master and above everyone else. You want to take me as your disciple? Chen Qing smiled. He saw at a glance that Sun Ji's realm was the fourth level of the spiritual realm, the same strength as himself. I really can't find any reason to take him as my teacher. What? Mr. Chen, do you think our sect is unworthy? Sun Ji took the initiative to show his cultivation level. The pressure from the fourth level of the spiritual severing realm covered the entire lobby of the training room. Zhao Tianyu suddenly felt his body sink, and the knees of the great elder Li Sifan also bent uncontrollably. Sun Ji didn't want to undermine Chen Chang's prestige and confidence too much, for fear of destroying his Taoist heart, so he deliberately restrained his pressure. Unexpectedly, Chen Qing faced the pressure with a calm and composed look, as if nothing had happened. You really don't deserve it. The other person stretched his face in front of him and asked him to hit him, so why should Chen Qing be polite? He also revealed his cultivation level, and his pressure surged out like a tide. The fourth level of the spiritual realm. Sun Ji, Li Sifan, and Zhao Tianyu all had the same expression, as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone only knew that Chen Sheng had top-notch talent, but few knew that his current cultivation level was comparable to that of the leaders of the 10 most powerful sects. This thinking of what he had just said, Sun Ji felt his face turn red. Chen Chang was right. He was indeed not qualified to accept Chen Sheng as his disciple. At Chen Sheng's age, Sun Ji was still a small errand boy, and his cultivation. Thinking of this, Sun Ji simply steeled himself and spoke again. I have indeed underestimated you, little friend Chen. How about this? If you are willing to join the sect, you can directly become the deputy leader of our sect. After Chen Xing showed his strength, Sun Ji calmed down and not only did not blame him, but instead wanted to recruit him into the Tianjin sect. He emphasized, although you have the title of deputy within the Tianjin sect, we guarantee that your status, voice, and cultivation resources will be no different from those of me, the true sect master. In order to win over Chen Xing, the peerless genius among peerless geniuses, Sun Ji risked everything. The 18-year-old leader of the 10 most powerful sects. Li Sifan and Zhao Tianyu looked at each other and swallowed at the same time. How I wish I could replace Chen Xing. If this happened to them, they would definitely agree without hesitation. I believe that it won't be long before I can remove the word deputy from my head and become the real master. I said, your Tianjin sect cannot accommodate my ambitions. Chen Chang reiterated. Then he added, however, if your Tianjin sect is willing to submit to me, I can consider it. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Ji, Zhao Tianyu and the other two were shocked physically and mentally. Crazy, really crazy. He wanted the Tianjin sect, one of the 10 most powerful sects, to voluntarily submit. Even if they did, he would still have to consider it. Even Sun Ji, who was known for being the cold-faced sect leader, couldn't help but have a subtle hint of anger creeping onto his face. I think Chen Chang is too arrogant and underestimates the Tianjin sect. He didn't take the Tianjin sect's 1,000-year heritage or him as the sect master seriously at all. Right at this moment. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Great Elder, no, this is bad. Li Sifan turned to look at the person who came and asked, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Don't be anxious. Take a breath first and speak slowly. Great Elder, many flying boats have arrived outside. People from the 10 most powerful sects are almost here, asking for our people. Chapter 37. He still has the Holy Communion. The 10 most powerful sects are here. The news spread much faster than Li Sifan had imagined. Mr. Chen, there is a teleportation formation in the back mountain. If you don't want to be disturbed by these people, I will go there immediately and order someone to activate the formation to teleport you and Her Royal Highness the Princess away from Qingqing sect. Li Sifan told the truth. It's okay to meet them, so as not to disturb my wife's practice. Chen Xing wished that more people would come, and the stronger they were, the better. This way, the quality of the wife-loving rewards he would receive by protecting Xia Qingyue's cultivation would increase exponentially. An immortal body, plus 100,000-year-old 9-nether immortal dragon. Chen Xing really didn't take the 10 most powerful sects of the Small Dao dynasty seriously. Where on earth did this guy get the confidence to face the 10 most powerful sects alone? Not to mention, the people who came here are more than just the 10 most powerful sections. Sun Ji did not think that relying solely on the cultivation level of the spiritual severing realm could support Chen Qing's arrogance. When Chen Qing passed by Sun Ji, he suddenly stopped and reminded him, "Master Sun, think carefully about what I said before. Some opportunities, once missed, are really missed." Sun Ji said nothing, but in his heart he was very disdainful of Chen Qing's words. He did not believe that the mighty Tianjin sect had fallen to the point where it had to rely on loyalty to people like Chen Qing to survive. Seeing Chen Shang walking away, Sun Ji quickly followed. It would be interesting to see how Chen Qing, relying solely on his spirit-severing realm cultivation, could contend against the various forces. Zhao Tianyu and Li Sifan followed closely behind. Arrived outside the Kung Fu Pavilion, Chen Qing looked up and saw that dozens of flying boats had already filled the sky of Qingqing sect. Visibility dropped sharply. The scene was grand and oppressive, like a doomsday scene. Fortunately, Li Sifan knew the purpose of these people's visit in advance, otherwise he would have mistakenly thought that this time next year would be the anniversary of Qingqing sect's death. "Oh, Master of Tianjin sect? You still like to sneak away as always." An old man stood at the bow of the ship, overlooking everyone, and teased after noticing Sun Ji. Sun Ji was too lazy to pay attention to him, his attention was all on Chen Sheng. The old man also didn't intend to waste all his time on Sun Ji. After noticing Chen Qing's presence, he exclaimed, "Such a young man, yet he has reached the spiritual severing realm. What a monster, a peerless monster." Upon hearing this, the leaders of each sect transformed from the cabin into a streak of light and quickly appeared at the bow, revealing themselves one by one. "Before coming here, I only knew that Chen Cheng and another woman had top talents, but I didn't hear that Chen Qing, at the age of 18, had already entered the realm of distraction." He became more and more determined to bring Chen Qing into his side no matter what. More and more people thought like this, and the smell of gunpowder at the scene became extremely strong. "Our Haoyang sect wants this man. How dare you, Haoyang sect, snatch people from our Tianshui sect? This boy is extremely talented. Neither your Haoyang sect nor your Tianshui sect is as qualified as our Shanghai sect to train him. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't accept it, fight me first. If you can beat me, then we can talk about snatching people away." The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Seeing that the elders and clan leaders had drawn their swords, the disciples who followed them also took out their weapons, waiting for the order to start fighting. Seeing the many forces on the ground, and the powerful people fighting and tearing each other apart in order to fight for his survival, Chen Qing felt quite happy. However, getting back to the topic, Chen Qing looked down upon all of these forces. "If they submit to me, that would be fine. To put it nicely, it's surrender. To put it bluntly, it's no different from a running dog." Thinking about this, a bold idea came to Chen Sheng's mind. So he said, "If you find it difficult, you might as well listen to me." "Oh. What do you think?" Someone became interested and asked curiously. The next moment, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Qing. "Since it's difficult, why don't you all swear an oath to heaven and be loyal to me?" Chen Qing gave what he thought was the best solution. As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence. There were tens of thousands of people at the scene, but it was as quiet as death, like a cemetery late at night. No one had expected that Chen Qing's brilliant idea was to require all sects and forces to submit to him. "I don't know whether to say this guy is confident or stupid." Sun Ji on the side also shook his head and sighed, thinking that Chen Qing was too arrogant. Because his starting point was too high and his cultivation path was too smooth, he had expanded to an almost pathological state. "I have no idea that there is always someone better than you. Arrogant. You want us to surrender? Even if you are talented, you don't have the ability to do that now. It seems that after joining the sect, we need to hone his character. If he is so arrogant, it will easily lead to trouble. I thought he would come up with some brilliant ideas, but it's such a waste of time." No one took Chen Qing's words seriously. They all thought that he was crazy and would say such nonsense. Chen Qing had anticipated this. In an era where the strong are respected, how can you rely on words alone? Mobilize the holy host. The holy body of 10,000 swords took effect, and the sword intent was as rampant as a flood. After Chen Xing bound to the holy body of 10,000 swords, he also awakened a magical power that allowed him to take all the divine swords in the world for his own use. A thought arises. The people of Tianjin's sect were the first to notice something was wrong. The long swords in the scabbards at their waists suddenly became violent and were no longer stable. Hey! My sword! Before they could react, the swords had already left their scabbards and flew out. Afterwards, more and more swords were unsheathed uncontrollably, but without exception, they flew towards Chen Xing. Chen Xing stepped on the flying sword and rose 100 feet. Thousands of swords floated in the air behind him, turning into a high wall covering the sky. The sharp edges of the swords slowly lowered, locking onto the troops from all sides. Seeing their swords being used by others and pointed at them, those sword practitioners felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, someone shouted, "Holy body, this is the #1 holy body in swordsmanship, the holy body of 10,000 swords." What? He not only possesses a heavenly grade spiritual root, but he has also awakened a holy body. God is too partial to him. Envy. I'm so envious. Even these geniuses from various sects who were used to being envied by others could not help but feel envious when they learned that Chen Sheng not only possessed a heavenly grade top grade thunder spirit root, but also awakened the first holy body of swordsmanship. Their Dao hearts showed signs of collapse. Chen Xing's talent was so overwhelming that even these geniuses felt a little breathless, as if they were being strangled by an invisible hand. Are these qualified enough? Chen Xing asked everyone. Some people kept silent, while others stammered for a long time and couldn't say a complete sentence. In the current situation, even if he really felt that Chen Xing was not qualified, he would not dare to say it easily, for fear of offending him and being hated by him. The Eucharist is not enough? Chen Xing originally didn't want to reveal the 9 Nether Immortal Dragon's trump card too early, but now the arrow is on the string and he has to shoot. We are just one step away from conquering more than a dozen forces. How can we give up at the last minute? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Chen Xing also hopes to conquer these forces as soon as possible, let the dust settle, and get the reward for loving his wife. Chapter 38, Against the Heavens. The Demon Emperor as a Spirit Pet. Looking at the distance, most of the prominent and well-known forces of the Dao dynasty have arrived. Chen Sheng no longer hesitated and immediately decided to summon the 9 Nether Immortal Dragon. Immediately, a mighty pressure as powerful as the sea suddenly poured down from the sky, making it difficult for tens of thousands of people to breathe. Not to mention the elders, even a figure like Sun Ji, who is the leader of a sect, could not help but lower his knees and slowly bend them, as if he was about to kneel down in submission. Not to mention the disciples, they had already prostrated themselves in front of him. Even if one mobilizes all the spiritual power in the body to resist this divine power at the first moment, it will be like an ant trying to shake an elephant, which is completely useless. Looking up with difficulty, I saw the clouds changing color, a chaotic scene that completely obscured the red sun. The clouds rolled and swirled, and from the center of the storm, a huge dragon head slowly descended, which was too huge to be seen at a glance. Just by looking into the golden dragon eyes that contained countless threads of Taoism, many disciples with bad moods rolled their eyes up and fainted on the spot. Amidst the lightning and thunder, a momentary flash of light made the giant dragon's 100-foot-long body hidden in the clouds appear looming. Even more shocking. Dragon clan. This kind of pressure must come from a demon beast of at least 100,000 years old. A demon king? No, a demon emperor. Run. I have to run now. Damn it, my body is totally unresponsive. Why would a demon emperor with 100,000 years of cultivation appear in the lower realm? Could it be that some blind individual has offended a powerful being from the upper realm and wants to slaughter all of us, along with the billions of lives in our lower realm? No one doubted whether the 9 Nether Undead Dragon possessed such ability. Except for Chen Xing, no one present had the qualifications and strength to remain standing in the face of the oppressive aura of the 9 Nether Undead Dragon. On the other hand, Chen Xing looked relaxed, completely ignoring the pressure from the 9 Nether Undead Dragon. He stood there as tall and straight as a pine tree, as if nothing had happened. The elders and clan leaders of the major clans, whose cultivation levels were higher than Chen Qing's, were confused and puzzled. It is obvious that his cultivation is higher than Chen Qing's, but he is still unable to contend with the might of the Demon Emperor. Why can Chen Qing be fearless and unwavering? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure out the logic behind it. But soon, the answer was announced by Chen Chang. Under the desperate gaze of everyone, the nine-nether immortal dragon slowly lowered its head and walked towards Chen Qing. Until the dragon's head completely fell to the same level as the top of the mountain. Chen Qing took a step, flew up, and stood on the dragon's head. With his hands behind his back, he looked like a demon from outer space descending. He's so bold, he actually dares to ride on the Demon Emperor's head and act wildly. This is too suicidal. It's okay if you want to die, but don't implicate us and the billions of innocent lives in the lower world. What Chen Qing did really scared everyone present. No one expected that he was so bold that he even ignored the Demon Emperor who had cultivated for 100,000 years. But soon after, some people gradually realized that something was wrong. Wait. Something seems a little off. Why do I feel like the Demon Emperor doesn't have any complaints about being stepped on? After hearing what he said, more and more people realized this. Although Chen Qing was superior to the Demon Emperor did not behave in an extreme or angry manner. Then, an extremely terrifying idea was born in the minds of one person after another. Although conquering a Demon Emperor who had cultivated for 100,000 years was unprecedented, the fact was right in front of them. How could they deny it? Apart from this, I can't think of any other more reasonable explanation than this. Either you swear an oath to the heavens and submit forever, or you die. Chen Qing looked down at everyone from above like an immortal emperor. The once tall flying boat is now just a leaf in the ocean in his eyes. A supreme heavenly talent, the most supreme swordsmanship body, and 100,000-year-old Demon Emperor as his spiritual pet. If people didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that these things could appear on a person. You know, the appearance of any one of these three things is enough to shock the entire dynasty, and even the continent. Looking up at Chen Qing, who was standing on the dragon's head with the word invincible almost written on his face, Sun Ji, the leader of the Tianjin sect, finally understood the meaning of Chen Qing's reminder in the lobby of the training room. He had lost the first chance to curry favor with someone, and this time, seeing that everyone was still staring at each other, he was unable to make up his mind. He immediately knelt down and shouted at the top of his voice, Sun Ji is willing to lead the Tianjin sect and submit to Master Chen. Sun Ji was a smart man. In his opinion, the first person to surrender and swear allegiance would often leave a better impression on the master. As soon as he finished speaking, he swore an oath to the heavenly Tao without hesitation. If he showed any sign of disobedience, there was no need for Chen Qing to take action, as the heavenly Tao would directly wipe out Sun Ji. What? Even the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect has surrendered, so what about us? The Yuheng sect is willing to submit to Master Chen. The Eternal Night sect is willing to submit to Master Chen. The Tianhai sect is willing to submit to Master Chen. More and more sect leaders have expressed their willingness to submit, follow Chen Qing, and swear an oath to heaven that they will never betray. As for those guys who still have illusions, use telepathy to communicate secretly and are unwilling to surrender. Chen Qing's patience was limited. Thousands of shadow puppets with peak out-of-body strength jumped out from their shadows without warning, slitting their throats or piercing their hearts. He twisted the blade in his hand again, squeezing out the blood from his heart. Looking at those people who were forcibly deprived of their lives without even a chance to resist, falling to the ground with horror on their faces, and dying with their eyes open. The other sects breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that they had surrendered early. Who would have thought that after the nine-nether immortal dragon, Chen Qing would take out a treasure that would shock their eyes? The powerful elders and the sect leader could see at a glance that those shadow puppets had no vitality and were a kind of magic weapon. A magical weapon with power comparable to that of a peak out-of-body realm cultivator, capable of summoning thousands of deities at will. After experiencing all these things, they no longer felt aggrieved. Instead, they felt that it was worth it to have such an opportunity to cling to Chen Qing's support. It was absolutely worth it. At the same time, Xia Qingyue, who was in the training room of the Kung Fu Pavilion, had already memorized all the cultivation techniques of the Proud Nine Lotus art. Moreover, he successfully cultivated the Proud Nine Lotus art to the first level. Decided to leave the country. After the stone door opened, he turned around and found that the training room where Chen Shang was already empty. Then he looked at the Qingqing sect disciple guarding the door and asked, "Excuse me, where is the person who was inside just now?" The disciple did not hide anything and told Xia Qingyue all the information he had received from various forces. "Oh no! My husband is in trouble." Thinking of this, Xia Qingyue acted subconsciously and quickly left the training room. Now as a cultivator, even though she is alone and weak, she doesn't want Chen Qing to face the crisis alone. However, when you really come out of the practice room and see everything outside clearly, Xia Qingyue immediately understood that there was no crisis at all, and her meager strength had no chance of being of any use at all. Chapter 39 Ascension to the 9th rank. The Heavenly Sword sect is willing to serve the Master at all times, even if it means climbing mountains of swords or diving into seas of fire, without hesitation. Shenzhen sect is willing to sacrifice our lives for our Master, even until our death. The Hawan sect is willing to kill all the enemies in the world for the Master. Listen to the voices of loyalty coming from above, which are about to shake the sky. What really made Xia Qingyue's heart uneasy were the names of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Divine Hidden sect, and the Purple Sun sect. Although Xia Qingyue had just embarked on the path of cultivation, she had heard a lot about the 10 most powerful sects from others. She silently summed up in her mind that among those voices swearing allegiance, the 10 most powerful sects were already present. Looking in the direction they were looking, Xia Qingyue could not help but feel her legs go weak as she saw the giant dragon's body covering the sky and blocking out the sun amidst the lightning and thunder. But as she slowly raised her gaze and saw Chen Qing towering above the dragon head, Xia Qingyue's rapidly beating heart not only failed to calm down, but instead beat even faster. Seeing so many forces surrender, Xia Qingyue had already thought of something. However, when she really saw that the person these influential figures were kneeling down was her husband Chen Qing, she still couldn't help but feel shocked. He accomplished something my father had always dreamed of, so easily. Even Xia Qingyue, his wife, could not help but feel deeply powerless after witnessing all this because of Chen Qing's excessive strength. This kind of powerlessness comes from the bottom of my heart and penetrates into my bones. There is a feeling that even if I spend my entire life trying, I will never be able to reach the level of this person. Xia Qingyue had seen her father, Emperor Xia Chang, with a worried look on his face more than once. He was worried that if the 10 powerful sects continued to grow wildly like this, it would threaten the foundation of the Dao dynasty, but he was helpless in dealing with those cultivators. Chen Qing has now conquered the 10 most powerful sects, as well as many other large and small forces, which has indirectly solved a lot of troubles for the Dao dynasty. Xia Qingyue was willing to believe Chen Qing. Since he had said that he would not rebel and would not attack the Dao dynasty, he would definitely not do that. Chen Shang did not notice Xia Qingyue's appearance. At this moment, his attention was completely drawn to the system panel that popped up in front of him. The wife-loving rewards have been distributed. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 9th grade Alchemist Experience Pack +1. 9th rank. Chen Qing's eyes widened. A 9th grade alchemist, not to mention that he couldn't be found in the entire Dao dynasty. Even if you look at the vast Tianxian continent, you might not be able to find many. Moreover, there is a big difference between the 9th grade alchemist experience package given by the system and becoming a 9th grade alchemist step by step. Others can become 9th grade alchemists simply because of the right time and place, and accidentally refine a 9th grade elixir, so they are called 9th grade alchemists. However, once Chen Qing uses the 9th grade alchemist experience package, he will be able to successfully refine 9th grade pills with a 100% success rate. He does not need to rely on luck, but only on strength. Okay, this is great. From now on, I won't have to worry about high-level elixirs anymore. Can't buy them? Then I can make them myself. Chen Qing couldn't wait to select the Alchemist Experience Pack and confirm its use. Using the 9th rank Alchemist Experience Pack. Ninth grade alchemist experience pack used successfully. The next moment, tens of thousands of alchemy knowledge rushed into Chen Qing's mind frantically, gradually merging perfectly with this body. In order to remember the alchemy content, the system also upgraded Chen Qing's sea of consciousness and mental strength. It was an unexpected gain. After closing the system panel, Chen Qing glanced around and noticed Xia Qingyue, who had emerged from confinement, out of the corner of his eye. So he waved his hand to all the people and said coldly, "Go away." Everyone agreed in unison, turned the flying boat around, and went back to where they came from, not daring to stay for a moment. With heaven as my witness, how dare I disobey Chen Qing's orders? Even if there was no heavenly Tao, they still wouldn't dare to be Chen Qing's enemy. Even if we put aside the 9 nether immortal dragon, I always feel that Chen Qing's trump card is definitely more than that. The more unknown it is, the easier it is to imagine it, and the more you imagine it, the more reverent and loyal you become. Immediately, Chen Qing jumped off the dragon's head. The 9 nether immortal dragon also slowly hid its dragon head in the clouds, and then, the clouds parted to reveal the sun, and the blue sky returned, and the bright sun spread across the sky and earth again. "Ma'am, you're out of seclusion so soon." Chen Qing came up to Xia Qingyue and asked with concern, "Is your cultivation going well?" "Yes, I have memorized all the mental methods of the proud 9 lotus art and have cultivated it to the first level." Xia Qingyue responded truthfully. "You are worthy of being my, Chen Qing's, wife. Your cultivation speed is truly monstrous and amazing." Chen Qing praised. "When it comes to genius, I'm afraid no one in this world can compare to you, my husband." Having personally experienced everything that had just happened, Xia Qingyue really didn't have the confidence to call herself a genius or a demon in front of Chen Qing. And then, the voice of the great elder Li Sifan came from my ears. "Greetings, sect master." Chen Qing, Xia Qingyue looked over upon hearing the voice. Without waiting for Chen Qing to address the other party as uncle for the sake of his father Chen Xiong, he did not hesitate. Lu Wu, the leader of the Qingqing sect, sank to his knees with a thud, supported himself with his hands, and kowtowed, saying, "Qingqing sect leader Lu Wu, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and lead the entire Qingqing sect in loyalty to you, young master." Chen Qing was not surprised by this, and he had no plans to deliberately talk to Lu Wu about the relationship between their fathers. To put things in perspective, Lu Wu's oath to heaven was recognized, and the master-servant contract was officially concluded. Lu Wu greets the master. "Uncle, please stand up." Chen Chang stepped forward and helped Lu Wu up. Xia Qingyue watched this scene from the side and had a feeling that Lu Wu would not be the last person to submit to Chen Cheng. Chen Qing, who now controls the 10 most powerful sects and various forces of all sizes, is firmly in control of the land of Dao. He is undoubtedly a true king and no longer needs to rely on the throne to prove his identity. After a few pleasantries, Chen Qing told Lu Wu that he wanted to borrow the Qingqing sect's alchemy room. "Of course, no problem. Everything in the Qingqing sect is arranged by the master. If you need any elixirs, I will send them to you immediately. You don't need to come here in person." Chen Qing shook his head and explained, "I don't want pills, I just want to try alchemy." "So that's how it is. Master, please come this way." After learning of Chen Qing's true purpose, Lu Wu said no more and took the lead. "You can also refine pills?" Xia Qingyue, who was following Chen Qing, asked curiously. In her opinion, or in the public's perception, it is very rare for a person to master a talent. If Xia Qingyue remembered correctly, Chen Qing's current talents included not only martial arts cultivation and formations, but also beast control and even puppet manipulation. "Now, do we have to add another one, alchemy? Do you have to be so evil?" Xia Qingyue was almost losing confidence in continuing to be a cultivator. Chen Sheng spoke truthfully, "This is my first time. I've never practiced it before." "I see." After hearing Chen Xing's answer, Xia Qingyue guessed that Chen Xing probably just wanted to test whether he had any talent in alchemy. Little did they know that what Chen Xing said was indeed the truth. He had never refined pills before, but he was indeed a genuine 9th grade supreme alchemist. Chapter 40. You call this your first time refining alchemy? Arrived at the Qingqing sect alchemy pavilion. Lu Wu found the best alchemist in Qingqing sect, whose surname was Du and name was Yuan. From Lu Wu, Chen Qing learned that Du Yuan was a fifth-grade alchemist, responsible for everything in the alchemy pavilion. Master, if you have anything to say, just tell him. Du Yuan greets Master Chen. Du Yuan had already heard about the major event that had occurred in Qingqing sect. Seeing Lu Wu respectfully addressing Chen Qing as master, he knew that the Qingqing sect had most likely surrendered to Chen Qing. Even his own leader has surrendered, how could Du Yuan dare not bow? Thank you, Master Du Dan, for everything. Chen Qing said politely. No, it's my honor. Du Yuan said little and invited Chen Qing into the alchemy pavilion. Xia Qingyue, Lu Wu followed closely behind. The reason why Lu Wu followed was that he was worried that someone in the alchemy pavilion would be blind and offend Chen Qing, bringing disaster to the Qingqing sect. Even if the probability is only 1 in 10,000, Lu Wu is unwilling to take the risk. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Soon, Chen Qing, led by Du Yuan, came to his exclusive alchemy room. Chen Qing took a look and saw that the medicine cabinets were like a wall, with at least thousands of kinds of medicinal herbs. In the very center of the alchemy room, there was a giant alchemy furnace that was 2 people tall, with the words Qi Hua Ding engraved on it. Chen Qing could tell at a glance that this alchemy furnace was a low-grade earth-level magic weapon. This tripod is something I found by chance. Mr. Chen can use it at will, including all the medicinal materials in this alchemy room. Du Yuan said generously. Thank you. Chen Qing replied with 2 words. He immediately went to the alchemy furnace and selected a 6th-grade recipe from the billions of recipes in his mind. It's not that Chen Qing didn't trust the system and wanted to be safe, but after his spiritual sense covered the entire room, he learned that the quality of the medicinal materials in this alchemy room was only enough to refine 6th-grade pills at most. I saw Chen Qing opening hundreds of medicine cabinets at the same time through the air and taking out a large amount of medicinal materials from them. Du Yuan, a 5th-grade alchemist, was a little surprised. Look at the herbs young Master Chen took. He wants to make a 5th-grade pill. Refine a 5th-grade elixir? Xia Qingyue frowned slightly. She clearly remembered that Chen Qing had said not long ago that this was his first time refining a pill. Who would start refining elixirs from the 5th grade for the first time? Xia Qingyue couldn't understand Chen Qing's thoughts at all. Lu Wu didn't dare to say much. It was just a waste of some herbs. It didn't matter. As long as his master Chen Qing was happy and satisfied, it was fine. To put it bluntly, everything in Qingqing sect now belongs to Chen Qing. Even if he burns down the alchemy pavilion, Lu Wu will not have any complaints and will praise him for burning it well and prosperously. Seeing that Chen Qing had already started to prepare for refining the elixir and lighting the spiritual wood, Xia Qingyue took the initiative to walk to Du Yuan's side and asked quietly, Master Du, will there be any consequences if I choose a 5th-grade elixir for my first alchemy? Alchemy sounds simple, but in reality, there's a lot of knowledge involved. The slightest mistake could cause the furnace to explode. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more terrifying the explosion. If the 5th-grade elixir explodes in the furnace, the entire alchemy pavilion will probably be razed to the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Yuan suddenly took a deep breath and thought of something. First time refining an elixir, 5th grade. He swallowed hard and tentatively asked Xia Qingyue, Your Highness, could it be young Master Chen you're talking about? Xia Qingyue pursed her thin lips and nodded. This. Du Yuan's body trembled, and he hurried to Lu Wu's side. Master, this won't work, it's too dangerous. It's okay, I'll take care of everything. Lu Wu raised his hand and interrupted Du Yuan, not wanting him to spoil Chen Qing's interest. At the same time, be mentally prepared to resist the risk of furnace explosion at any time. He didn't want the alchemy pavilion to be razed to the ground. Chen Qing was aware of the 3 people's concerns and was not in a hurry to argue. He firmly believed that facts spoke louder than words. He placed the herbs into the alchemy furnace in order, used his spiritual power to guide the flames of the spiritual wood, and began to smelt the herbs. At first, Du Yuan, like Xia Qingyue and Lu Wu, was worried that Chen Qing might cause an accident during his first alchemy experience. But gradually, Du Yuan began to realize that something was wrong. Chen Xing's alchemy technique did not look like that of a novice who was making alchemy for the first time. He was simply so experienced that it could not be more experienced. The technique is mysterious, and the heat and timing are just right. Du Yuan benefited immensely from just watching from the sidelines. He felt that the bottleneck that had troubled him for years was showing signs of breaking through. Great! Great! Du Yuan couldn't help but applaud. Wonderful? The word wonderful confused Xia Qingyue and Lu Wu, who had no knowledge of alchemy, and didn't understand what was so wonderful about it. Before Xia Qingyue could react, Du Yuan turned his head to meet her gaze, his face filled with excitement. He asked, "Your Highness, are you sure this is young Master Chen's first time refining an elixir?" Yes, he said so himself. He had never refined pills before. Xia Qingyue nodded in confirmation. She didn't think Chen Shang would lie to her. Follow up by asking, "Any questions?" Excuse me for being blunt, but Mr. Chen's attainments in alchemy have probably surpassed mine by several times. This is not his first time refining alchemy, he is clearly a master in the alchemy world, Du Yuan said from the bottom of his heart. The master of the alchemy world. Xia Qingyue was well aware of the value of such a statement coming from a fifth-grade alchemist. As the sect leader, Lu Wu saw for the first time that Du Yuan spoke so highly of someone. Chen Xing ignored the content of their conversation. The impurities in the medicinal herbs in the furnace had been completely burned to ashes, leaving only drops of golden spiritual liquid that looked like liquid gold. Chen Xing decisively invested more spiritual wood to strengthen the fire. When the perfect moment comes, shout, "Congeal." The next moment, a wave of scorching white air gushed out from the furnace, carrying a strong medicinal fragrance. Just a sniff and you'll feel refreshed. Your energy surges. It's done. It's done. The pill has been condensed successfully. Du Yuan's expression was even more excited than when he himself refined a fifth-grade pill. After all, he had just witnessed history, the birth of a legend. Such a young fifth-grade alchemist is unheard of and unseen. Did the pill condensation succeed? Xia Qingyue looked incredulous. He made a fifth-grade pill on his first try. I'm curious, what kind of talent is this in the world of alchemists? When the smoke cleared, Du Yuan arrived in front of Chen Xing in an instant, ahead of everyone else. He quickly asked, "May I ask how many pills Master Chen has refined?" Du Yuan estimated that if he had those herbs, he could at least refine 3 fifth-grade pills. Chen Xing opened his 5 fingers and saw 7 pills floating on his palm, with golden light surging. Is this a pill pattern?" Du Yuan's eyes widened as he saw the golden patterns surging on the pill. After repeated confirmation, Du Yuan was convinced that this was the Danwen. The quality of elixirs is usually divided into 4 levels, high, medium, low, and top grade, but in addition to these, there is another level called elixir patterns. Danwen often symbolizes the highest quality that a pill can achieve. With the same amount of herbs, not only can you make more than twice as many pills as me, but they are all at the Danwen level. Du Yuan felt as if his pride as an alchemist was being ruthlessly trampled upon. I have a deep understanding of the saying that there are always people better than you and there are always things better than you. I sighed. It is true that every generation has talented people, and each of them leads the trend for hundreds of years. As he was speaking, Du Yuan suddenly took a breath, bent down, and took a closer look at the pills in Chen Xing's hand. Exclaimed, "No. Chapter 41 I have only one wife, that's enough." After repeated confirmation and seeing the 7 pills in Chen Xing's hand clearly, Du Yuan was shocked and stumbled back 2 steps. He said in horror, This is not a 5th-grade pill, this is a 6th-grade pill. 6th rank. Xia Qingyue and Lu Wu said in unison, their surprise fully written on their faces. I feel that even if the word monster continues to appear more and more times, like the most evil among evildoers, the most evil among evildoers, it is still not enough to describe Chen Xing's talent. This talent, which is not only all-round but also top-notch in everything, is really terrifying. With their vision, they could not imagine how exaggerated Chen Xing's future would be. Emperor? Not enough, far from enough. Before Xia Qingyue and Lu Wu could react, something even more shocking happened before their eyes again. Du Yuan took 2 steps back to Chen Xing, bent his knees without hesitation, knelt down, and kowtowed, saying, please, Master Chen, no, please accept me as your disciple. He was convinced. Du Yuan had never been so convinced by someone as he was at this moment. I believe that as long as I can become Chen Xing's disciple and learn a little bit from him, I may have the opportunity to touch the word supreme in the future. Master Du, please stand up. I am a beginner in the path of alchemy. There are some things I haven't figured out myself yet. How can I accept a disciple and mislead others? Chen Xing said this nicely, but in reality he simply found it troublesome. Of course, if Xia Qingyue made such a request, Chen Cheng would definitely agree without hesitation. As for Du Yuan, we are not related, so let's just forget about him. Without waiting for Du Yuan to speak, Chen Cheng added, of course, if Master Du wants to exchange his experience and insights in alchemy, I welcome you anytime. Of course, Chen Shang had already said this, and no matter how shameless Du Yuan was, he couldn't continue to pester him. In his opinion, it was also a good choice to be able to exchange alchemy experience and insights with Chen Shang. Maybe if we become closer in the future, I can really become his disciple? Afterwards, Chen Xing walked over to Xia Qingyue and handed her all the pills in his hand. Madam, please take these pills and refine them. I, your husband, will be by your side to protect you. Okay, Xia Qingyue hadn't thought of rejecting Chen Xing's kindness. She was worried that doing so would make her relationship with him seem distant. That's right, even Xia Qingyue had to admit that the distance between her and Chen Xing was indeed very close. Seeing that Chen Shang was going to practice as Xia Qingyue's guardian, Lu Wu gave Du Yuan a look. Du Yuan understood what he meant and was not so tactless. He left the alchemy room with Lu Wu. Afterwards, the door to the alchemy room slowly closed, leaving only Xia Qingyue and Chen Xing in the entire alchemy room. Xia Qingyue couldn't help but ask, husband, don't you think you're being too kind to me? You are my only wife. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? Chen Sheng asked back. That's not necessarily true. There are countless beautiful women in this world, and you may meet other confidants in the future. For some reason, Xia Qingyue felt a little depressed when this matter was brought up. In the Da dynasty, it was perfectly normal for prominent families to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Originally, Xia Qingyue had always believed that she could handle this matter calmly. Chen Xing could marry whoever he wanted, even if it meant giving the position of principal wife to one of them. But after thinking about that scene in her mind for a while, Xia Qingyue couldn't laugh and felt heavy-hearted. I have only one wife, that's enough for me. Chen Sheng took Xia Qingyue's hand and said affectionately. When Xia Qingyue looked into Chen Xing's firm and sincere eyes, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Blushing, she quickly avoided his sight and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, practice, practice. Okay. Chen Xing smiled slightly, his eyes full of doting. Then, Xia Qingyue sat down cross-legged, picked up a pill that Chen Sheng had personally refined, put it into her mouth, and began to refine it. As the pill entered the body, a system prompt popped up in front of Chen Sheng. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Supreme Bone +1. Supreme Bone. Chen Xing knew very well that possessing this bone meant he had the potential to become a supreme power, and his cultivation speed would be greatly increased. Not only that, each supreme bone carried a unique magic trick. Supreme bones are rare in the world and often appear with the birth of children. They are a blessing from heaven. Once it appears, if the family is powerful, it will definitely move to a higher level. If they were an ordinary family, they would be targeted by powerful cultivators, whose bones would be forcibly dug out and their talents would be taken away. Looking back at the history of the ocean, the appearance of a piece of supreme bone has triggered countless bloody battles, big and small. Yes, Chen Chang was very satisfied with the reward. Click, select Fusion, and look forward to what unique magic you can get from it. Integrating into the supreme bone. Fusion successful. The next moment, a magic technique called 10,000 Dragon Spear Technique appeared in Chen Xing's mind. There is no upper limit to this spear technique. Every time you improve your practice, you can unleash the power of a dragon. 10,000 layers represent the power of 10,000 dragons. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, all are 10,000. After reading the system's introduction to Wanlong spear technique, Chen Xing had only two words in his mind: pervert. He also wanted to practice the 10,000 dragons spear technique to the 10,000th level as soon as possible, to see how shocking it would be to unleash the power of 10,000 dragons with one shot. While he was imagining the future, the system popped up another prompt. It turned out that Xia Qingyue had already started refining the second pill. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heaven level ultimate skill, Heaven Slaying Sword. There was no need for any additional checking. Just based on the words Heaven grade top grade Kung Fu and one sword to cut the sky, it was not difficult for Chen Xing to know how powerful this Kung Fu was. Combined with the 10,000 sword saint body, the power of this sword will be doubled. The power of a sword can cut through the sky and destroy gods. As Xia Qingyue's refining speed increased, Chen Xing also received more and more rewards. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heart Mirror plus 10. Heart Mirror can withstand 10 fatal injuries. Even a blow from the Great Emperor can be blocked without any damage. Chen Xing, who possessed an immortal body, naturally had no use for this kind of thing, so he thought of giving it to his father Chen Xiong and his wife Xia Qingyue. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Comprehension plus 500. How much? Chen Shang almost couldn't hold back his voice, but fortunately he shut up in time. The number 500, coupled with the word understanding, really made his blood boil. The higher your comprehension, the more comfortable you will be when practicing top-level skills such as the Heaven-Slaying Sword and the 10,000 Dragon Spear. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 10,000. As for rewards like Shadow Puppets, Chen Shang would never think that it was too much, the more the better. While things were looking up for them, the dynasty's secret agents had already returned to the Imperial Palace and decided to inform His Majesty of everything that had happened in the Qingqing sect. Chapter 42 I Will Never Let You Down. Entering the Imperial study, the spy immediately knelt down and saluted, Your Majesty. Not long after the previous spy left, another one appeared. Martial Emperor Xia Cheng frowned slightly, put down the pen he was using to review memorials, and asked, Did something happen in the Qingqing sect? Your Majesty, upon learning that Prince Consort Chen and Her Royal Highness the Princess had awakened their ultimate talents, numerous forces, including the 10 most powerful sects, have rushed to seize them. Upon hearing this, Xia Cheng's frown relaxed instead. He had expected this kind of thing. Knowing Chen Xing, it is impossible to hide Xia Qingyue's awakening of the top-level heavenly talent. There is no airtight wall in this world. After learning the truth, those sects and forces will definitely fight to bring the two of them into their camp. Xia Cheng wanted Chen Xing and the other two to join the royal sect and serve the royal family, but he knew very well that dogs did not have the confidence to keep them. Forcibly retaining them would only delay and waste Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue's extraordinary talents. Therefore, rather than controlling Chen Xing and Xia Qingyue, Xia Chang was more curious, so, which faction did they both end up joining? Your Majesty, Prince Consort Chen and Her Royal Highness the Princess have not joined any faction, the spy responded. Not joining? Those sects probably won't let this go. Xia Chang was worried that a conflict would arise between the two sides, and Xia Qingyue would get hurt. He knew very well that those sects would never let go of such a genius easily. Once he was poached by other sects, the delicate balance that had been established between them for a long time would definitely be broken. Your Majesty, Prince Consort Chen single-handedly brought all the sects and forces that arrived under his command, and made them swear an oath to the heavens that they would never betray him for the rest of their lives. The spy revealed the truth. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still found it unbelievable when he said it. You are really not lying to me. Xia Cheng stood up from the dragon throne, shocked by the answer. He suspected that the spy was tired of living and dared to play such a joke on him. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Every word is true. There is absolutely no lie. Please understand, Your Majesty, in order to make Xia Cheng believe his words, the spy swore by the law of heaven that if he told a lie, he would die on the spot. Seeing that nothing happened after the spy swore an oath to heaven, Xia Cheng couldn't help but believe it. In the Tianxian continent, no one dares to joke with the way of heaven, not even the emperor. The power of heaven is inviolable. Have all the 10 most powerful sects submitted to him? Xia Chang asked again to confirm. All the 10 most powerful sects, not one less. The spy nodded heavily. Afterwards, Xia Chang asked the spy for details of the whole incident. The spy did not dare to hide anything and told everything. I understand. You may withdraw now. If you have any news, please report it to me at any time. Yes, I'll take my leave. After the spy disappeared, Xia Chang stayed alone in the imperial study, feeling extremely heavy-hearted. The Demon Emperor's spiritual pet, a top-grade heavenly rank spiritual root, and an 18-year-old spiritual severing realm. Xia Chang kept repeating these words. Although Chen Sheng has proved with practical actions that he will not rebel and overthrow the Xia royal family's control over the Dao dynasty. But the strength he displayed still made Xia Chang extremely frightened and uneasy. What's more worrying is whether Chen Xing can still be as loyal to Xia Qingyue as he is now if he continues to grow endlessly like this. As a father, Chen Xiong also learned everything that happened there through his spies planted in the Qingqing sect. Unlike Xia Chang, Chen Xiong's grin was almost reaching his ears. He slapped his thigh with a brilliant smile. Great! Great! An 18-year-old spiritual realm expert not only possesses a heavenly grade top-grade thunder spirit root, but has also subdued a demon emperor's spirit pet. My precious son is truly unparalleled. Chen Xiong no longer questioned Chen Qing's decision. If the Chen family really wanted to rebel, why would they need those 100,000 cavalry? Under the current circumstances, it is estimated that Xia Chang would have to give up the throne honestly with just a casual word from Chen Sheng. If there is any negligence, not only the Xia royal family, but the entire Dao dynasty will be buried with them. Although it is unknown when Chen Xing grew to this terrifying state, it does not matter. Chen Xiong is proud of him. He felt that he must have accumulated a lot of virtue in his previous life and saved at least hundreds of millions of lives, otherwise how could he have given birth to such a great son? The more I thought about it, the happier I felt. When I was happy, I waved my hand and praised everyone in the mansion, and we all rejoiced together. Returned to Qingqing sect. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, heavenly grade top grade magical treasure god suppressing stone +1. Xia Qingyue had already refined the last 6th grade elixir, raising her cultivation to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, just one step away from the golden core stage. With this cultivation speed, Chen Xing could only say that she was worthy of being the Empress of Destiny. If I don't cheat, I will definitely be beaten. Fortunately, she is no longer an enemy, but his wife. Madam, how does it feel to embark on the path of cultivation? Chen Xing asked when he saw Xia Qingyue open her eyes, which were obviously sharper and more brilliant. It's amazing. I feel like I've been reborn. My cultivation has improved so quickly, all thanks to my husband's elixir. Xia Qingyue wasn't being polite, she was truly grateful to Chen Xing. Little did he know that the profit Chen Xing gained from it was far beyond the reach of those 7 pills. Cultivation alone is not enough. If you want to gain a foothold among the cultivators, Madam still needs a powerful technique. Chen Xing felt that it was time to pass on the Ice Sky Mysterious Art to Xia Qingyue. I really want to know what kind of reward I can get for pampering my wife by giving her a heavenly level martial arts technique. A powerful technique, Xia Qingyue said. I have already cultivated the proud 9 Lotus art to the 1st level. Not enough. Chen Xing raised his hand and lightly touched Xia Qingyue's eyebrows with his fingertips. Not enough? Before Xia Qingyue could comprehend the meaning of Chen Xing's words, she felt a strange memory that did not belong to her flooding into her mind. It was a set of martial arts, a lower-grade heavenly martial arts called Ice and Sky Mysterious Art. A heaven-level technique. Xia Qingyue was filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe that Chen Sheng would actually give her such a precious technique. No matter how much you say, it will never be as real as your actions. The better Chen Xing treated Xia Qingyue, the more guilty Xia Qingyue felt towards him. Think for a long time. Xia Qingyue suddenly clenched her fists, a look of determination on her face as she spoke excitedly, speaking from the bottom of her heart. Qingyue will never let you down in this life. If anyone dares to bully my husband in the future, I will be the first to disapprove. Then, I'll have to trouble Madam to protect me from now on. You have to become stronger quickly," Chen Xing said with a smile, feeling that he was one step closer to becoming an emperor. "Okay. I'll practice right away." Without further ado, Xiao Qingyue immediately closed her eyes and began to digest the ice sky profound art that Chen Xing had taught her. Chen Xing summoned the system panel and prepared to draw the prize. Chapter 43: 10 consecutive draws. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Demon Holy Body +1. The Eucharist again. Chen Xing was the first to confirm the ranking of the Heavenly Demon Holy Body among the 3,000 physiques. It was much higher than the 17th place of the 10,000 Swords Holy Body, and was at 11th place. It was only one step away from the top 10 Supreme Holy Bodies. Afterwards, Chen Xing checked the effect of the Heavenly Demon Holy Body. In addition to improving cultivation, physical fitness, and bones, the Heavenly Demon Holy Body will continue to grow stronger as the awakened person becomes stronger, turning into an external Taoist body and increasing in size without limit. Out-of-body Tao body. Strength and size increase without limit. This point still attracted Chen Xing a lot. Chen Xing, who possesses two holy bodies in one body, couldn't help but imagine in his mind what it would be like if one day all 3,000 physical bodies in the world were combined in one body. He closed the system panel and glanced at Xiao Qingyue. At this moment, she was surrounded by a chill, her aura keeping people at a distance. She was diligently practicing the ice sky mysterious art. If you get a little closer, a thin layer of frost will cover your body, and the cold will bite you to the bone. Seeing this, Chen Xing thought, since he was free anyway, he might as well take this opportunity to refine all the medicinal herbs in the alchemy room into pills and give them to Xiao Qingyue for cultivation, while also getting a bigger reward for doting on his wife. Just do it. All the medicine cabinets were opened at once, and a large amount of herbs flowed towards the furnace like streams. If Qingcheng Sect's chief alchemist Du Yuan was present, he would surely be shocked. After all, in his knowledge, refining two different pills at the same time was unheard of and a fantasy. Not to mention, Chen Shang was refining 7 or 8 kinds of pills at the same time. If the furnace's capacity was not limited, Chen Shang wouldn't mind refining more than a dozen kinds of elixirs at the same time. Combining his comprehension with the 9th grade supreme alchemist, for Chen Xing, this kind of thing was not difficult at all. But what he didn't know was that once the Alchemist Alliance knew about this, it would cause a huge ideological shock to those alchemists who were still practicing in the traditional way, and make them question their lives. In their understanding, elixirs should be refined one by one, let alone refining 2 or even more types of elixirs at the same time. If one refines only one elixir, the slightest mistake will at best destroy the elixir, or at worst cause the furnace to explode. Chen Xing didn't care about that, as he continued to produce pills in batches. Late at night, when Xiao Qingyue had cultivated the ice sky mysterious art to the 2nd level and felt that she had reached a bottleneck, she decided to pause for a while and rest. After withdrawing her spiritual energy into her dantian and calming the boiling dantian sea, Xiao Qingyue exhaled a long, blue breath, then slowly opened her eyes. You don't know until you open your eyes, and you'll be shocked when you do. Xiao Qingyue actually saw a sky full of stars, right before her eyes. After rubbing his eyes and looking again, he realized that those were not stars, but pills floating in the air one after another. There were so many pills that Xiao Qingyue couldn't count them all. A rough estimate was that there were at least thousands of them, and the lowest grade was 3rd, with some even 6th. And without exception, all of them have flame-colored danwen surging. Madam, have you finished your training? I just finished refining the last batch of pills. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyue turned around and looked, and saw all kinds of colorful pills flying out from the furnace and merging with the sea of pills. It was confirmed that several different kinds of elixirs flew out of the cauldron at the same time. This was the first time Xiao Qingyue had heard of and witnessed someone being able to refine multiple elixirs at once. I thought, is it possible to do something like this if I'm strong enough? She didn't know much about alchemy, so she didn't make any comments. She responded, I have already cultivated the ice sky mysterious art that my husband gave me to the 2nd level. I am a little tired and want to take a breather first. By the way, I want to think about how to break through the bottleneck of the third level. There is still a long way to go, madam, there is no need to rush. If you blindly pursue speed, you will easily go astray. Chen Shang took out a storage bag and sucked all the thousands of pills that he had just refined into it. He then walked over to Xia Qingyue, took her hand, and placed the storage bag in her palm. Madam, take these pills and use them. When you're done, I'll refine more for you. Thank you, my husband. Xia Qingyue's excitement was written all over her face. She did not reject Chen Qing's kindness. She knew very well that if she wanted to fulfill her previous promise to Chen Shang and become stronger, elixirs were indispensable. After Xia Qingyue put the storage bag into her interspatial ring, she continued, Husband, I want to find a place to try out the Proud Nine Lotus art and the Ice Sky Mysterious art. That's easy. Chen Shang agreed immediately. On the way out of the alchemy room, he controlled it with his mind, opened the system panel that only he could see, and decided to accept the reward for his hard work for several hours. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 3,000 physical strength plus 1 chance for 10 consecutive draws. 3,000 physiques, 10 consecutive draws. Chen Shang always felt that the system had listened to what he had just said, and it really was what he thought. However, if he really wants to get what he wants, Chen Shang hopes for an Emperor Cultivation Experience package. System, speechless. When Chen Qing decided to use the opportunity of 3,000 physical strength and 10 consecutive draws, he caught a glimpse of the alchemist Du Yuan and the sect leader Lu Wu, who had been guarding outside the door and had never left. Chen Shang politely declined Lu Wu's suggestion that they could stay overnight as it was getting late. I plan to find a place to test Xia Qingyue's strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu did not force it, but followed Chen Qing's words. Together with Du Yuan, they bowed their heads and said in a resounding voice, Farewell, master. After Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue flew away on their swords, they put down their hands as if relieved and raised their heads. Soon, Lu Wu and the other arrived at the alchemy room. I almost dropped my jaw at the scene before my eyes. All gone. Du Yuan was not worried about the medicinal materials, but after checking the alchemy furnace, he did not find any waste residue. He said in disbelief, There's no waste residue left. In such a short time, Master Chen has actually refined all the herbs in this alchemy room into pills. What grade is this equivalent to in the world of alchemists? Lu Wu didn't know how to make pills and knew very little about it, so he asked directly. He always felt that Chen Qing's alchemy skills, judging from the previous effortless alchemy process and the current scene, were definitely not just as simple as the 6th grade. I wasn't sure before, but now I'm absolutely certain that Master Chen was able to refine a 6th grade pill because the herbs in this alchemy room were only capable of refining 6th grade pills, not because his strength was limited to that. Du Yuan's words made Lu Wu more certain of his thoughts. According to Alchemist Du, what rank of alchemist is my master most likely to be? Lu Wu was still very curious about the answer. 9th rank supreme. Du Yuan had a determined look on his face, no joking at all. He had never been so sure of anything as he was at that moment. Chapter 44. I'm afraid of my imagination. 9th rank supreme. Lu Wu swallowed his saliva after hearing Du Yuan's words. There is not even one 9th grade supreme alchemist in the entire Dao dynasty. The vast underworld cannot be found either. The 18-year-old 9th grade supreme alchemist, the 18-year-old 9th grade supreme alchemist. Lu Wu paced back and forth, repeating this sentence over and over again. Then, thousands of words turned into one sentence, You are worthy of being my lord. Previously, Du Yuan still felt that it was unacceptable for Lu Wu, the leader of a sect, to serve others as his master. But at the moment, Du Yuan only hated himself for not kneeling fast enough. He regretted that he had only thought about becoming Chen Qing's disciple before, and never thought that besides becoming his disciple, he could also serve him as his master. On the other side, Chen Shang was holding Xia Qingyue's slender waist with his arms, controlling the flying sword, covering the heaven and earth with his spiritual sense, searching for a suitable object to use as a whetstone for her sword. At the same time, open the system panel, switch to the backpack function, and select 3,000 physical 10 consecutive draw opportunities. Confirm to use. Drawing 10 times in a row. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heavenly Blade Body +1. 3,000 physical fitness ranking, 500. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lightning Body +1. Top 3,000 physical fitness ranking, 98. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Phoenix Body +1. 3,000 body rank, 14th. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Myriad Poison Saint Body +1. 3,000 physical fitness ranking, 10th. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a +1 mountain moving body. 3,000 physical ranking, 800. Overall, Chen Chang made a profit from these 10 consecutive draws. He had 3 physiques in the top 100. Not only that, he also signed in and got the Supreme Holy Body of 10,000 Poisons, which was ranked in the top 10. When you reach the pinnacle of cultivation, all the poisons in the world will be gathered into one. With just one breath, you can poison millions of lives. You can even poison and kill gods. After closing the system panel, Chen Qing stopped his flying sword and stopped moving forward. Xia Qingyue raised her head and looked at Chen Qing in confusion. Chen Qing took the initiative to explain, "Your husband has found a good opponent for you." Alright, during their first battle, Xia Qingyue didn't show any fear at all. Instead, she was extremely excited, her blood boiling. "If you kill it, I will give you a big prize to help you reach the top as soon as possible." The big prize Chen Chang mentioned was his physique. After the physique is extracted, it is stored in the system backpack. Chen Xing can choose to bind it to himself or give it to others. This incident was a good opportunity to find a pretext to reward Xia Qingyue and justify it in advance. It's a deal. Xia Qingyue's eyes were filled with even more fighting spirit than before. Then, Chen Xing controlled the flying sword and flew towards the ground. The flying sword hovered a foot above the ground, and 2 people walked down from it. A cave suddenly appeared before my eyes. "Your opponent is inside." Chen Qing gestured. Okay. Xia Qingyue swallowed, took a deep breath, and after making up her mind, she walked towards the cave. At the same time, the 5 fingers of his right hand opened, and a glass-like ice lotus the size of his palm quietly condensed. Just as the man approached the cave entrance, a terrifying roar came from deep within the cave, causing a howling of the wind. Boom! The wind and waves hit my body very forcefully, as if I was being gently brushed by a hand. Monster! Xia Qingyue's pupils shrank slightly. Just from the roar, she could probably imagine what kind of behemoth was hiding in the darkness inside the cave. It would be a lie to say that I'm not panicking. But thinking that Chen Qing was still behind her, Xia Qingyue suddenly felt a lot more at ease. She didn't want to disappoint Chen Qing's expectations, and her eyes became much tougher. Then, heavy footsteps were heard in the cave, and low growls approached. The next moment, a giant bear appeared before Xia Qingyue, as tall as a small mountain. Xia Qingyue had to tilt her head upwards as far as she could to see the bear's face. The giant bear stretched out its pitch-black sharp claws and slashed towards Xia Qingyue like a knife. Upon seeing this, Xia Qingyue quickly launched the ice lotus in her hand, hitting the bear's paw squarely. Immediately, the ice seemed to have vitality, growing and spreading rapidly, covering and freezing the giant bear's entire arm in an instant. The giant bear swung its paw and smashed it against the mountain wall, trying to break the ice. Little did they know that although they could break the ice on the surface, they could not break the cold poison that had already penetrated beneath the skin and flesh, reaching the tendons, veins, and bone marrow. Soon, the entire arm became uncontrollable, and ice flowers grew from the inside, piercing the skin and flesh. The blood had just flowed out, but was frozen again. Roar! The giant bear let out a shrill roar. Very good. It works. Xia Qingyue found the right opportunity and dodged the giant bear's attack. At the same time, more ice lotuses appeared from her hands and shot towards the giant bear. Ice lotuses hit the giant bear one after another. As the cold air continued to invade, ice flowers had already covered the giant bear's body, and even grew out of its eyes, mouth, and ears. Not only that, the same is true for the invisible internal organs, meridians, limbs, and bones. This method of killing the enemy is quite artistic. Chen Xing murmured as he looked at the giant bear that was completely covered with ice crystals and had cultivated for 100 years. I had thought that this giant bear would be enough for Xia Qingyue to practice with for a while, but I didn't expect it to be a one-sided crushing defeat. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a massacre. Is this the Empress of Heaven? Having such strength at just the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, Chen Xing couldn't help but wonder, given time, when Xia Qingyue steps into a higher realm, how terrifying will the strength she unleashes be? Husband, I win. Xia Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief and returned to Chen Xing, her face beaming with anticipation, like a child who had done a good deed and was waiting for praise from an elder. Madam is truly amazing. Chen Shang raised his hand and gently stroked Xia Qingyue's head. Pat my head, I'm not a child. Xia Qingyue said this, but a smile was on her lips. She was genuinely happy to receive Chen Sheng's recognition. After that, Chen Sheng didn't say much and decided to give the reward he had promised to Xia Qingyue. He placed his fingertips pretentiously on the center of his brows. At the same time, he opened the system panel and selected True Phoenix Body. Do you want to bind the True Phoenix Body to the target object, Xia Qingyue? Yes. Binding. Binding successful. After much thought, Chen Sheng felt that the True Phoenix Body was the most suitable. As for the 10,000 poisoned Supreme Holy Body that was closer to the front, Chen Sheng planned to keep it for himself and had already bound it in advance. This is the Holy Body? The True Phoenix Holy Body. I actually awaken the Holy Body. Amidst her excitement, Xia Qingyue realized something. No, this Holy Body was given to me by you, my husband. That's right. Chen Sheng nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing Chen Sheng's reply, Xia Qingyue was stunned. This was the first time she heard that a holy body could be given as a gift. I couldn't help but ask myself, who on earth is my husband? Husband, you are so good to me. I really don't know how to repay you. Xia Qingyue knew very well what the holy body meant. It was a treasure that countless people dreamed of, yet could never obtain in their entire lives. At this point, Xia Qingyue even suspected that even her ability to awaken a supreme heavenly spiritual root was closely related to Chen Xing. Otherwise, how could he have awakened a top-level talent just in time? The more I thought about it, the more I felt I owed Chen Xing. I felt really bad for accepting his kindness but doing nothing. Madam, do you really want to do something for me? Chen Xing saw through Xia Qingyue's thoughts and knew that she was embarrassed to ask. After all, as the destined heroine, it is understandable. Yeah. Xia Qingyue nodded gently, her pretty face blushing. Chapter 45. Please close your eyes, husband. Madam, could you please give me a kiss? Chen Xing did not beat around the bush, nor was he in a hurry to eat until he became fat. It's okay for an ordinary woman, but as a villain, if you want to take down the Empress of Destiny, you naturally have to take it step by step. Once this precedent is set, many things will become much easier in the future. As the saying goes, if there is one, there will be two, and if there are two, there will be three. Kiss you. Xia Qingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she couldn't hide the shyness in her heart at all. It's not that I didn't think that Chen Shang would make such a request. Chen Sheng saw that Xia Qingyue's face was rosy, like a ripe fruit, and it felt like water would come out if he pinched it lightly. Just as he was wondering if this request was a bit too hasty, Xia Qingyue said in a thin voice, You close your eyes. There's hope. I'll follow my madam's arrangements. Chen Sheng agreed, stood where he was, and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, Chen Xing could feel a softness pressing down on his right cheek. But, it's okay, Xia Qingyue's voice became even softer than before. Chen Xing opened his eyes and pressed his fingers on the spot Xia Qingyue had just kissed him. I thought. What do you think, my husband? Nothing. Chen Sheng looked at Xia Qingyue's shy expression as she avoided his gaze. He knew that just asking her to kiss him on the cheek had already taken her a lot of determination. If he really asked her to kiss him on the mouth, he would be so excited that he would become incoherent or even freeze in his tracks. As for Xia Qingyue, although Chen Sheng didn't say it explicitly, she had already guessed what Chen Sheng wanted to express. Vaguely passed by? Even though Xia Qingyue was extremely ashamed right now, and Chen Xing hadn't said it explicitly, she could definitely do so. However, thinking that Chen Sheng was still so considerate and concerned about her feelings even now, coupled with the generous gifts he had given her one after another without treating her as an outsider at all, Xia Qingyue felt a strong sense of guilt. After realizing this, Xia Qingyue also felt that just kissing the face was too childish. What's more, he and I are still husband and wife. Yes. He and I are husband and wife, and kissing is a very normal thing for a couple. It's natural, there's nothing to be shy about. Xia Qingyue found a point that convinced herself, and before convincing others, she convinced herself first. Husband, please close your eyes again. Closed again? Chen Xing, who was about to call up the system panel to check the holy body gift reward, couldn't help but feel confused when he heard these words coming from Xia Qingyue. Okay. Before he could figure it out, he followed Xia Qingyue's instructions and closed his eyes. This time, that familiar softness came from the mouth. Chen Xing opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. Madam. It's getting late, let's go back. Xia Qingyue raised her hand, her voice trembling slightly, and interrupted Chen Cheng. I felt like if I continued with this topic, I really would have to find a place to hide until I calmed down. No crack in the ground? Then dig one now. For her, a monk now, this is not difficult to do. Looking at Xia Qingyue's charming and lovable appearance, Chen Xing suddenly felt that traveling the world with such a woman and heading for a prosperous future together would be a good choice. Leave? You can't leave. Chen Xing had just opened his mouth, but before he could utter a single word, other people's voices were heard from the side. Xia Qingyue quickly calmed down, and a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. Following the sound, I saw 7 or 8 disciples in training uniforms walking out from behind the tree, holding swords. Beauty, honestly hand over the technique you just used, and then plant a slave mark on this young master, and your life will be saved. The leader said this, not forgetting to display a Jindan realm pressure that was even higher than Xia Qingyue's. He saw that Xia Qingyue was only at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, and since she had so many people, he had evil thoughts about the earth-level technique that Xia Qingyue possessed. As for Chen Cheng? A weakling who can only hide behind a woman to survive when facing a monster is not worth his attention. Under the coverage of his spiritual sense, Chen Xing had already discovered this group of people, but he did not expect that they were not just passing by and dared to think about his woman. As he raised his hand, a giant hand several dozen feet wide stretched out from the void. Its mere existence was enough to make the disciples breathless and their knees slammed to the ground, as if taking root. The spiritual severing realm, the leading disciple was horrified. He never imagined that the pretty boy he thought was actually a master with the spiritual severing realm. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he saw a huge hand falling down from above his head. Everything happened so fast that they didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy or explain themselves. A group of people, along with the surrounding trees, were all destroyed and turned into powder under the giant hand, leaving behind a palm print several feet deep. Xia Qingyue stood nearby, looking down, shocked at Chen Xing's strength. Just a casual strike could cause such horrific damage. There was a bit more admiration in the look he gave Chen Xing. It is said that heroes are often tempted by beautiful women. Xia Qingyue personally believes that there is nothing wrong with swapping the words hero and beauty. Then, the shadow puppet that was sent out returned to Chen Xing's shadow. He emerged from it in a kneeling posture, presenting 7 storage bags with both hands. Chen Xing glanced at Xia Qingyue, wanting to ask her if she wanted to open the blind bag. Xia Qingyue kept shaking her head, the word rejection written all over her body. Chen Sheng knew that she had not yet forgotten the psychological trauma of opening the storage bag last time. Okay, I'll do it. Chen Xing didn't force it. He threw his hand upwards, and 7 storage bags floated in the air and opened by themselves. Pills, spirit stones, jewelry, and weapons floated out of them. Chen Xing naturally looked down upon things like elixirs, spirit stones, jewelry, and weapons. However, one thing caught his attention. A scroll of parchment, resembling a map. Chen Xing raised his hand, and the parchment automatically flew into his hand. He untied the red string and unfolded the parchment. It really is a map. Tianyuan's secret realm? Judging from the location, it seems it's where we are now. Xia Qingyue came to a conclusion after observing closely. Chen Xing turned and looked towards the bear cave, and said with a smile, "No wonder these guys appear in a place like this. The entrance to the secret realm is in this cave. Madam, should we go in and take a look?" Chen Xing handed the decision to Xia Qingyue. Secret realms are hard to come by, and they often hide great opportunities. Don't miss them. Xia Qingyue's attitude was very clear. She didn't want to waste this great opportunity that was delivered to her doorstep. Okay, let's get going without delay so as not to be disturbed again. Chen Xing had never been to a secret realm before and was curious about what the so-called secret realm contained. Good. Xia Qingyue agreed, and the two of them walked towards the depths of the cave together, their figures gradually disappearing into the darkness. Relying on their spiritual sense, they can move freely even if there is no light in the cave. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the cave. There is no road ahead, only a tall black stone tablet standing quietly. Chapter 46. Entering the Secret Realm. After opening his eyes, Chen Xing clearly saw that there was a teleportation formation engraved on the black stone tablet. Chen Xing released a spiritual power as thin as a hair to activate the formation. A formation diagram appeared, shining with a blue light. Immediately, a rotating portal opened. Entering this door will lead to the Tianyuan secret realm. Chen Xing explained. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and looked at Chen Xing with a determined look. "Husband, I'm ready." Seeing Chen Xing raise his hand, Xia Qingyue understood what he meant and placed her hand on Chen Xing's. Chen Xing's 5 fingers gently squeezed Xia Qingyue's fingers. Although Xia Qingyue was shy, she followed suit and held hands tightly with Chen Xing. Afterwards, the two of them entered the portal together. In the blink of an eye, we arrived in another world. Also located in the mountains and forests. The difference is that the spiritual energy here is much more abundant than that in the outside world. Such a rich spiritual energy. Xia Qingyue had obviously noticed this as well. I feel like if I cultivate here, my cultivation speed should increase significantly. Look for an opportunity first. Once you find it, it won't be too late to practice. Chen Xing said his plan. It's all up to my husband. Xia Qingyue knew very well that when in an unfamiliar environment, it was always right to listen to the words of the strong. While exploring all around, Chen Xing expanded the coverage of his spiritual sense to the maximum, so that even the slightest movement could not escape his eyes. After confirming that there was no danger around, Chen Xing summoned the system panel, and the red dot kept reminding him that the reward for pampering his wife had not been claimed. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Epiphany plus 10. How many epiphanies? Chen Xing knew the concept of enlightenment, but he was not sure whether the enlightenment the system meant was the same as the enlightenment he understood. After reading the detailed introduction, I realized how incredible this number of enlightenments was. Using it once can not only instantly cultivate any level of cultivation technique to the state of great perfection, but also easily break through the realm and even break through the bottleneck. It can even be used to combine with one's own situation to suddenly realize one's own unique cultivation technique. The ways to use it are diverse and endless. It can play a big role at critical moments. Continue reading below. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Divine Weapon, Human Emperor Spear. Heavenly rank, and a top-grade divine weapon. The key is still the Spearman, which can be matched with the unique magic that Chen Xing had previously obtained from the Supreme Bone, the 10,000 Dragon Spear technique. Chen Xing was personally quite satisfied with these two rewards. Close the system panel. Chen Xing's attention was soon drawn to other things, a large area of high-level medicinal herbs. The lowest level is the 3rd grade. Oh my god! It's truly worthy of being a secret realm. There are so many spiritual herbs after officially stepping onto the path of cultivation. These flowers and plants that originally seemed ordinary to Xia Qingyue were now filled with spiritual charm. It's indeed a lot. Chen Xing agreed. At first glance, if you don't know, you might think it's a weed. Husband, let's split up and pick some quickly. With these, it should be enough for you to refine quite a few pills. Xia Qingyue suggested. Yes. Chen Cheng nodded in agreement. Husband, hand, Xia Qingyue reminded softly. Hand? After hearing what she said, Chen Qing slowly realized that from the moment he entered the secret realm until now, his hands had been tightly clasped with Xia Qingyue's. It's a rare opportunity to hold my wife's hand. I really don't want to let go. Chen Qing sighed. It's not that exaggerated. If my husband wants to hold my hand, he can do so anytime. Xia Qingyue continued speaking, following Chen Qing's words. It's a deal. Chen Qing seized the opportunity and agreed immediately. Xia Qingyue always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She simply stopped thinking about it and began to busily pick herbs, placing them one by one into the interspatial ring. Seeing this, Chen Shang also joined in. Spiritual herbs are very delicate and must be treated with care. At the same time. Outside world. Daming Mountain. Hai Yifeng raised his hands, slowly lowered them to his dantian, and steadied his breathing. After a day of hard practice today, he felt that he had gained a lot. I opened the system panel and saw that the daily check-in times had been updated. I prayed, don't ever check in again for a powerful technique that requires self-harm. After saying that, he did not forget to look at the book of the golden flower thrown in the corner with disdain. Then, raise your hand and click the sign-in button. Signing in. Yifeng quickly closed his eyes. After a long time, he dared to open his eyes tentatively, and a line of text gradually became clear before his eyes. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining +1 Death Warrior. Death Warriors. Yifeng certainly knew what a death squad was, but he had other concerns. Click to view the detailed introduction, eager to confirm. After seeing the result, he breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, I didn't expect it to be a warrior with the strength of the peak of the out-of-body realm. Great. Great. He is stronger than my current strength. Yifeng was very clear about the say that the cultivators in the out-of-body realm had in the Dao dynasty. Some sect leaders might not be as powerful as the death warrior in his hand. Thinking of this, Yifeng was even more delighted. It's a pity there are so few of them. If I could sign up hundreds or even thousands of these warriors, wouldn't I be invincible? At the very least, I could build a top-tier force. His cultivation was steadily improving, and he was constantly making progress. With various extraordinary rewards available for daily sign-in, Yifeng felt that when he emerged from seclusion, he would definitely make a splash and become famous throughout the Tianqian continent. Little did he know that his nemesis, Chen Xing, had already signed up 20,000 of these assassins, and no more. Just when Yifeng was feeling complacent and entered the state of cultivation again, looking forward to what powerful rewards he could get by signing in tomorrow, Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue had already finished picking all the herbs they could see. I didn't expect there would be so many. Xia Qingyue was thankful that she was now a cultivator. If she had been weak before, she would have been exhausted and out of breath. Thank you for your hard work, madam. Come, have some fruit to replenish your water. Chen Sheng handed over a pear-shaped fruit. What a beautiful fruit. Xia Qingyue didn't care where Chen Xing got it from. She smelled it and found it very fragrant, so she took a bite. Crispy and sweet. The fruit is not big, but it is very juicy. One bite and your mouth is full of juice. Xia Qingyue ate it all in just a few bites. Wait. Why do I feel? Xia Qingyue couldn't describe what this feeling was. Anyway, after eating that fruit, the energy in my body became much stronger. Husband, what kind of fruit is this? Xia Qingyue asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Longevity fruit. Chen Cheng responded. Longevity fruit. Could it be that the energy that has increased in my body is my longevity? Xia Qingyue suddenly realized. That's right. Chen Cheng nodded. After taking this longevity fruit, you can increase your lifespan by 100 years. Taking one pill can add 100 years to your lifespan. Xia Qingyue's eyes widened in shock. The method of immortality that many people have spent their entire lives pursuing can be easily achieved with just one fruit. This was something Xia Qingyue had not anticipated before. Husband, why didn't you tell me earlier? How can such a precious thing be used to quench thirst? Xia Qingyue suddenly realized. Actually, they are not that precious. If you feel thirsty, madam, I have a lot more. Chen Xing casually took out a dozen longevity fruits. Xia Qingyue was about to say something as she stared at the longevity fruit that was enough to extend her lifespan by thousands of years, not knowing what to say. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, longevity fruit plus 100. Well, now there's even more. Chen Xing secretly complained in his heart. No, that's not necessary. I'm not thirsty now, and I have enough life left. You can keep it for yourself. Xia Qingyue declined politely. This longevity fruit is worth 100 years of life, and it would be stressful enough for her to eat just one. Okay, I'll keep it for now. If madam wants to eat it, there will be plenty for her. Chen Sheng spoke the truth without any exaggeration. It was really enough. Okay, Xia Qingyue forced a smile. She wanted to say something else, but she saw Chen Xing's expression suddenly change, and his eyes became sharper, which made Xia Qingyue tremble. The big hand grabbed, and the next moment, a tiny black snake appeared in the hand, with emerald green eyes. The black snake opened its mouth and spit out a breath of black air, which rushed onto Chen Xing's face. Then, a laugh was heard. You have been poisoned by my heart-eating poison. If you want to survive, do as I say. Chapter 47, Good Moves, It Belongs to Me. Chen Xing ignored the eerie old voice and squeezed hard with his 5 fingers. The black snake's emerald green eyes popped out and it died on the spot. How dare you kill the spiritual pet that I have carefully raised? The old man was obviously unhappy, and it was written all over his face. But soon, he calmed down again, thinking that it was normal for Chen Xing to feel resentful. After all, how many people in this world like to be cheated? It's just a spiritual pet. At worst, I can train it later. What the old man was thinking about at the moment was to get as much benefit as possible from Chen Xing. So he said, Boy, I'm very interested in the longevity fruit on you, hand it over. Seeing that Chen Xing was indifferent to his words, the old man continued, You have been poisoned by a heart-eating poison. Only I can cure this poison. If there is no antidote within 1 stick of incense, you will die from a ruptured stomach. The purpose of his saying this was to remind Chen Xing, so that he would know that his life was in his hands. If he wanted to survive, he had to do as he said and not resist. Hearing this, Xia Qingyue panicked for a moment. I didn't expect that this Tianyuan secret realm actually had more than one teleportation entrance. Knowing that the person who can enter the secret realm cannot be simple at all, he is worried that Chen Xingjian will be harmed by his vicious plan. Chen Xing chuckled, You are quite confident. Before the old man could continue bragging about how powerful his poison was, Chen Xing opened his 5 fingers, and strands of ink-black venom gathered on his palm and coiled into a ball. How is this possible? As the refiner, the old man knew that the misty black ball gathered in Chen Xing's hand was the heart-eating poison he had previously given him. You are also a poison cultivator. Apart from this, the old man really couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation than this. It turns out my husband is a poison cultivator. Now, Xia Qingyue finally understood why the heart-eating poison that the old man had praised so highly had no effect on Chen Xing. Surprise? Not at all. No matter how talented Chen Sheng was, Xia Qingyue wouldn't be surprised now. On the contrary, I feel that he should be omniscient and omnipotent. This is him. This is what he deserves. Chen Xing had no idea that this was how he would appear in Xia Qingyue's eyes. On the other hand, the old man was sweating profusely, with sweat dripping down his face from time to time. The previous ease on his face was completely gone. His expression was complicated and he felt unprecedented pressure. He knew very well that if he continued like this, it would be hard to say whether he could even save his life, let alone get the longevity fruit. We have to get rid of these 2 little kids as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, the old man decided not to waste any more time and poured his spiritual power into the snake-headed staff held in his right hand. Lift it up and slam it hard to the ground. Then, a hurricane-like pillar rose from the ground, and after it broke apart with a bang, the shadow of a giant purple snake was revealed. The old man used his spiritual power to transform the poisonous snake and pointed his staff forward. The giant snake phantom immediately opened its bloody mouth and shot towards Chun Sheng. Faced with this opportunity to nourish the supreme holy body of all poisons, Chun Sheng naturally accepted it. The 5 fingers opened like a black hole, and the moment the giant snake's shadow approached, it was swallowed up in an instant. Holy body. And it is the first holy body in my poison cultivation lineage. The holy body of 10,000 poisons. The old man was shocked. This is the great opportunity he has always dreamed of. It was once believed that the holy body of 10,000 poisons did not exist at all and was a lie fabricated by monks tens of millions of years ago. Now, when the 10,000 poisons holy body that he had been longing for a long time finally appeared before him, the old man could not smile at all. Because he knows better than anyone that he will die soon. As for Chun Sheng, after absorbing the poisonous snake, he not only strengthened his holy body of 10,000 poisons, but also mastered this poison technique. With a wave of his hand, 9 poisonous snake phantoms were released from his palm. They started out as thick as an arm and eventually turned into giant bodies hundreds of feet tall. They opened their bloody mouths, looked down, and surrounded the old man. The old man opened his eyes wide, his mouth opened so wide that a whole fist could fit in. His legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Chun Sheng didn't care about that and didn't give him any extra time to think. Boom! 9 snakes simultaneously spit out black mist, which washed over the old man like a waterfall. How can a flesh and blood body resist this poison that has been strengthened 10,000 times? The flesh and blood quickly evaporated, leaving only a pile of white bones. In the end, not even the bones were left as they were completely corroded. What a horrible way to kill! Gulp. Xiao Qingyue was stunned and swallowed. Then, Chun Sheng clenched his 5 fingers and disintegrated the 900-foot-long poisonous snakes. Shadow Puppet brought back the old man's relics and presented them with both hands. It's a space ring. After Chun Sheng injected his spiritual consciousness into it, he was slightly surprised. Wow! This old guy has collected a lot of treasures. According to a rough estimate, these resources are enough for an ordinary person to practice for more than 10 years. Chun Sheng generously handed the interspatial ring to Xiao Qingyue. I have no use for these things. Madam, take them. Thank you, my husband. Xiao Qingyue accepted it obediently. Just as Chun Sheng said, he really had no use for those things, so he might as well borrow them to offer as a gift to Buddha and get some rewards for pampering his wife. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 10,000. Fortunately, Yifeng was still in seclusion and didn't know what was happening in the outside world. Otherwise, if he knew that Chun Sheng had casually obtained another 10,000 of his proudest out-of-body realm warriors, he would definitely doubt his life and vomit 3 liters of blood. The little incident caused by the old man's appearance did not affect the two people's continued exploration of the Tianyuan secret realm. In a blink of an eye, we arrived deeper into the forest. This is the spiritual spring pool, Xiao Qingyue suddenly realized. No wonder the concentration of spiritual energy has been increasing along the way. This should also be a kind of opportunity in the secret realm, right? Xiao Qingyue turned her gaze to Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng said, if you practice in this spiritual spring pool, your practice speed will be at least 5 times faster than in the outside world. 5 times the cultivation speed. Xiao Qingyue was shocked. Then we. Madam, go first. I'll set up a barrier nearby. Chun Sheng didn't want outsiders to see his wife getting wet. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, husband. After witnessing Xiao Qingyue walk into the spiritual spring pool, Chun Sheng formed seals with his hands at a rapid pace, becoming increasingly faster until they became blurry. Accompanied by a resounding zhanqi. The top grade Earth-level formation, Dragon Trapping Formation, quickly covered an area of 10 miles. After confirming that everything was correct, Chun Sheng took off his shoes and socks and walked into the Lingquan pool. The water in the pool was not deep, just above the ankles. Chen Qing came to the center of the spiritual energy pool where the spiritual energy was most abundant, and sat down cross-legged, not far away from Xiao Qingyue. Not only Xiao Qingyue was interested in the fivefold cultivation speed, Chen Sheng was also quite interested. This kind of opportunity is indeed not available at any time. More importantly, with his comprehension, multiple holy bodies, and heavenly-grade spiritual roots, the improvement in cultivation speed that Chen Qing can enjoy is definitely more than just 5 times. Without further ado, enter the state of cultivation immediately. Increase cultivation to practicing the 10,000 Dragon Spear technique. Cultivating heavenly rank techniques. Being indecisive may be a derogatory term for others, but for Chen Qing, it is a simple word. Soon, a powerful force burst out with Chen Qing as the center. Xiao Qingyue didn't open her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. My husband has achieved a breakthrough so quickly. She suddenly felt a huge pressure. Even though she was known as a top genius, when faced with Chen Qing's terrifying talent, she still felt that she was willing but unable to do what she wanted. The only thing Xiao Qingyue could do was to practice desperately and try to catch up with Chen Qing. Not to mention standing shoulder to shoulder with him, at least I should be able to see his back. Time passes by little by little. Chen Qing has broken through 3 realms in a row and his cultivation level has reached the 7th level of the spiritual realm. Xiao Qingyue's progress was a little slower, but she also successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm and continued to attack the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm. Everything is going well for them. However, the other outsiders who were also in the Tianyuan secret realm noticed the existence of the Dragon Trapping Formation. And it's a top-grade Earth-level formation. A high-level formation master has also entered the Tianyuan secret realm. Anything that can be protected by an Earth-level formation must be a top-tier treasure. What should we do? Are we just going to sit here and watch them take away the top treasure? At this time, someone suggested, although the Earth-level formation is powerful, we have a large number of people and are the most talented disciples from various sections. Why don't we join forces to break the formation and take the treasure, then divide it equally? What do you think? The others looked at each other, knowing that the possibility of breaking the formation alone was very slim. There was no choice but to join forces to break the formation, and people expressed their agreement one after another. These sounds were heard by Chen Qing, who was 10 miles away and practicing madly in the Lingquan pool to improve his cultivation. He heard every word of them. Since they like to seek death, Chen Qing doesn't mind using these people's blood to feed his sword. The 7-star sword still has a long way to go before it can light up the 7 sword stars. Chapter 48 Treasure Hunting Mouse. Chen Qing took a look around within his perception range and found that most of those guys were of the same age as him. Judging from their cultivation level, age, and the clothes they wear, they must be well-known geniuses in their respective sections. Chen Qing carefully checked the sect totems embroidered on their training uniforms, but had no memory of them. I thought most of them were sects outside the Dao dynasty. Although they are geniuses, they are not qualified enough for Chen Qing to regard them as threats. Among the hundreds of people, the strongest is only at the Jindan realm. Even if there are a few old guys among their peers who have deliberately concealed their aura and have reached the nascent soul stage and the out-of-body stage, the difference is still not big. They can all be killed instantly with just a flick of the finger. The next moment, a shadow puppet separated from the shadow under Chen Qing, carrying the 7-star sword, and decided to go and harvest blood and energy to speed up the lighting of the sword star. The stronger the cultivator, the more blood and energy he can contribute. Although such a small number of people is not enough to light up the sword star, Chen Qing is well aware of the principle of accumulating small amounts to make a big one. There is no reason to refuse the blood and energy that is delivered to the door. After arranging everything, Chen Qing glanced at Xiao Qingyue, who was sitting opposite him, concentrating on absorbing spiritual energy and busy improving her cultivation. Soon, he closed his eyes and entered a state of concentration, frantically absorbing and refining the vast amount of spiritual energy contained in the spiritual spring pool. On the other side, the shadow puppet lurked in the shadows, quickly crossed the distance, came to the outside of the dragon trapping formation, and merged into the shadow of one of the disciples. The disciple was completely oblivious to this, gasping for breath. No, no! So many of us have taken turns attacking, yet we haven't even caused the slightest damage. It's too tough. Why don't we all go back to the sect and ask the elders to take action? This was the first time they faced a formation master in their lives. After experiencing it personally, they realized that they had greatly underestimated the formation master's power. Little did they know that this formation had not yet been fully activated. If it were to be fully opened, any random attack would be enough to kill them instantly, leaving no trace of their bodies. The reason why Qinqing didn't do so was because he was worried that he would be too heavy-handed and waste the blood and energy that was about to be obtained, so he specially sent out the shadow puppet. At this moment, the main purpose of the dragon trapping formation was to prevent outsiders from entering and preventing them from interfering with Xia Qingyue's cultivation. Of course, to put it more bluntly, with the current strength of these disciples, they don't even have the qualifications to enter the formation and trigger the formation's killing mechanism. Everyone was thinking about the young man's words, hesitating whether to return to the sect for help. At this moment, a terrified voice suddenly came from the crowd. Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the others turned their heads to look. Then, Shadow Puppet jumped out from the young man's shadow, holding a 7-star knife, and cut his throat cleanly with one knife. Blood splattered on the face of the person beside him. His eyes were closed tightly, and his tiger body shook violently. I could clearly feel the thick layer of blood plasma on my face slowly flowing downwards. Immediately afterwards, they witnessed that the blood was like floating red gauze, flying towards the 7-star sword one after another and being absorbed. Until the body of the young disciple became emaciated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and completely turned into a bag of skin and bones. Evil cultivators. These are evil cultivators. Evil cultivators have invaded the Tianyuan secret realm. Quick, go back and inform the elders. These young geniuses had never seen such a scene before, and they were sure that the other party was an evil cultivator. For a moment, they cried out in fear and fled. If they remembered correctly, the young disciple who was killed had the strength of at least the Golden Core realm. Even a Jindan realm cultivator was killed by Shadow Puppet with just one casual blow, so how could they dare to be his enemy? But in the face of absolute strength, all their struggles, without exception, were in vain. The Shadow Puppet kills at an extremely fast speed, using shadows to quickly teleport between disciples. Every teleportation represents the death of one person, and a system prompt sound is heard. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 4th grade Scarlet Sky Pill plus 100. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Longevity Fruit plus 100. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Dragon Blood plus 10. Chen Xing felt that the system was constantly refreshing in his ears and affecting his cultivation, so he chose to block it and let it refresh on its own. He directly stored the rewards into the system backpack and would study them later when he had time. Return to the outside of the formation. In just a moment, the geniuses of many forces who had just confidently declared that they would break the formation and seize the treasure have now turned into dry bones all over the ground. The blood and energy were completely absorbed by the 7-star sword, leaving it lifeless. With just a slight touch, it turned into loose sand. I want to ask why those elders who deliberately concealed their own auras did not take action to stop the Shadow Puppet. First, everything happened so fast that they had no time to react. Secondly, although the Shadow Puppet did not reveal its true cultivation level, it did not prevent them from recognizing the gap. They all knew it, and if they acted rashly, the result would only be a few more corpses on the ground. Is disciples more important, or is one's own life more important? The latter is undoubtedly the most important. They turned around and wanted to flee from this place, each returning to the branch of their own sect established in the secret realm, and decided to report the matter and ask the other elders to make a decision. However, before his front foot could touch the ground, a cold light pierced through his chest. Shadow Puppet strictly followed Chen Chang's orders and left no one alive. Oh no! He found out. The other elders knew they could not escape, so they could only show up one by one and no longer waste their spiritual energy on hiding their aura. We were so reckless and disturbed you, Senior. I beg you to be magnanimous and show some mercy. I am the Dean of the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Of course, these words were not spoken to Inkue, but to Chen Sheng behind Inkue. Chen Sheng had no interest in listening to his nonsense, and Inkue didn't intend to waste time. He approached in an instant, drew his sword quickly, and with a flash of cold light, the head suddenly flew up into the sky, and blood gushed out. Seeing this, the other elders knew that Chen Sheng was bloodthirsty and unwilling to let him go. Damn you, demon cultivator! I'll fight you to the death. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to fight our way out. When someone raises his arms and shouts, there will naturally be people who respond. Everyone was filled with rage, and their spiritual might was shaking out. Shadow Puppet calmly raised his left hand that was not holding the knife and gently dropped it down. An even more powerful pressure fell precisely on everyone's head. His body was pinned to the ground by an invisible hand, unable to move, and sank into the mud. His eyes widened, his pupils trembling, and he spoke with difficulty, "Out, the peak of the out-of-body realm." Afterwards, Shadow Puppet attacked these sect elders one by one, killing them and letting the 7-star sword suck their blood dry. After doing all this, he did not forget to collect the space rings and storage bags scattered on the ground and bring them back to Chen Sheng. Being in a secret realm full of opportunities, there will definitely be no shortage of treasures in these storage magic weapons. It is like a treasure-hunting rat, who puts in a lot of effort and finally helps Chen Sheng. Chapter 49, A woman who acts like a spoiled child has the best fate. When Shadow Puppet returned to Chen Sheng's shadow with the spoils, Chen Sheng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his cultivation level had improved by 2 small realms, neither more nor less. Having reached the 9th level of the spirit-severing realm, he was only 1 bottleneck away from reaching the fusion realm. If it were someone else, crossing from one realm to another like this, if there was even a slight mistake, not only would the breakthrough fail, but at best they would fall back to a lower realm, or at worst they would go astray. Of course, in this case, if Chen Sheng is willing to use the number of enlightenments, he can easily overcome the bottleneck and break through to a new realm. However, with Chen Sheng's current level of cultivation and comprehension, there is no need to waste an epiphany to break through a small fusion state. Looking at the Shadow Puppet kneeling on one knee in front of him, with his head lowered, holding a large storage bag and a space ring in his hands, Chen Sheng was just about to reach out to take it when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw that the azure spiritual energy that originally lingered around Xia Qingyue was now filled with traces of black and red demonic energy. Oh no! This is going crazy. Seeing this, Chen Sheng no longer had the mind to care about the storage bag and space ring. Immediately transfer spiritual energy to protect Xia Qingyue and stabilize her breathing. As the traces of demonic energy gradually faded and disappeared, Xia Qingyue's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. After the demonic energy completely disappeared, the spiritual energy surrounding her became even stronger. Chen Sheng knew that Xia Qingyue had successfully avoided becoming possessed and had achieved a breakthrough. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Cultivation Experience Pack +1. Xia Qingyue slowly opened her phoenix eyes, and then met Chen Sheng's eyes mixed with anger. Xia Qingyue immediately lowered her head guiltily, like a child who had made a mistake. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If I hadn't discovered it in time, you would have gone crazy by now, Chen Sheng scolded. Husband, I was wrong. Xia Qingyue did not try to argue, but admitted her mistake and apologized. During the process, she certainly had a feeling, as if her body was stuck in a swamp, sinking little by little, unable to extricate herself. Just when she was helpless and felt desperate, a strong hand reached out and pulled her out of the quagmire. Afterwards, Xia Qingyue saw the face clearly. It was none other than Chen Sheng. Seeing that Chen Sheng didn't say anything, he still looked resentful. While Xia Qingyue was worried, a warm feeling flowed through her heart. She understood that the reason Chen Sheng was angry was because he cared about her. However, how to calm Chen Sheng's anger became a difficult problem that troubled Xia Qingyue. At this moment, Xia Qingyue suddenly remembered what her mother had once said to her: women who know how to act coquettishly have the best life. With the mentality of giving it a try, Xia Qingyue approached Chen Sheng, took his hand, and gently shook it, saying, "Husband, I truly know I was wrong. I won't do this again next time." Looking at Xia Qingyue's sincere expression of begging for mercy, Chen Sheng was about to say something. Xia Qingyue suddenly leaned forward, lightly brushing Chen Sheng's cheek, then quickly retreated half a step as fast as lightning, saying delicately, "Husband, please forgive me this time, okay?" Looking at the future Empress of Destiny, who was trying hard to beg for mercy from him, Chen Sheng couldn't hold back his smile after all. He quickly restrained himself and said in a serious tone, "This won't happen again." "Thank you, my husband." Xia Qingyue smiled, her beauty captivating the whole country. "If you were not Her Royal Highness the Princess, you would definitely be called a beauty who brings disaster to the country and the people. Remember, this won't happen again." Chen Sheng emphasized again and again. Yeah. Xia Qingyue nodded quickly and agreed without hesitation. "Tell me, how could you go astray out of nowhere?" Chen Sheng asked the reason. "Can you not tell me?" Xia Qingyue was a little embarrassed to speak. "No, I have to say it," Chen Sheng said firmly. "If we don't identify the problem, how can we avoid it in the future?" "Alright," Xia Qingyue said timidly, "my husband's cultivation speed was too fast, and I was anxious at the moment, so..." When Chen Sheng learned the truth, he was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. The love was to catch up with himself, which led to the inability to control the spiritual power and almost going astray. "Madam, do you want to surpass me?" Chen Sheng asked. "I know that's impossible." Xia Qingyue shook her head. "I just don't want to be left too far behind by my husband." "Silly boy, I will always be by your side." Chen Sheng's words made Xia Qingyue's beautiful eyes tremble. Her heart was beating like a deer. Her heartbeat accelerated and became louder and louder. In the end, it even felt like someone was beating drums in her ears. It was just a simple sentence, but it hit Xia Qingyue's heart. "Husband, thousands of words gathered at Xia Qingyue's lips, but she didn't know how to say them. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I have something to give you." Chen Sheng raised his hand and placed the tip of his index finger between Xia Qingyue's eyebrows. At the same time, open the system panel and select the cultivation experience package that you just obtained and is still fresh. Do you want to use the cultivation experience pack on the target Xia Qingyue? Use. Cultivation experience pack is in use. Successful use. The next moment, the spiritual energy around Xia Qingyue rapidly boiled and continued to expand, and her cultivation level increased by 1 level every second. I broke through to the nascent soul stage. No, I have broken through to the out-of-body realm again. Xia Qingyue was both surprised and delighted, and looked at Chen Sheng with a bewildered expression. It is clear that no matter how much the Lingquan pool speeds up the cultivation speed, it is impossible to advance 2 major realms at once. At this moment, 2 words suddenly popped up in her mind: pass on the skills. Xia Qingyue remembered that among the many ways to improve one's realm in this world, there was the transmission of skills. A person passes on his own cultivation to others in order to help them quickly improve their realm. "Husband, why would you sacrifice your own cultivation to help me improve my realm? I don't want it, take it back quickly." A faint ripple appeared in Xia Qingyue's eyes. Chen Sheng was so good to her that Xia Qingyue always felt she couldn't bear it. Once you give away your cultivation, it's like pouring out water. There's no way to take it back. Chen Sheng said. "I do hope to become stronger soon, but I don't want to do so at the cost of hurting my husband." Xia Qingyue expressed her feelings. "Don't worry, this level of cultivation is nothing to me." Chen Sheng dared to say this, and he naturally had his confidence. "That's right, it's the system's reward for pampering your wife. Whatever cultivation you give out will be returned in multiples. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, double cultivation experience pack +1. If possible, Chen Sheng also wanted to give this double cultivation experience package to Xia Qingyue. However, the option was grayed out. I realized that this was because the system was worried about a bug, so I kept brushing the cultivation experience packs to continuously upgrade the level. However, for Chen Xing today, the double cultivation experience package is enough to significantly improve his realm. Chapter 50 Another Bottle. Confirm to use the double cultivation experience pack. Using the double cultivation experience pack. Double cultivation experience pack successfully used. As the system finished speaking, Chen Xing's cultivation immediately reached the peak of the fusion realm, and in the blink of an eye it was promoted to the peak of the tribulation realm. This double cultivation experience package allowed Chen Xing's cultivation to rise by 2 major realms. It cannot be said that we made money, but we made huge profits, huge profits. Not only did it enhance Xia Qingyue's affection for him, it also significantly raised his cultivation level, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, Chen Xing opened the system backpack again and took a look at the wife-loving rewards that Shadow Puppet had received for killing those disciples. The last time I looked at it, if I remember correctly, I saw the words dragon blood. Chen Xing had previously given the true phoenix body to Xia Qingyue. Although it was not phoenix blood, it was the bloodline of a sacred beast, and dragon blood could also be used to improve Xia Qingyue's physique. Thinking of this, Chen Xing took out a portion of dragon blood in a transparent glass bottle. "Husband, what is this?" Xia Qingyue asked curiously, looking at the blood-red liquid with hints of brilliant gold that was gently shaking inside the bottle. "Dragon blood can be used to enhance your true phoenix holy body." As he spoke, Chen Xing handed over the dragon blood in his hand. Xia Qingyue took the dragon blood, popped the cork open, and opened her mouth, intending to drink it all in one gulp. "Hey! This is not for drinking. Just absorb it and refine it." Seeing this, Chen Xing quickly spoke out to stop him. "I see." Xia Qingyue smiled awkwardly. Immediately, according to what Chen Xing said, he began to absorb the dragon blood in the bottle like absorbing spiritual energy. Chen Xing still had a lot of dragon blood in his hand. He was not in a hurry to absorb and refine it. Instead, he opened the system panel and checked the reward for sending a bottle of dragon blood. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Shadow Puppet Enhancement Card +1. Can the Shadow Puppet be strengthened?" This was something Chen Xing had not expected. "But, just one, system, aren't you being too stingy?" Chen Xing couldn't help but complain in his heart. He sighed and consoled himself silently, "Never mind, one is better than nothing. Everyone has bad luck sometimes." Next, click to use the Shadow Puppet Enhancement Card. Using Shadow Puppet Enhancement Card. The Shadow Puppet Enhancement Card was used successfully. The next moment, a few lines of text appeared on the system panel in front of Chen Xing. Similar to Heavy Armor Shadow Puppet, Assassin Shadow Puppet, Archer Shadow Puppet. It was followed by a series of numbers, which added up to exactly the total number of shadow puppets Chen Xing currently possessed. Collective reinforcement. Only then did Chen Xing realize that he had misunderstood the system. Enhancement cards can randomly change the shadow puppet's type. The Heavy Armor Shadow Puppet focuses on defense, the Assassin Shadow Puppet is not only swift but also deals incredibly high damage, and the Archer Shadow Puppet excels at long-range combat. Not bad, not bad. Chen Chang was very satisfied with the reward. Husband, upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue, who had just completely absorbed the dragon blood, cast a puzzled look. "I mean, Madam is extremely talented. She refined all the dragon blood so quickly." Chen Xing said to make amends. "Then ask, how do you feel now?" "My strength has increased significantly, and my holy body has also made a qualitative leap." Xia Qingyue was still a novice when it came to cultivation, and her vocabulary was limited, so she could only express her thoughts as clearly as possible. "Okay, another bottle." Chen Xing took out another bottle of dragon blood. "How can I miss this opportunity to get the reward for pampering my wife?" Ah. In Xia Qingyue's view, dragons are sacred beasts that have long been extinct in the lower realm. Rumor has it that a dragon's body is full of treasures, and even a piece of dragon scale from 10,000 years ago can be auctioned for a sky-high price. But Chen Xing could easily take out bottle after bottle of dragon blood. At this moment, Xia Qingyue suddenly recalled the domineering scene when she witnessed Chen Xing riding a dragon and flying into the sky in Qingqing sect. She held the dragon blood tightly in her hand and asked tentatively, "Husband, could this dragon blood be drawn from that spirit pet?" Spiritual pet. Chen Xing then realized that the spiritual pet Xia Qingyue mentioned should be the nine-nether immortal dragon. Since Xia Qingyue had already found a good excuse for herself, Chen Xing took advantage of the situation and said, "Yes, that's right. It doesn't need this little blood. Feel free to use it. If it's not enough, I'll draw more." Xia Qingyue thought about it and realized that with a body as huge as the nine-nether undead dragon, there was no way it could be short of this little bit of dragon blood in its hand. Nine-nether immortal dragon. Not only did she appreciate Chen Xing's painstaking efforts, but she also desperately needed to improve her strength in order to repay him. Xia Qingyue nodded and began to absorb and refine the dragon blood once again. At the same time, Xia Qingyue's words also inspired Chen Xing. The blood of the nine-nether undead dragon should be of higher quality than the dragon blood rewarded by the system, right? If that's the case, Chen Xing thought, the immortal dragon is the immortal dragon. Since it is immortal, doesn't that mean it can directly achieve the freedom of dragon blood? But on second thought, even if he is immortal, if he draws too much dragon blood, his cultivation will definitely decline. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Chen Xing opened the system panel again to check the rewards for pampering his wife. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 20,000. Note, this batch of Shadow Puppets has automatically been assigned a random unit type. 20,000 Shadow Puppets. Chen Xing felt that if he continued like this, he would have to gather an army of 100,000 Shadow Puppets. The most important thing is that he took a look on a whim and found that the improvement brought by the enhancement card to the Shadow Puppet was far more than just the upgrade of the troop type, but also the realm of cultivation. Now Shadow Puppet's cultivation level has been raised from the peak of the out-of-body realm to the peak of the spirit-severing realm. A puppet at the 50,000-point god realm, and 100% loyal. Once this matter gets out, Chen Xing dare not imagine how the world, the major dynasties, and the forces will view him. However, what he would never have expected was that not long ago, Yifeng, who was the protagonist of Destiny, was complacent and claimed to be almost invincible because he signed in a death warrior with the peak cultivation level of the out-of-body realm. Husband. Before Xia Qingyue could finish her words, Chen Xing handed over another bottle of dragon blood. One more bottle. My wife is about to break through. Chen Xing made up a story. He actually didn't see anything. He was just trying to get the reward for pampering his wife. Okay, Xia Qingyue accepted the dragon blood and did as she was told. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, longevity fruit plus 100. Husband, another bottle. Chen Xing said again, I'm almost there. In this way, Chen Xing received one reward after another for pampering his wife. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Epiphany plus 10. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Supreme Holy Body Spacetime Holy Body plus 1. Rank on the 3000 physical fitness rankings, 6. Another holy body, and one of the top 10 supreme holy bodies. Just by looking at the two words time and space, it was not difficult for Chen Xing to imagine their power and wonderful uses. But soon, his attention was uncontrollably drawn to Xia Qingyue, who was concentrating on cultivation. Suddenly, a raging fire started burning all over her body without any warning. Chapter 51 Immortal Phoenix. Chen Xing did not rush to put out the fire, because he did not think the flames enveloping Xia Qingyue were a threat. Looking at Xia Qingyue's expression, there really wasn't a trace of pain on her face. Could it be that I was actually right by accident? Is this really going to be a breakthrough? Chen Xing couldn't help but think in this direction. As it turned out, he was right. Then you can see that, accompanied by a phoenix cry that resounds through heaven and earth, the flame turns into a fire phoenix that covers the sky and the sun, soaring into the sky and circling overhead. Witnessing the grand scene of the phoenix appearing and the colorful divine light illuminating the heaven and earth, Chen Xing guessed that it was probably the dragon blood that activated the true phoenix holy body. Not long after, Xia Qingyue slowly opened her eyes. As for the layer of orange-red flames that originally covered her body, she had already completely absorbed it. Xia Qingyue stood up and also noticed the seven-colored light shining down from above her head. Looking up, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise when he saw the phoenix circling in the sky. Phoenix. Don't worry, this phoenix comes from the true phoenix holy body you possess. Chen Qing explained. True phoenix holy body. It turns out it's all real. Xia Qingyue realized it belatedly. What's true? Chen Cheng asked. Xia Qingyue did not hide anything and told him everything about how her consciousness entered a mysterious world during her cultivation and she met the immortal phoenix. Besides this, Xia Qingyue also received the blessing of the immortal phoenix. According to the immortal phoenix, it seems that I can obtain a chance for nirvana and rebirth when I am on the verge of death. After hearing Xia Qingyue's words, Chen Qing pondered, is it equivalent to gaining an extra life? That's quite good. To be honest, even Chen Chang himself did not expect that the true phoenix holy body had such a wonderful use. Fortunately, he gave this true phoenix holy body to Xia Qingyue. Otherwise, even though he possessed an immortal body, this opportunity for nirvana and rebirth would be useless and would be wasted. If it weren't for my husband, Qingyue wouldn't have had this opportunity. Xia Qingyue knew that all this was thanks to Chen Cheng. He was certain that if it were not for Chen Qing, let alone the holy body or the chance of rebirth in nirvana, he would probably never have embarked on the path of cultivation in this life and would have lived an ordinary mortal life. Madam, you are too polite. There is still a lot of spiritual energy left in this spiritual spring pool. You and I should hurry up and refine it, and then look for other opportunities. Chen Qing suggested. Okay, Xia Qingyue did as she was told and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Chen Cheng took out the last bottle of dragon blood and kept a portion for himself. I decided to try my luck and see if I could also gain a special boost like Xia Qingyue after refining dragon blood. After the entire bottle of blood and energy is absorbed and refined, it cannot be said that there is no improvement. Physical strength, qi and blood, cultivation have all increased. It's just that there is no special improvement like the chance of rebirth in nirvana. Chen Qing understood the principle of contentment, so he did not care about anything and focused on absorbing and refining the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual spring pool. Try to raise your cultivation from the 9th level of tribulation to Mahayana before your spiritual energy is exhausted. He doesn't mind competing for the title of the youngest emperor. Time flies. Xia Qingyue successfully advanced a small realm before the spiritual spring pool dried up. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Chang. Seeing that he was still cultivating, Xia Qingyue did not make a sound to disturb him. Just looking at him, it was a rare opportunity to look directly into Chen Qing's face like this. Words like suave, handsome, and elegant kept popping up in my mind. However, unlike before, Xia Qingyue would no longer question whether all this was because her lover saw beauty in everything. She couldn't deny that this was indeed one of the reasons. As for the other reason, it was of course because Chen Cheng was indeed extraordinarily handsome and had the aura of a banished immortal. As she watched, Xia Qingyue became absorbed in it and completely lost in thought. Until Chen Qing opened his eyes and their eyes met. Xia Qingyue's little face suddenly turned red. She quickly spoke, pretending to be calm, "Husband, how is your cultivation going?" But it couldn't hide the panic in my heart. Chen Qing saw through it but didn't say anything. He responded, "Not bad, I've successfully broken through." There had been a question that had been bothering Xia Qingyue. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she asked directly, "May I ask, my husband, what realm are you at now?" "Madam, do you want to know?" Chen Cheng asked back. Xia Qingyue nodded rapidly. Chen Cheng smiled calmly, releasing a hint of pressure. Xia Qingyue's pupils suddenly shrank, and her entire body was repeatedly struck by a terrifying might. She froze in place, unable to move. An intense feeling of powerlessness swept over Xia Qingyue's body and mind. It was as if she had been reduced to the size of an ant, facing a towering elephant. Chen Cheng stopped at that point and withdrew his pressure, fearing that he might harm Xia Qingyue. "Madam, are you okay?" Chen Qing asked with concern. After a long moment, Xia Qingyue excitedly uttered, 18 years old, at the Mahayana stage. Husband, are you truly human? Xia Qingyue had heard a lot about genius and evildoer from other people, and had also read a lot about them in the descriptions of ancient books. However, Xia Qingyue had never heard of, let alone seen, an 18-year-old Mahayana cultivator. How many people at Chen Qing's age are still struggling in the qi refining realm? On the other hand, if he continues like this, he will become a quasi-emperor or even an emperor. This is also why Xia Qingyue doubted whether Chen Qing was actually human. Because in her opinion, this is no longer something that humans can do. Of course I am a human, but my cultivation speed is a little faster than that of ordinary people. Chen Qing gave the answer. You call that a little fast? Xia Qingyue had so much to say but didn't know where to start. Just at this moment, a loud voice came from a distance, people in the formation, if you have the courage, don't hide in this turtle shell, get out and die. If you don't come out now, I will break your formation and tear your tendons and skin apart, grinding your bones into ashes. The shouting continued. Chen Qing took a look with his spiritual sense. Wow! There are quite a few people here, probably hundreds of them, right? Hundreds of people came. Xia Qingyue was shocked. With her current level of cultivation, she couldn't achieve the same distance coverage of her spiritual sense as Chen Qing. Although she now has a holy body in the cultivation level of the out-of-body realm, she is not sure if she can deal with hundreds of monks at the same time. Xia Qingyue's thoughts were always written on her face, and Chen Qing easily saw through them. He asked, Madam, would you like to use those guys to test your current strength? I do want to, but there are hundreds of them. I'm not sure Xia Qingyue was running out of energy. Chen Qing patted his chest and promised solemnly, don't worry, you have my husband backing you up. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Husband, Xia Qingyue's eyes were filled with emotion. Since Chen Qing said so much, she no longer refused and agreed with a okay. In Xia Qingyue's eyes, as a cultivator, most of the time he would fight against other cultivators. Relying solely on monsters was not enough to accumulate practical combat experience. So, this is a great opportunity. Chapter 52 Bullying. There is no time to lose, my husband. Let's set off quickly. Xia Qingyue felt more anticipation than fear. She felt that she was eager to fight. Compared to music, chess, calligraphy, painting, the 4 books and the 5 classics, cultivation is indeed more interesting. Chen Qing reached out and grabbed Xia Qingyue's wrist. Husband Xia Qingyue retracted her steps and looked at Chen Qing with a confused expression. Chen Qing did not speak in a hurry. He opened the system backpack, selected Holy Body of Time and Space, and confirmed the binding. Binding. The spacetime Holy Body is successfully bound. After confirming that the Holy Body of Space and Time was bound, and relying on top-level comprehension, he instantly understood how to use it. Chen Qing then raised his hand and said, I have a faster way. Before Xia Qingyue could ask what the faster way Chen Qing was referring to was, she had already witnessed the space before her eyes being torn apart by Chen Qing's 5 fingers, transforming into a portal. Without the need for spirit stones or formations, one can easily tear space apart and transform it into a portal. Is this the power of a Mahayana cultivator? Xia Qingyue yearned for Chen Qing's strength immensely, and wanted even more to catch up with him. Not to mention surpassing Chen Qing, at least he can stand beside him with confidence, so that people don't feel that he is not qualified. Let's go. Chen Qing glanced at Xia Qingyue, who looked like she was thinking about something. Okay, Xia Qingyue ended her wandering thoughts, responded, and followed Chen Qing's footsteps into the portal. On the other side, the hundreds of monks who were preparing to work together to break the formation also looked up and noticed the torn space gap. Then, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue were seen walking out. These methods are definitely not for ordinary people. Everyone must not take it lightly. Upon seeing this, the elders all reminded their disciples, simply because even with their current level of cultivation, they could not do such a thing. Hearing this, the disciples all looked serious and tightened their grip on the hilts of their swords. Madam, these people are all yours. Not a single one can escape. Chen Qing assured Xia Qingyue. From what he said, it seemed as if his life could be disposed of at will. Naturally, everyone was unhappy, and someone was about to speak up to retort. Shadow puppets appeared in large numbers, forming an encirclement with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding and killing hundreds of monks and turning them into an impenetrable human wall. Who are these people? Where did they come from? Are you sure they are human? I can't sense any life from them. How weird. Before they could figure out what the shadow puppets were, thousands of them had already actively released the pressure of their realm. The words "peak of the spiritual severing realm" instantly appeared in everyone's mind. Without exception, their expressions were all replaced by panic. These monsters, neither human nor ghost, actually possessed the cultivation level of the peak of the spiritual severing realm. In other words, 1,000 cultivators at the peak of the spirit severing realm. He looked doubtful about his life and spoke in an incredulous tone. It's over. We're finished. No one told me before we came here that they had so many masters in the spiritual severing realm. I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. As soon as Chen Qing showed his skills, these people were defeated without a fight. The one with the highest cultivation level among them is only at the 2nd level of the out-of-body realm. If there were only 1 or 2 shadow puppets, perhaps they could still rely on the advantage in numbers to generate the confidence to give it a try. But now, they are facing a full 1,000 shadow puppets with the peak cultivation level of the spirit severing realm. How can they be confident? There were many people whose legs went weak and they collapsed on the ground. The voices of people kneeling and begging for mercy came one after another. Chen Qing ignored it all. He gave the order through his mind, and anyone who dared to hurt Xia Qingyue, even by a tiny hair, would be killed immediately. On the one hand, it's about getting rewards for pampering his wife, but on the other hand, Chen Qing is reluctant to hurt his own wife, so why should others? Madam, let's do it. Chen Qing made up his mind for Xia Qingyue with just one sentence. After a brief moment of thought, Xia Qingyue nodded, took a step forward, and an ice lotus condensed in her palm. What should I do? It looks like he's not going to let us go. We have no choice but to fight. Fight? Fight with whom? Fight with these hundreds or even thousands of spiritual severing realm cultivators. Just thinking about it makes me feel powerless. Until a shrill scream spread among the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the man with twisted limbs and a terrified face. He was completely frozen in time, unable to move. Then, ice spikes pierced out from the body in the 7 orifices one after another, turning into bloody ice lotuses. In just a moment, the whole person completely lost his life breath and was completely covered by the ice lotus. That scene looked extremely weird and creepy. Seeing that someone had already died tragically at Xia Qingyue's hands, even though they knew they were doomed, they had no choice but to draw their swords and resist. Go to death calmly? I can't do it. Fighting back, at least you can have a chance of survival. I'm going to fight you. You are unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. Evil woman, look at the sword. Looking at their expressions and listening to the words coming out of their mouths, Chen Qing was speechless. If someone didn't know, they would probably think that they were the victims. It's simply the opposite of Tiangang. During the past few days following Chen Qing, Xia Qingyue always remembered his teachings: to be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Therefore, she took action without any hesitation, and was very decisive and swift. Xia Qingyue knew very well that if she were not stronger, these people might not be so merciful. Ice flowers continuously formed from Xia Qingyue's hands and flew out. The blood of the person who was hit was frozen on the spot, and the cold poison instantly invaded his internal organs, turned into seeds, sprouted and blossomed. During this period, Chen Qing said nothing, silently took out the 7-star sword, and drained the blood and energy of those people to light up the sword star. Xia Qingyue killed at an extremely fast speed. Before long, only less than a dozen people were left out of the hundreds of people. Most of them are elders of the sect, who survived by dragging their disciples down with them. Many disciples' lives were lost because they were used as shields by them. One of the elders, looking at the frozen corpse, which was too numerous to take in, broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his hand to dissuade them. Wait. You've killed enough of this man. Isn't it time to calm down your anger? Why not sit down and have a good talk? There's nothing off limits. Why bother with such a life and death struggle? Chen Xing sneered at this and was too lazy to waste words with it. It's easy to imagine that this old guy probably wants to use the treasure to compensate himself. However, Chen Xing still maintained the same attitude. If there were any real treasures, they wouldn't be able to take them with them when they died, so they would all belong to him. Talk shit. Seeing Chen Xing remain silent, Xiao Qingyue understood what he meant and used the ice lotus to take the lives of the two men. You are going too far. Even if I die today, I will take you with me. Chapter 53 The Empress turns into a gangster? The elder's arrogant words caught Chen Xing's attention. I noticed that he had an extra magic weapon in his hand. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary talisman, but in fact it was of earth grade. It gives people a feeling that is very similar to the Yama needle, with an evil nature. The 10,000 Ghosts Death Talisman, go! Without waiting for the elder to activate the talisman, Chen Xing stretched his hand into the void, then stretched it out from the void, snatching the 10,000 ghosts killing talisman from his hand. Wait. When the elder realized that something was wrong and wanted to reach out to grab the talisman, the palm-sized door to the void had already closed and he reached out in vain. Looking up, the elder saw the life-saving trump card he had found in the secret realm in Chen Xing's hand. He was so upset that he could not even cry. He cursed, "You despicable villain, give it back to me. Who allowed you to use such a dangerous thing?" Chen Xing didn't care about him and put the 10,000 ghosts killing talisman into his pocket. You want to kill me? You don't even allow me to resist? You're going too far, the elder scolded angrily, tears streaming down his face. So what if I bully you? Chen Xing's words left the elder speechless, his face flushed, and his eyes rolled up, making it seem like he might faint from anger at any moment. But he was unable to refute Chen Xing's words. Yes, in this era where the strong are respected, what can you do if someone bullies you? Chen Xing's words made these people understand clearly that from the beginning to the end, they were just their playthings, and their life and death could be decided at will. There is not even the right to struggle, it is death anyway. Finally, out of respect for the elders who possessed greater strength, Xiao Qingyue mobilized a large amount of spiritual energy and condensed an even larger ice lotus above everyone's heads. As her hands dropped, the ice lotus fell rapidly. With a loud bang, the cold air rose explosively like a surging tide. After the smoke and dust cleared, all the sect elders had already been frozen in the lotus, their lives completely declared over. He seemed unharmed, but in fact he died instantly. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Grade Intermediate Grade Cold Moon Sword +1. I did it. After receiving the pampered wife reward, Chen Xing glanced at Xiao Qingyue, whose heart was still pounding and unable to calm down, and praised her. Well done. This is how you should treat your enemies. It's all thanks to my husband's support that I can do all this. Xiao Qingyue has always firmly believed that without Chen Xing, she wouldn't be who she is today. It was he who brought her a new life. Since you and I are husband and wife, we naturally have to support each other. Chen Xing said as a matter of course. Immediately, he took out the Frost Moon Sword, which possessed the attribute of ice, which he had just obtained, and handed it to Xiao Qingyue. I happen to have a sword that is suitable for the cultivation method you are practicing. You can use it. If it doesn't suit you, I will find you another one another day. Chen Xing is planning to improve the quality of the rewards for pampering his wife. It just so happened that he had not practiced any ice-attributed martial arts, and although he possessed ice spiritual roots, he could not unleash the full power of the Cold Moon Sword. It would be a waste to use it forcibly. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Ice Spiritual Root +1. Chen Xing had just said that the ice attribute had nothing to do with him, but he never expected that he would be slapped in the face by the system so quickly. However, no matter how many times this slap in the face happens, Chen Xing is willing to accept it. Thank you, my husband. Xiao Qingyue took the Frost Moon Sword with both hands. Just a verbal thank you. Chen Sheng began to ask for something. This would not only bring him closer to Xia Qingyue, but also allow her to feel more relaxed after accepting his gift. Xia Qingyue was not stupid and quickly understood what Chen Sheng wanted to express. He first put the Hanyue sword into the space ring, then took a step forward, got close to Chen Sheng's face, and kissed him. "My dear husband, do you think this is sincere enough?" Xia Qingyue asked with a seductive look. "It's enough," but Chen Sheng deliberately kept the secret, waiting for Xia Qingyue to ask further questions. But what Xia Qingyue pressed on, just as he had expected. "Madam has kissed me so many times, I also want to kiss you." Chen Sheng expressed his true feelings. "How can there be so many?" Xia Qingyue looked shy. Then she said timidly, "If you want to do it, just kiss me." "Then you're welcome." Chen Sheng walked forward and, like Xia Qingyue, kissed her on the cheek. He did not push any further and stopped at the right point. Now is a critical moment and there is plenty of time. There is no need for Chen Sheng to put himself in danger. "Ma'am, you smell so good, it's like kissing a soft cake." "No, don't say anymore." Seeing Chen Sheng still making a cheek-kissing remark, Xia Qingyue lowered her head, her face flushed as if dripping blood, and her voice became even softer. "If you don't listen carefully, you will really ignore it." Still stopping at the right point, Chen Sheng suggested, "Come on, madam, let's go rob." Robbery. Xia Qingyue raised her head, attracted by Chen Sheng's words. These sect disciples have spent quite a bit of time in the Tianyuan secret realm and must have collected quite a few treasures. Let's go and take them all away. This will be much more efficient than running around looking for treasures like a headless fly. Chen Sheng said it more directly. Okay. Xia Qingyue nodded. Not only did she not think there was anything wrong with this, but her face was filled with anticipation and excitement. On the way to the major branch sects to rob and plunder, Chen Sheng did not forget to release tens of thousands of shadow puppets to conduct a carpet search for treasures in the secret realm. Let them spare even the smallest item, even a low-grade spirit stone, and bring them all back to him. Tens of thousands of shadow puppets came out together, following Chen Sheng's orders, to explore the Tianyuan secret realm. Not long. Chen Sheng and Xia Qingyue walked out of the Void Gate and first arrived at the foot of a mountain called Evergreen Sect. How impressive! How could they build such a sect in this secret realm? Xia Qingyue asked in confusion. Chen Sheng expressed his own opinion. These sects have probably searched the world for the entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm. Their goal is to send more people here, seize more opportunities, and make early arrangements to divide up their territory. But doesn't the secret realm have a time limit? Xia Qingyue asked again. Chen Sheng continued, the maximum stay in the Tianyuan secret realm is half a year. The sect only needs to use the name of a trial to allow disciples to find the portal and enter. Then, they can join the branch sect and continuously rotate manpower. So that's how it is. After Chen Sheng's explanation, Xia Qingyue understood everything. So, when do we start? Xia Qingyue, who had been a good girl all her life, was enjoying it, but her rebellious side was gradually unearthed by Chen Sheng. Looking at Xia Qingyue's impatient look, Chen Sheng was a little worried. Would his wife, the destined empress, turn into a bandit? He responded with, right now. Okay. Xia Qingyue took out the Frost Moon Sword. Once her spiritual power was released, the flowers and plants were frozen wherever it passed. It breaks upon touching. The coldness makes it difficult to approach. Chen Sheng didn't care. The difference in cultivation was there, and with a bunch of holy bodies and magic weapons, they couldn't hurt him. Who is so bold as to trespass into my Changqing sect? Seeing Xia Qingyue approaching with a sword, the disciple in charge of guarding the mountain gate lowered his spear, pointing the sharp edge directly at her. At the same time, he sent a message to the sect, informing the elders and disciples that there were invaders and asked them to come to support him as soon as possible. Chen Sheng could tell that Xia Qingyue was definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 54, Kill with a Flick of the Finger. In half an incense stick of time, you must present all the treasures in the sect, otherwise you will die. Chen Sheng said in a cold voice. There was no trace of emotion in his words. Xia Qingyue hesitated to speak, glancing sideways at Chen Sheng with a gleam in her eyes. If these words came from someone else, Xia Qingyue would think it was arrogant, but when it came from Chen Qing's mouth, Xia Qingyue had no doubt at all whether he could do such a thing. I feel like I still have a lot to learn in this area, so I'm taking notes silently in my mind. This is even more shocking than the lofty status of an emperor. Upon hearing this, the disciple's mouth twitched. He had never seen anyone so arrogant. Just two people dared to challenge the authority of a sect. Even though it is just a branch of the Changqing sect established in the Tianyuan secret realm, it has hundreds of disciples and 7 or 8 elders in charge. I wonder where Chen Qing got the courage from. The next moment, countless figures rushed down from the top of the mountain one after another like falling meteors. Seeing his fellow disciples arriving one after another and more people gathering around him, the gatekeeper disciple's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had a backer, and his expression became more confident. "Who are you, the rogue, to dare to trespass into my Changqing sect?" The elder's shout that followed made the gatekeeper disciples feel even more at ease. It was unimaginable what Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue could do in the face of the elders and so many disciples. I don't want to say the same thing again. Chen Sheng's attitude was clear. What an arrogant kid, the elder looked displeased. Then he looked at the gatekeeper and asked, "What did he just say?" Replying to Elder Du, "This kid said that we have only one stick of incense to hand over all the treasures in the sect, otherwise, we will die." The gatekeeper disciple hurried forward and repeated Chen Qing's words with a bow. "You are so arrogant. Who gave you the courage?" The elder was furious. As the elder with the highest say in the branch sect, Du Changhe had never suffered such humiliation. The violent anger and the pressure of the peak out-of-body state swept across the whole place. The Changqing sect disciples were so pressed that their necks seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, making it difficult for them to breathe. As expected of Elder Du, who possesses the strength of the peak out-of-body realm, this pressure is truly terrifying. After all these years in the branch sect, this is the first time I've seen Elder Du so angry. Those two guys are finished. Serves you right. If you dare to challenge our Changqing sect, you will only end up dead. While most people were confident that Chen Cheng and Xia Qingyue would not be able to cause any trouble, some dissenting voices were heard from the crowd. Don't you find it a little strange? Facing such pressure, they were able to remain calm. Hiss. Hearing you put it that way, it seems to be true. It seems that their cultivation level is probably not low. Hearing this, someone scoffed, no matter how high it is, can it be higher than Elder Du? Everyone has a tacit and unanimous answer to this question. It was natural to think that no matter how talented Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue were or how fast they cultivated, they could never surpass their elders. The fate of death has not changed. Madam, there's no need to waste time on this stubborn fellow. Chen Xing ignored the incompetent and furious Du Changhe and turned to Xia Qingyue. I will keep my husband's teachings in mind. Xia Qingyue once again wrote down Chen Xing's words in the little notebook in her heart, believing that she would have a chance to use them in the future. Arrogant Du Changhe was completely furious when he saw that even after he showed his power, Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue still didn't take him seriously and were being affectionate with each other. Looking for death, he stepped forward and his figure immediately shot towards Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue like an arrow. Spiritual energy gathered in his palms, boiling like flames. He didn't intend to waste any time and wanted to take the lives of Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue in one move. Since Du Changhe likes to seek death, Chen Shang has no reason to refuse and generously agrees to it. He raised his hand and waved his fingertips lightly. A vast divine power turned into a ferocious beast, quickly swallowing Du Changhe and devouring all of his flesh, skin, and bones. Elder Du Changhe, who was still alive the moment before, simply disappeared in front of all the Changqing sect disciples. The faces of those Changqing sect disciples who were still expecting Du Changhe to make a powerful move and kill Chen Chang and Xia Qingyue froze and were speechless. It really fits their expectation of a one-sided massacre, but no one expected that the target of the one-sided massacre would be their own elders. Monster! This kid is a monster. He's at the peak of the spiritual severing realm, but he killed him in seconds with just a flick of his finger. Something's wrong, run away. Run. Why are you still standing there? There is only one chance, Chen Shang will not give it a second time. The pressure was like water from the sky pouring down upon the world, and violence swept across the entire Changqing sect. Before those people's feet could even touch the ground, their entire bodies were crushed by the powerful force, their bones were broken one by one, and they were pressed to the ground by invisible giant hands, making crackling sounds. Mahayana realm. Unable to speak, this answer clearly emerged in everyone's mind. Afterwards, all the disciples and elders of the Changqing sect were unable to withstand Chen Qing's pressure, and their bodies exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 300. After receiving the reward for killing Du Chang'e, Chen Qing sent out a dozen shadow puppets, some of whom went up the mountain to search for treasures, and some stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. As a member of this secret realm, Chen Qing was certain that these disciples would have some treasures hidden on their bodies that they were unwilling to hand over to the sect. After getting hundreds of storage bags, Chen Shang checked them in batches and found that there were no less than 10,000 spirit stones in them. There are also many natural treasures, high-level medicinal herbs, and elixirs. The shadow puppet who went to the mountain to search for treasures brought Chen Qing hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. As for why the Changqing sect had so many spirit stones hidden within it, Chen Qing learned from the map that Shadow Puppet brought back that the Changqing sect had discovered and occupied a spirit stone mine. However, these hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are the last output. Years of mining have already exhausted the spirit stone veins. At the same time, the major branch sects entrenched in the Tianyuan secret realm are being attacked and eliminated one after another by the Shadow Puppets. After destroying the sect, the main purpose was to not let a thief go empty-handed. According to Chen Qing, not even a single spirit stone was spared. All of them were stored in the space ring and brought back for Chen Sheng one after another. Xia Qingyue's heart beat wildly as she looked at the various opportunities that Shadow Puppet continuously offered. To monopolize the resources of an entire secret realm by oneself, this kind of thing, I'm afraid only my husband can do it in the whole world, right? It is not difficult to guess how ugly the expressions of the major sects would be after learning that the branch sects they had painstakingly built up had been disintegrated in this way. Pity? Xia Qingyue felt no sympathy for them. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of Chen Qing is Xia Qingyue's enemy. Looking around, Xia Qingyue discovered something. After confirming again and again, she reached out and tugged at the corner of Chen Qing's clothes, reminding him, "Husband, Shadow Puppet brought someone back." Chapter 55, Sudden Enlightenment. Ascend to Quasi-Emperor. Bring someone back? Chen Shang was busy opening the blind bag and didn't pay any attention to what was happening in the distance. When he heard Xia Qingyue's words, he was stunned at first. He clearly remembered that he had already used his telekinesis to issue orders to all the scattered shadow puppets, that any cultivators in the secret realm must be killed without mercy. Anyway, the hatred has already been formed, so it is better to eliminate it completely and prevent it from being spread out. Even if the news of the complete annihilation of the secret sect was leaked out and no one was left alive, who would be able to link it to me? Once you decide to do something, you must do it thoroughly and not leave any future troubles. Soon. The shadow puppet carrying the hostage returned to Chen Qing, knelt on one knee, and pressed the man's head, forcing him to kneel down and salute Chen Shang. The man was trembling all over, repeating over and over, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I'll tell you everything, I'll tell you everything, I know the location of the secret treasure." Secret treasure. Before Chen Qing could ask, a word uttered by the man instantly caught his attention. He asked, "What is the secret treasure you are talking about? Please give me a way to live, sir. I am willing to take you to the entrance of Tianyuan's secret treasure." The man said hurriedly. His head was pressed firmly to the ground by the shadow puppet and he couldn't lift it up. Chen Qing gave a signal, and shadow puppet let go. "Lead the way." Hearing this, the man got up from the ground and nodded repeatedly in agreement, "Yes, yes, please follow me." After a quick glance at Chen Qing, he quickly looked away, not daring to look at him any longer, fearing that the other party would feel that he was offended by doing so. Although it was just a quick glance, the shock it brought to the man was no less than before. "Before coming here, I never thought that the one who could make a monster like Shadow Puppet obey him as its master was actually a young guy who looked still childish. Clear your mind and stop thinking about these messy things. Right now, the most important thing for a man is to take Chen Qing to the entrance of Tianyuan's secret treasure and save his life. After a while, led by the man, Chen Shang and the other man came to a valley with cliffs on both sides that stretched as far as the eye could see in thick fog. In front of them was a man-made stone platform with many mysterious runes carved on it. Even Xia Qingyue, who was quite knowledgeable about ancient characters, was unable to understand the meaning it wanted to express. The runes engraved on it are those of a teleportation array. Chen Shang saw through Xia Qingyue's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Your Excellency is right. As long as we activate the teleportation formation on this stone platform, we can reach the Tianyuan secret treasure directly. The man hunched his waist and agreed humbly. Just as he was about to say that, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. It was neither Chen Qing nor Xia Qingyue. To be precise, this voice was transmitted directly into his mind. Are you looking for death? Who allowed you to bring outsiders here? The man recognized the voice of his own ancestor and quickly responded in his heart, Ancestor, please spare my life. I have my own difficulties. The branch sect was destroyed, and these two people threatened me that if I did not do as I was told, they would take my life. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. Thank you for your grace, old ancestor. Please take action and kill these two people. As long as they are dead, the location of the Tianyuan secret will not be known to outsiders. The main reason why the man brought Chen Qing to the Tianyuan secret treasure was to use his own ancestor to get rid of him and Xia Qingyue. All he could think about was, no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than my ancestor? Are you done talking? Chen Qing's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and the man subconsciously agreed, after the chat. Halfway through his words, his expression changed in shock and the color drained from his face. Realizing that something was wrong, he quickly ran away, trying to create a safe distance without looking back, shouting, Ancestor, save me. Then he noticed with horror that an ice lotus had blossomed on his chest. Then, it was as if thousands of arrows pierced his heart, and in an instant he suffered the pain of the 1,000 cuts of the Lingqi punishment. In a blink of an eye, it had completely turned into an ice sculpture, still maintaining a fleeing posture. Dare to deceive your husband, this is the end. Xia Qingyue raised her fingertips, and the ice sculpture shattered into pieces. The cross-section of flesh and blood could be clearly seen, and the internal organs were all cut apart. Good boy, you can actually hear my voice transmission technique. It's not simple now that he was discovered. Patriarch Tianyang no longer hid, and his voice came out from the void. Do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to come in and catch you? Chen Qing asked bluntly. Boy, I admit that you are very talented, but just because you are at the initial stage of the Mahayana stage, you are not qualified to shout in front of me. Through what Patriarch Tianyang said, it was not difficult for Chen Qing to determine that the other party's cultivation was higher than his. A higher Mahayana realm, or perhaps, the quasi-emperor. Xia Qingyue quickly figured this out, and a look of panic appeared on her face. You'll know if you're qualified by trying. There was no fear on Chen Qing's face. Patriarch Tianyang did not speak in a hurry. A portal opened on the stone platform and he walked out of it. White hair, white eyebrows, white beard, he looks like a hermit. Standing there, he has an immortal air and is awe-inspiring without even being angry. I don't think you are qualified. Along with these words came a terrifying threat that came like a tsunami. In a trance, Xia Qingyue saw thousands of troops and a murderous atmosphere. The peak of Mahayana realm. After confirming the true strength of ancestor Tianyang, Xia Qingyue felt deeply powerless, and her body and mind were filled with despair. Faced with such overwhelming power, I don't know what to do. Then, Chen Qing was quick-witted and grabbed Xia Qingyue's wrist, protecting her behind him. At the same time, open the system panel, quickly find and select the number of enlightenments, and decide how to use them in your cultivation. In the process of enlightenment. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the second level of the Mahayana realm. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the third level of the Mahayana realm. System prompts kept refreshing rapidly on the panel in front of Chen Qing. It's almost blurry, and if you don't look carefully, you may not be able to see the text clearly. Until Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the quasi-emperor realm. With 9 opportunities for enlightenment, Chen Qing's cultivation level was raised from the 1st level of the Mahayana realm to the quasi-emperor realm without any effort. Rather than being crushed by others, Chen Qing prefers to crush others with his realm. As a system villain, how could he let these passers-by characters ride on his neck and run wild? Even the protagonist doesn't have this qualification, let alone them. Seeing that Chen Qing still wanted to protect Xia Qingyue before his death, Patriarch Tianyang chuckled, thinking it was ridiculous and childish. I don't mind helping them to be together and go to the underworld together, becoming a pair of doomed lovers. It can be considered as doing a good deed every day. Chapter 56: The Emperor's Inheritance. I thought that relying on the advantage of my realm and the power of a single thought, I could tear Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue's flesh and blood bodies apart and shatter them. Unexpectedly, the pressure that was about to engulf Chen Qing was torn apart by him and forced back. From beginning to end, Patriarch Tianyang's eyes never left Chen Qing, but he was never seen to move even a finger. How is this possible? Patriarch Tianyang didn't understand. Chen Qing was only a Mahayana in the initial stage, while he was at the peak of the Mahayana stage. When he saw him, it should be like a mayfly seeing the sky. But why? Not only could the power of my thoughts not do anything to him, but was also broken by him? Could it be that this boy is hiding his cultivation? Such a thought immediately emerged in the mind of Patriarch Tianyang. His pupils changed slightly and he opened his eyes, wanting to see through Chen Qing's cultivation again. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, his eyes immediately shrank, and the original whites of his eyes quickly filled with blood. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down. Ah! My eyes! My eyes! Patriarch Tianyang raised his hands, covered his eyes, and let out a shrill scream. Bright red color overflowed from between the fingers. Xia Qingyue was frightened by this. She couldn't understand why Patriarch Tianyang suddenly became like this and shed tears of blood. Soon, she learned the correct answer from Patriarch Tianyang himself. You are not in the initial stage of Mahayana, you are a quasi-emperor. Patriarch Tianyang faced the wrong direction and raised his finger. Impossible. Your bones are so young, how can you have the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor? Chen Qing was not interested in listening to the nonsense of Tianyang Patriarch. He raised his hand slightly and then brought down another palm. Xia Qingyue could clearly see that the space above Patriarch Tianyang's head was distorted by an invisible force. The next moment, Patriarch Tianyang was completely crushed from head to toe, blood spurted out, covering the entire stone platform, leaving only a thin piece of tattered human skin. The ancestor at the peak of the Mahayana realm was actually destroyed by my husband with just one palm. This scene shocked Xia Qingyue beyond words. Then, she realized something even more terrifying. She looked at Chen Qing with a frown on her face. Isn't my husband at the Mahayana stage? How did he become a quasi-emperor? An 18-year-old quasi-emperor, not to mention that no one would believe it if the news got out. Even Xia Qingyue, who witnessed it all with her own eyes, still couldn't help but wonder if she was hallucinating. Without waiting for her to continue thinking, Chen Qing had already activated the stone platform formation, opening the portal. He said to Xia Qingyue, "Madam, don't just stand there. Let's go in quickly." Xia Qingyue nodded in agreement. There were so many incredible things about Chen Qing that she was too lazy to waste her time thinking about them. I also want to know what kind of opportunity is hidden in the so-called Tianyuan secret treasure that can make a powerful ancestor of a sect risk his life to protect it. You have to know that this is what Xia Qingyue thought. If Patriarch Tianyang's spirit is still in heaven, he would definitely defend himself. I didn't want to fight to the death, but I really couldn't find a chance to escape. Even though Patriarch Tianyang is only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor, this one step is a chasm that thousands of cultivators would find difficult to cross even if they spend their entire lives on it. Below the quasi-emperor, all are ordinary cultivators. This statement is not just talk. The moment Chen Qing decided to take action, Patriarch Tianyang was destined to die. Step out of the portal. The two came to the location of Tianyuan's secret treasure. The huge stone chamber is a little spacious, but it can easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. In the center of the stone chamber stands a tall stone statue, which is carved vividly and full of Taoist charm. This person must be the creator of the Tianyuan secret realm. Chen Qing gave his own judgment. Xia Qingyue did not deny Chen Qing's statement. She had read in a book that there were two types of secret realms. One was naturally created by heaven and earth, and the other was formed by powerful cultivators after their death. Because of this, when a great man falls, there is often a saying that when a whale falls, all things come to life. Little kid, you are right. This emperor is the creator of the Tianyuan secret realm. A strange voice came from the stone statue, and the light around the statue became brighter. This sudden sound frightened Xia Qingyue so much that she subconsciously hid behind Chen Qing. Chen Qing gently patted her hand that was holding onto him, and said softly, "It's okay, I'm here. Don't panic, the two of you." This emperor left behind a wisp of his soul just to find a suitable successor. If you two can pass this emperor's test, you can obtain the inheritance. The voice came from the stone statue again. Test? Can't you just give it to me directly? Chen Qing was interested in inheritance, but not in tests. Thinking about it, Patriarch Tianyang has probably been here for some time, and his purpose is naturally to pass the test, obtain the inheritance of the emperor, and break through the quasi-emperor realm. That's right, even though only a remnant of soul remains in this stone statue, the imperial power contained within it cannot be faked. This is against the rules, the statue responded. Rules are meant to be changed, Chen Qing retorted. This the statue hesitated, finally sighed, and continued, "Well, as an 18-year-old quasi-emperor with unparalleled talent, I'm sure those tests won't be difficult for you. Come forward, and this emperor will grant you the inheritance." Seeing that the stone statue had truly compromised and was willing to directly bestow the great emperor's inheritance on Chen Qing, Xia Qingyue was sincerely happy for him. He sighed, "This is indeed an era where the strong are respected. As long as you have a strong enough fist, you can break the rules and make the rules. Madam, please wait here for a while." Good. After receiving Xia Qingyue's answer, Chen Qing took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the stone statue. "Come, open your sea of consciousness, and I will grant you the inheritance." The stone statue spoke with a hint of urgency and anticipation. But as time passed, Chen Qing did not do as he said. "Open your sea of consciousness quickly, don't you want this emperor's inheritance?" the stone statue asked puzzledly. "If it's inheritance, then it's inheritance. Why do you need to open your sea of consciousness? You don't want to take over my body, do you?" Chen Qing raised his head, looked directly at the stone statue, and asked. Stone statue. Immediately afterwards, 5 iron chains stretched out from the void and wrapped around Chen Qing's wrists, ankles, and neck. He was hung up in the posture of being torn apart by 5 horses. Husband Xia Qingyue sensed something was amiss and quickly drew out the frost moon sword, stepping forward and slashing, trying to cut the chain. With one strike of the sword, the iron chain runes flickered, leaving no one injured. Instead, it caused Xia Qingyue's arm to go numb. "It's useless. Don't waste your energy. This is a spiritual treasure forged by this emperor himself. Not to mention you, even if he is at the quasi-emperor level, he is still no match for it," the stone statue said proudly. "If the quasi-emperor isn't okay, what about the great emperor?" Chen Qing asked while opening the system panel. "The emperor can easily break it, but what does that have to do with you?" Chapter 57 The Great Emperor with One Thought. Emperor Tianyuan didn't understand why Chen Qing would say such irrelevant and confusing things even at this point. Even if Chen Qing had an impressive quasi-emperor cultivation and fought stubbornly, as long as time was enough, Emperor Tianyuan believed that sooner or later he would be able to pry open Chen Qing's sea of consciousness, take over his body, and replace him. Fortunately, when he was dying, he created the Tianyuan secret realm and left behind a remnant soul. Now, he has finally waited for the right person to possess. Emperor Tianyuan felt extremely excited just thinking about the superb physique that could make him a quasi-emperor at the age of 18. He felt that with this extraordinary talent, he could not only live a second life, but also achieve the status of an emperor for the second time. As for why he didn't take over the body of Patriarch Tianyuan before? The reason was simple. Emperor Tianyuan saw through that his lifespan was coming to an end and his body was already like rotten wood, riddled with holes. To forcibly take over his body would be a waste of opportunity. It would be better to continue to wait patiently. But Patriarch Tianyang was stubborn and insisted on breaking through the barriers to seize the non-existent Great Emperor inheritance. If Chen Shang had not appeared in time and killed the Tianyang Patriarch with force, Emperor Tianyuan would not know how long he would be entangled by the Tianyang Patriarch. Fortunately, it turns out that all the waiting is worth it. However, just as Emperor Tianyuan was trying to break through Chen Xing's sea of consciousness and take over his body, he suddenly realized something was wrong. In his eyes, Chen Xing's cultivation and momentum were constantly increasing exponentially. He once wondered if he was seeing things. Looking at Chen Shang again, the system panel in front of him was refreshing text prompts rapidly. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the second realm quasi-emperor. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the third level quasi-emperor. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the ninth realm quasi-emperor. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the Great Emperor. The power of the reward of enlightenment lies in that no matter how high or low your cultivation level is, as long as you use it, you will be able to break through. As Chen Xing's cultivation reached the Great Emperor realm, the power of the Great Emperor immediately overflowed the entire stone chamber like a tide, and behind him appeared the Great Emperor's divine ring that was exclusive to the Great Emperor. Emperor. Emperor Tianyuan, who witnessed this scene, now really felt that he must be dazzled and hallucinating. Chen Shang was clearly a quasi-emperor just a moment ago. How come he was promoted to emperor in the blink of an eye? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Your physique is only that of a 17 or 18-year-old, how could you possibly reach the Great Emperor realm? Emperor Tianyuan denied it repeatedly. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, it was so exaggerated that I couldn't help but doubt my own eyes. My husband, he actually became the emperor again. The hand stopped swinging at the iron chain, and this scene also had a great visual impact on Xia Qingyue. The strength displayed by Chen Shang made her feel that she could not match him, and she couldn't help but wonder if she could really catch up. Why is it impossible? Chen Shang moved his fingertips, and the iron chains that were wrapped around his neck and limbs, whose quality was infinitely close to that of imperial weapons, broke into pieces and dissipated like smoke and dust. Seeing that the magic weapon was destroyed by Chen Shang with just a flick of his finger, Emperor Tianyuan was completely defeated and no longer had the confidence to question the authenticity of Chen Shang's identity as an emperor. The facts are right in front of him, how can he question it? Adhering to the principle that a true man can bend and stretch, Emperor Tianyuan hurriedly said, Wait. Wait. I am willing to give you everything I can, I only ask you. With a thought, Chen Xing tyrannically wiped out the last remaining soul of Emperor Tianyuan. Regardless of whether he is telling the truth or not, now that Chen Xing has ascended to the Great Emperor realm, his bargaining chips are really not worth mentioning. Compared to the so-called inheritance of the Great Emperor, Chen Shang would rather kill him directly and keep his heart of Taoism clear. As the remaining soul of the emperor was wiped out, the light of the stone statue disappeared, and it broke into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Rumble! The ground suddenly shook violently. Chen Xing instantly came to Xia Qingyue's side, put his arm around her waist, and easily picked her up with one hand. At the same time, he opened a portal and walked in. Leave this secret realm that is about to collapse and be completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue returned to the bear cave. After making sure she was standing firmly, Chen Shang let go of her hand. Looking at the shattered black stone tablet, Xia Qingyue sighed, it's such a pity to waste all those opportunities within the secret realm. What a pity! Chen Shang smiled faintly, there's nothing to regret. I've ordered Shadow Puppet to collect all the opportunities, not even a single spirit stone was missed. I see. Then I'm relieved. Xia Qingyue admired Chen Xing even more. He did things flawlessly. The look in her eyes when she looked at him was full of admiration. With a husband like this, what else could I ask for? Xia Qingyue was very clear that she had already unknowingly become unable to let go of this feeling. Not only does she have feelings for Chen Shang between a man and a woman, but she also has admiration for the strong. An 18-year-old great emperor, let me ask you, in the 10,000 years of history of Tianxian continent, has anyone been able to do this? Unmanned. Guanxia Qingyue found out from ancient books that the youngest emperor in history was also over 100 years old. Xia Qingyue didn't know how many times she had to add peerless before the word genius to describe Chen Shang's terrifying talent. Now she was a little worried that Chen Shang would look down on her and divorce her with a letter of divorce. Looking across the Tianxian continent, there is absolutely no one who is better than Chen Shang. But in Xia Qingyue's view, there are countless people who are better than her. In the Da dynasty, her beauty might be well known, but the Da dynasty was neither small nor big. At least compared to the entire Tianxian continent, it was not even the tip of the iceberg. How can I win Chen Xing's heart with just this? Xia Qingyue's eyes suddenly became resolute, and she became even more determined to practice hard and become stronger. When I came out of the bear cave, it was already dark outside. Before Chen Xing could speak, Xia Qingyue had already sensed something and silently took out the Hanyue sword. Then he said, "Husband, there are people nearby, no less than 10. Most likely they are in the same group as the previous group of sect disciples." Chen Xing gave his own judgment. It is believed that these people chose to stay outside the cave after discovering that their disciples had died and the portal could not be used, so they wanted to wait and see. Chen Xing, Xia Qingyue did not deliberately suppress her voice. What was said was clearly heard by the disciples and elders of the sect who were hiding behind the grass and trees. Seeing that the elder was no longer hiding, the disciples also walked out from behind the trees one after another. The swords in their hands were already unsheathed, flashing with a cold light under the moonlight. "How dare you kill my disciples? If you two honestly hand over the treasures on your bodies, I can let you go easily and leave you with an intact body." The sect elders guessed that Chen Shang and Xia Qingyue must have obtained a lot of treasures during their trip to the secret realm, otherwise they would not have come out so quickly. They must be worried that if they continued to stay in the secret realm, they would be snatched away by other forces. While being curious about what kind of treasure it is, I also want to possess it. Chapter 58, Thousands of Miles Away, Destroying a Sect with One Poem. Facing this opponent who was considered to be flattering even when he called him a small fry, Chen Xing naturally ignored him. The only value of these people is to be used to get rewards. The imperial power in one thought. Everyone suffered cardiac arrest immediately. They fell to the ground one after another, dying with their eyes open. Not to mention the disciples, even if he was an elder of a sect, he would not have time to react in front of the power of the emperor. He didn't even have the chance to know how he died. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Demon King Holy Body +1. Top 3000 Physical Fitness Ranking, 52nd. Chen Xing was quite surprised that he could obtain a holy body ranked in the top 100 by killing just a few minions. Looking at Xia Qingyue, Chen Xing couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation besides the possibility that her favorability towards him had increased. Husband Xia Qingyue blushed when Chen Xing looked at her. His gaze was extremely aggressive, as if it could see through people's hearts. Sorry, the madam is so beautiful under the moonlight that I was mesmerized by her." Chen Xing made up an excuse. This casual remark made Xia Qingyue's already uneasy heartbeat even faster. She quickly turned her back, too shy to look directly at Chen Xing, trying to hide the expression on her face. Even though she couldn't see, it wasn't difficult for Xia Qingyue to imagine what she would look like at this moment. Her voice trembled slightly. "Even if you praise me like that, I can't do anything good for my husband. As long as my lady doesn't abandon me, it will be a great benefit to me." Chen Shang hugged Xia Qingyue's waist from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and spoke softly in Xia Qingyue's ear. "My husband has given me a new life, how could I possibly abandon him?" Xia Qingyue said this without hesitation. "My dear husband, when you have seen a wider world in the future, please don't look down on me," Xia Qingyue confided her inner thoughts. Chen Xing raised the corners of his mouth, and held Xia Qingyue's shoulders with both hands, asking her to turn around and face him. With a serious face, he said, "In this life, Chen Shang, will only marry and love one person, my wife. Hearing this, Xia Qingyue raised her head, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly as she looked at Chen Qing. Seeing Chen Qing's face coming closer, Xia Qingyue didn't dodge. She gently raised her chin, closed her eyes, and let you pick her. Husband, I can't breathe anymore. Xia Qingyue raised her hands and placed them on Chen Qing's chest, mumbling softly. Blame me, blame me. Chen Qing stopped there and did not make any further requests. This kiss brought Xia Qingyue an unprecedented experience. For the first time, she realized that kissing, besides just the collision of lips, can also. At first, she was a little uncomfortable, but gradually, a wonderful feeling made Xia Qingyue's fingers and toes unconsciously clench. In a trance, Xia Qingyue noticed Chen Qing waving his hand and opening a portal. At first I thought it was a portal back to Chen Mansion. But then, he saw a picture of another place emerging, which looked like the sect's main hall, becoming clearer and clearer. In the main hall, the sect leader sat on the high seat, and below the hall, the elders stood on both sides. At this moment, someone dressed as a disciple hurriedly ran into the hall, knelt down and said, "Sect Master, no, this is bad. The soul lamps of Elder Wei and his fellow disciples have also gone out." Elder Wei. Xia Qingyue took a closer look and discovered that the elders and disciples in the mirror were dressed exactly like the group of people who had been instantly killed by her husband with the power of the great emperor. I was amazed at Chen Qing's magical powers. He was able to discover the power behind the gang of villains so quickly. Just as he was thinking, he heard an angry voice coming from the mirror. No matter who he is, he dared to seize the secret realm opportunity of our sect and even dared to brutally kill our elders and disciples. This feud is irreconcilable. If we don't kill him, and the news gets out, who will respect us? Who will take our Tianjing sect seriously? As soon as these words were spoken, the elders responded one after another, all persuading the sect leader not to be tolerant and to directly send disciples to attack and offer a reward. They were willing to go along and contribute their efforts. The sect leader thought about it and felt that what the elders said made sense. If he did not avenge this grudge, it would damage his dignity as the sect leader and would also destroy the image of the Tianjing sect that he had worked so hard to build. Xia Qingyue saw that the leader of Tianjing sect was not as powerful as herself, and was about to take the initiative to propose that she herself would take action to eliminate this threat for Chen Qing. Unexpectedly, Chen Qing raised his hand and slapped down again. The image in the mirror zoomed out, and golden light appeared. Then, a giant golden palm broke through the dome and smashed down towards Tianjing sect. The huge Tianjing sect became as small as dust under this palm. There was a loud bang. The entire Tianjing sect, including Tianjing Mountain, was razed to the ground with a single blow. Thousands perished in an instant. The only thing left was a palm print that was 100 feet wide, like an abyss or a chasm. Gulp. Xia Qingyue closed her lips and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Even though she was Chen Qing's wife, she couldn't help but feel fear. Before, I only knew that the emperor was terrifying, but no matter how much I heard, it would never be as shocking as seeing it with my own eyes. Thousands of miles away, with the flip of a hand, an entire sect was wiped out with a single palm. This was something Xia Qingyue didn't even dare to think about. Strong. Really too strong. The Tianjing sect wanted to destroy not only him but also Xia Qingyue. Therefore, this slap naturally triggered the reward mechanism for pampering his wife. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Luck Golden Dragon +1. Another dragon? The combination of Luck and Dragon Clan actually interested Chen Qingman. After taking a look at the detailed introduction, compared with the 9 Nether Undead Dragon, the combat effectiveness of the Fortune Golden Dragon is obviously lower, but this is only relative to the 9 Nether Undead Dragon. The real power of the Golden Dragon of Luck is that it can change the luck of a person, or many people, or even a force. Make the spiritual energy more abundant, increase the speed of cultivation, strengthen the probability of obtaining opportunities, adjust the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks. There are many benefits. It is equivalent to giving everyone a lucky blessing. In addition, as the master, Chen Qing can also freely decide who can enjoy the luck bonus and who cannot, to prevent others from taking advantage of the luck for free. The first ones to benefit from the luck bonus were naturally himself and Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue looked towards Chen Xing, her thin lips slightly parted, and she was about to say something, but a look of surprise appeared on her face. It took him a long time to react, and he wondered, strange, how did I break through? Her cultivation level inexplicably rose from the second level of the out-of-body realm to the third level of the out-of-body realm. His gaze turned to Chen Sheng again, and he was certain that there must be some connection between him and her. Chen Sheng didn't answer directly, but instead raised his head and gestured for Xia Qingyue to look upwards. Chapter 59, Golden Dragon of Fortune. Xia Qingyue looked up doubtfully, only to see a gigantic dragon looming above the clouds. The most important thing is that this dragon is not the one Xia Qingyue had seen before. It can be distinguished at a glance just by its color. Is this dragon also my husband's spiritual pet? Xia Qingyue asked for confirmation. That's right. Chen Chang nodded in affirmation. There was nothing to hide. One person possesses two holy dragons as pets. Xia Qingyue wanted to know, besides Chen Xing, was there anyone else in this world who could do it? But, Xia Qingyue asked sincerely, with a new question in her mind, what connection does my breakthrough have with this holy dragon? Chen Sheng explained, this dragon is called the Qiyun Golden Dragon. It can help people improve their Qiyun and speed up their cultivation. Luck. Golden Dragon. Even Xia Qingyue, who had just entered the martial arts world, was shocked when she learned that these two words were combined together. She knew very well the value of these four words together. Everything in this world is inseparable from the word luck. People have luck, and countries have national destiny. Whether it is a person, a country, or the rise and fall of a sect, it is inseparable from the rise and fall of luck. Since this golden dragon can change my destiny, doesn't that mean it can even change the destiny of our nation? A bold idea popped up in Xia Qingyue's mind. Hearing this, a bolder idea came to Chen Sheng's mind. Madam, I intend to donate this golden dragon of fortune to the Dao dynasty for free to increase the country's fortune. What do you think? Chen Xing's words made Xia Qingyue stand there in a daze for a long time. She knew very well that Chen Sheng did this entirely for herself. She understood even more clearly what a 100-foot-long golden dragon that could change one's destiny meant. Not to mention the dynasty, this is a rare opportunity that many top-level powerful sects can only encounter. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyue knew she was unable to repay Chen Sheng and owed him too much. He could only take a step forward, wrap his arms around the back of Chen Xing's neck, and kiss him with his lips. And he followed the example of Chen Sheng and became even bolder in this behavior. The wonderful feeling once again flooded into my heart. After a long time, they slowly separated. A pair of bright eyes like the starry sky looked at Chen Xing affectionately and said, on behalf of my father and the people of the entire Dao dynasty, I thank my husband. Afterwards, Chen Xing transformed the golden dragon of luck into the size of his palm and handed it to Xia Qingyue. It was obvious that Xia Qingyue couldn't wait to tell her father the good news, so that the entire Dao dynasty could enjoy the blessing of increased luck as soon as possible. Chen Xing decisively opened a portal leading to the Dao Emperor Palace. For him who now possesses the holy body of time and space, doing this is easy. Xia Qingyue understood what he meant and walked in after saying goodbye to Chen Sheng. If Chen Sheng wants to go, she will go naturally, and she doesn't need to say anything more. Seeing Xia Qingyue step into it, her back disappeared and the portal closed. Chen Xing immediately opened the system panel, eager to confirm what kind of reward the system would give him after sending out a 100-foot-long golden dragon of luck. If the reward level were lower, Chen Sheng would definitely complain. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 1000-foot luck golden dragon +1. When he saw that he had given away a golden dragon of fortune and received a golden dragon of fortune in return, with no profit or loss, Chen Sheng was just about to say something. Suddenly I realized that this time the reward had two more words, 1000 feet. The golden dragon of fortune that Chen Sheng had given to Xia Qingyue before was 100 feet long. When it comes to how to evaluate the strength of a demon or sacred beast, the most intuitive factor is its size. The luck-boosting effect that a 1000-foot golden dragon can bring is not just as simple as being 10 times larger than a 100-foot golden dragon. Not to mention changing the fortune of a country, this 1,000-foot golden dragon of fortune is enough to change the fortune of the entire Tianxian continent. Of course, Chen Shang is not selfless enough to do that. Wouldn't it be great to enjoy the fortune of the 1,000-foot golden dragon with your wife alone? Serving the people and the country is what the emperor's father-in-law needs to consider. He closed the system panel, very satisfied with the result, and opened another portal, deciding to return to the Chen mansion. At this time, Damong Mountain. After practicing for another whole day, Yifeng chose to briefly end his practice and exhale a breath of foul air. At this time, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the out-of-body realm, an improvement of 2 small realms. Being able to use a Shen-level upper-grade spiritual root to advance 2 realms in one day, this kind of thing, apart from me, Yifeng, I am afraid there is no one else in the world who can do it, right? What a shame! If the quality of my spiritual roots were a little higher, my cultivation speed would definitely be much faster. Having said that, Yifeng was content. After all, before binding the system, he was just a useless person without even spiritual roots and was ridiculed. This Shen-grade top-grade spiritual root was a reward for signing in with the system. After taking a deep breath and stabilizing his Danhai, Yifeng called up the system panel and decided to start today's sign-in. God bless me, decided to start today's sign-in. God bless me, please give me a big prize. Although there is one sign-in opportunity every day, Yifeng still feels that 12 hours is too difficult to wait. Click sign in.